Chapter 1164. Ninjas are really a group of guys who don't play by the rules. Even Kage is the same. As this thought flashed in Ito-sei's mind, his body suddenly exploded and turned into countless fine lightning from the left and right sides of Reikage to behind him, then gathered together and once again changed into Ito-sei's appearance. The newly formed Ito-sei waved his arm and threw out a super monstrous strength fist. Although Reikage's reaction speed was very fast, Sei Ito's fist still fell on Reikage's body. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud explosion as the Thunder God armor behind Reikage's back was shattered by the power of the punch. The remaining power fell on Reikage's body and sent him flying. Ouch! Reikage opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, even with Reikage's body that has been tempered by lightning for many years, he still couldn't bear the power of the monster fist. Super Monster Punch, what's your relationship with that woman Tsunade? Reikage raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Well, who knows? Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders and said with a frivolous smile. Then, Sei Ito lifted his foot and stepped forward. His body suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Reikage. He still used a very mysterious punch to hit Reikage's body. Reikage knew that he couldn't withstand this punch, so he was decisive. He immediately moved sideways and returned to Sei Ito's side with a speed comparable to instant movement. Then he used Sei Ito's ninjutsu, right unlightning abuse level Chio dance. In an instant, Reikage's hands turned into countless afterimages and stabbed towards Sei Ito. At this time, Sei Ito's body once again turned into countless lightning bolts and exploded, dodging Reikage's lightning strike by a hair's breadth. He reassembled his body in another position and stretched his arms forward, and his fingers were like a conductor's baton. Instantly, several pitch-black space cracks appeared around Lei Ying. It was like Bai's blood inheritance secret skill, magic mirror ice crystal, which surrounded Lei Ying. Although he didn't know what these dark cracks were, his strong sense of crisis kept reminding Reikage that he shouldn't touch these things. However, just as Reikage was thinking about how to get out of this encirclement, dozens of them were as thick as an adult's finger. Just like the crack in front of him, attacks flew out from the crack and flew towards Reikage from different directions. Finding that he couldn't dodge the attack, Reikage's heart hardened as he gathered all of his chakra, forming a huge lightning energy around his body. Although Reikage tried his best. However, those pitch-black beams of light seemed to be able to devour everything. They were completely unaffected by the lightning energy around him. While devouring the lightning energy, they continued to fly towards Reikage's body. The next moment, an attack hit Reikage's body. A fist-sized hole suddenly appeared on Reikage's body, and a large amount of blood gushed out from that hole, and then it was instantly evaporated by the lightning armor around Reikage's body. Then, the other attacks hit Reikage's body one after another, devouring his flesh and blood. Plop! After this round of attack, except for the head, which was not damaged by the space energy attack, Reikage fell heavily on the ground. He struggled to get up from the ground, but he was immediately suppressed by Ito-sei, who used the Yin-Yang 5-element seal to seal all the energy in Reikage's body. Reikage didn't even have a single piece of flesh on his body. His internal organs and bones could be seen in some places. Reikage fell heavily on the ground, struggling to get up from the ground, but he was immediately suppressed by Ito-sei, who used the Yin-Yang 5-element seal to seal all the energy in his body. You lost. According to the agreement, surrender. Sei Ito used the right to life to extract life energy and threw it on Reikage's body. Reikage felt a lot better under the nourishment of life energy. What? Do you want to go back on your words? Sei Ito looked at Reikage and said in a deep voice, I am the dignified Reikage. I am a man of my words. I won't be like those merchants, full of nonsense. Reikage struggled to get up from the ground. That's good, Sei Ito said indifferently. Then he reached out and pressed Reikage's shoulder and continued. Announce it. I have used a secret technique. Your voice will be directly transmitted to everyone's mind. Reikage snorted and said, Listen to me. I, as the fourth Reikage, officially surrender to Sei Ito. Everyone stop. Ito Sei used the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsu, mind transmission jutsu, to cover the area. Whether it was those who were fighting the tailed beasts, those who were commanding the rescue, or ordinary civilians, everyone heard Reiki's familiar voice at the same time. In response, Sei Ito also ordered the four Bijou to stop attacking and retreat. At this point, no matter what the ninjas of Kumogakure thought, they had to accept the humiliating fact that their village was destroyed by one person. They stopped their actions with anger and unwillingness and began to retreat to the village to help other people rescue their compatriots. With your blood as the ink, write your name on this contract. After helping Reiki, Sei Ito took back his arm and shook his hand to create a contract scroll and handed it to Reiki. Reiki reached out and took the scroll and looked down. The content on the scroll was very simple. There were only two clauses. One was to represent Kumogakure in the identity of Reiki to Sei Ito and lead the village under Sei Ito's command. The other one was to serve Sei Ito loyally after the contract was signed and not to resist Sei Ito in any way or form. The latter part was the description of the punishment for violating the contract. You want me to surrender, but you want me to lead the village under your command? Dream on. Reiki threw the scroll to Sei Ito and said coldly, "This is not your choice. If you don't surrender, the village will be destroyed. There is no other choice." Ito Sei narrowed his eyes slightly, retracted his momentum, and said to Reiki in a low voice, "Okay, I'll sign it." In the end, Reiki was the Kage of the village. He existed for the sake of the village. If he didn't have the village, then he wouldn't be a Kage anymore. He would just be an exaggeration. Therefore, under the threat of destroying the village, Reiki, as the Kage of the village, gritted his teeth and agreed. Reiki reached out and took the contract scroll that Sei Ito gave to him, and because he didn't have Reiki's armor, he wrote his name on the contract. The moment he finished writing his name, a mysterious dark golden light suddenly bloomed and absorbed the blood on the contract scroll and turned into a light that went into Reiki's forehead. Very good. Ito Sei casually took the scroll thrown by Reiki and put it away. He smiled and nodded. Then he recalled the four-tailed beasts and waved his hand, and the yin and yang five-element seal on Reiki's body was immediately released. Sei Ito didn't pay attention to Reiki beside him and used instant transmission to disappear from his sight and rush to a Wagakure in the Earth Country. On the map of Naruto's world, Kumogakure in the land of lightning and a Wagakure in the land of Earth are basically on opposite sides of the border. The distance can be said to be very far. Ito Sei used ultra-long distance instant transmission several times in a row to reach the land of Earth. Kirigakure has internal discord, and it experienced a big rebellion more than 10 years ago, so its strength is very weak. It's basically supported by the 5th Mizukage, May. So, as long as I can subdue the Mizukage, it can be considered as subduing Kirigakure to a certain extent. On the way to a Wagakure, Ito Seijin thought. On the other hand, Reigakure is the opposite. Not only is it united internally, but the atmosphere is also different from the other four villages. It uses a full military management, and the environment makes the people very tough. It's not an exaggeration to say that everyone is a soldier. So, only by hurting them and injuring them, it's possible to make Reiki surrender. As for a Wagakure in the Earth Country, not only does it have the 3rd Tsuchikage who can use dust release, but it also has a lot of experts. If I want to force a Wagakure to surrender, it seems that I still need to defeat the Tsuchikage and give them enough deterrence. After thinking about it, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and rushed to a Wagakure's location. 10 minutes later, Sei Ito arrived at the periphery of a Wagakure and stood on a huge rock standing on the ground. Then, Ito Sei waved his hand to summon the 9 Magatama, sealing the tailed beasts. He activated the sealing crystals of the 4-tailed beasts, Nibi, Yanbi, Gobi, and Hachibi, and summoned them out. As soon as the 4-tailed beasts appeared, the surrounding chakra immediately became violent, and the sensor ninjas of a Wagakure noticed it. Attack! Seito didn't talk nonsense and immediately ordered. As soon as his voice fell, the four-tailed beasts instantly rushed out and quickly ran to a Wagakure. They either attacked with claws, fists, tails, or even Gobi's chakra, launching chakra attacks on a Wagakure. Under the fierce attack of the four-tailed beasts, Iwagakure immediately suffered great damage. Bastard! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Following that, a skinny old man dashed in front of Nibi Nakomata. He swung his right fist that had suddenly turned into stone and ruthlessly punched Nibi Nakomata's face. Boom! After being hit, Nibi's huge body immediately flew back and hit a mountain outside Iwagakure. Needless to say, the third Tsuchikage must have used super-weighted rock jutsu in his attack. Chapter 1165. P.S. Thanks to AHA and We're the Soul for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their awards. Just as the third Tsuchikage was about to deal with the other Bijou, Seito's figure suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him out of the Iwagakure. Tsuchikage-sama, old man. Seeing the third Tsuchikage being kicked out of the Iwagakure, Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, shouted. At this time, Seito, who had finished his attack on the third Tsuchikage, flashed again and suddenly appeared in front of Inoki, who was quickly flying towards the Iwagakure. He pressed one hand on Inoki's head and used his mind to communicate with the surrounding water element, forming a huge water ball and wrapping Inoki. Water release. Water prison jutsu. Inoki, who was suddenly surrounded by the water prison, immediately choked on the water in the water prison. Then, Inoki quickly closed his mouth and held his breath while glaring at Seito outside the water prison. He quickly made several hand signs in front of him. Dust release. Primordial world detachment jutsu. In the next second, a cube composed of white energy appeared in an instant, enveloping Ito-sei. A ball with dazzling white light appeared in the ball, quickly expanding, annihilating everything in the enchantment composed of white energy. At the same time, with a soft sound, the water prison jutsu outside Inoki's body was officially broken. Humph! Inoki, who was very confident in his dust release, snorted coldly. Dust release is worthy of the name of Kekiai Genkai. It's really powerful. With a somewhat joking and exclaiming voice, Seito's figure appeared again beside Inoki and put one hand on his shoulder. Then, without waiting for Inoki's reaction, he immediately released a powerful thunder energy through his palm and spread it all over Inoki's body, stimulating his body. Walala! At the next moment, when the lightning energy bloomed, Inoki's body suddenly turned into the color of mud. He shattered in the surge of lightning energy and fell to the ground. Earth escape, Earth substitute. Immediately after, a huge ball of wind that could only be seen distorting the air shot towards Seito from the ground. Wind escape, great vacuum jade. Obviously, as a practitioner of the dust release, Inoki is proficient in not only the earth release, but also the wind release and fire release, which can be combined into the dust release. Sensing something strange behind him, Ito-sei turned around at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. He waved his arm as if he was swatting a fly. That formless mass of wind formed by the wind style, vacuum jade, was immediately sent flying and exploded in midair, forming a large amount of air turbulence, blowing up a cloud of dust. Then, Seito's figure flashed. He appeared in front of Inoki on the ground. He swung his leg and gave a big kick. Earth release, rock fist technique. Earth release, super weight, rock technique. One of Inoki's arms immediately turned into a rock state and waved his fist to meet Seito's kick. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Inoki's body immediately flew back a distance. Ouch, it hurts! Seito frowned as he landed back on the ground. Earth release, heart chop technique. At this time, a skinny arm instantly broke out from the ground under Seito's feet and grabbed Seito's ankle and pulled his body to the ground. Then another Inoki broke out from the ground and quickly retreated. Dust release, primordial knot stripping technique. At the same time, Inoki, who was kicked by Ito, made several hand seals and threw out the white cube that suddenly appeared in his palm. Almost instantly, the white cube that was thrown out by Inoki immediately expanded and covered the place where Ito was trapped. A dazzling ball immediately appeared in the cube enchantment and quickly expanded, annihilating all the matter in the enchantment. Boom! The next moment, with a loud noise, Inoki, who released the dust release, primordial knot stripping technique, immediately flew out and spouted a big mouthful of blood. After completing this blow, Ito-Sei's movements did not stop. He continued to use the flying thunder god jutsu to appear beside Inoki, who was flying in the air. He lifted his leg and slammed it down. Earth release, rock substitution technique. Boom! With a muffled sound, Inoki, who was hit by Ito's leg, shattered into a large number of rock fragments and fell to the ground. Humph! Ito coldly snorted and used the flying thunder god technique to appear where the other Inoki was originally standing, and continued to attack Inoki with ordinary monster punch and Tenzo kick. Obviously, the so-called rock substitution just now was transformed by Inoki using his rock clone, but all of this didn't hinder Ito, who has secretly used the flying thunder god seal on Inoki in several previous battles. As long as the seal is not lost, Ito can find Inoki's whereabouts and real body in an instant and launch a fierce attack on him. Therefore, after a few attacks, Inoki, who had the super light rock technique to resist and reduce the damage, still couldn't help but be heavily injured. He stood in place with great pain and gasped violently. "Are you from Konoha?" Inoki looked at Ito, who had no injuries except some dust on his body, and asked, "I've been in Konoha for a few years," Ito said with a smile. To be able to learn Tsunade's monster punch and Yandame-sama's flying thunder god technique, you can't just be a gangster, Inoki said in a deep voice. As the most senior Kage, Inoki has participated in 2 Shinobi World Wars and fought against Sannin and Yandame-sama. It can be said that these 2 techniques are still fresh in Inoki's memory. So soon, he judged the origin of Ito's jutsu from Ito's actions. "I can only say that I'm doing well." Ito shrugged indifferently. "What? Konoha is finally not dormant. Are you going to start a Shinobi World War?" Inoki said with a deep voice. "It seems that you misunderstood. Then I'll clarify. I'm Ito, Konoha's rebellious ninja." Ito turned his hand and took out a Konoha forehead protector with a horizontal pattern engraved on the surface. "Now, let's talk about some things. Otherwise, even if your son and granddaughter are excellent, it's impossible to protect the village from the siege of the 4-tailed beasts." Ito-sei didn't do anything, but Konoha's rebellious ninja headband in his hand burned instantly, and it fell heavily to the ground, making a crisp sound. He looked at Inoki and smiled. "Tell me your purpose," Inoki asked in a deep voice. "Lead your village to surrender to me," Ito said in a low voice. "Don't even think about it." Inoki refused very firmly. "It seems that the pressure on you is not enough." Ito had expected that Inoki, this eccentric old man, would refuse him. He didn't care about it at all. Then, he waved his hand and summoned the 9 Magatama that was used to seal-tailed beasts, activating the Ichibi, Sambai, 6-tailed, and 7-tailed Magatama. "How long do you think a Wagakure can survive if 4 more Bijou join the attack?" Ito looked at Inoki's face and chuckled. "You've gathered all the tailed beasts." He looked at the 9 crystal blue Magatama floating in front of Ito's chest. Inoki, who had a bad feeling in his heart, asked in a deep voice, "Of course. If not for this, how would I dare to challenge an entire village by myself?" Ito smiled. Then he slightly turned his head and ordered Ichibi Shikaku. "Shikaku, attack Iwagakure. Roar!" Shikaku, who received the order, cheered. It quickly rushed to a Wagakure in the distance. "Inoki, I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. In less than 1 minute, I will send another Bijou to attack Iwagakure. After 3 minutes, your village will be the first to be destroyed." Ito, who was sitting on a chair that was automatically transformed from mud and rock, said with a smile. Little guy, don't push me too far, Anoki said with a gloomy face. Anoki, time waits for no one. Ito turned his hand and took an apple in front of his mouth and took a big bite, laughing. That leisurely look stimulated Anoki's forehead. If you didn't know that Ito knows space ninjutsu, whether it's dust release, detachment of the origin world jutsu, or dust release, detachment of the origin world jutsu, Anoki wanted to throw a large-scale detachment of the origin world jutsu to kill Ito and the three-tailed beast behind him. Amidst this silence, another minute passed by. Sanbai, you go too. Ito Sei, who had transformed the floating water ball in his hand into the shape of various characters, said in a timely manner. Roar. Sanbai, who received the order, roared and moved his thick limbs to crawl toward a Wagakure. Six-tailed beasts besieging a village. Even in the troubled times before the establishment of Ninja Village, today is a good time. With a clench of his hand, Ito Sei, who annihilated the water in his palm, looked at Anoki, who was still stubbornly refusing to surrender, and smiled. Well, I happen to have a secret method that can show the situation in the village from time to time. Let's watch the tragedy of a Wagakure with an optimistic attitude. With that, Ito waved his arm, and a screen composed entirely of energy appeared in the air between him and Anoki, receiving strange fluctuations of information sent back by long-range detection spells, such as Farsight Jutsu and Magic Eye. The battle situation in a Wagakure was displayed on the screen. Good response, to let the ordinary villagers in the village take refuge in the shelter. Ito looked at the severely damaged Iwagakure on the screen, but there were no non-combatants other than ninjas. Oh, this is your granddaughter. Then, Ito Sei locked the screen to a young female ninja with a somewhat neutral appearance, short black hair, but now with a dirty face, and said, Your strength is not bad. You dare to lead a team of ninjas to fight against the Gobi. Anoki's face, which was slightly better after hearing Ito's praise, became ugly again. Oh, this strong man is your son, Kitsuchi. This commander is a good frontline commander, but I don't know if he can smoothly take over the position of Tsuchikage without you. Then, Ito turned the screen to a fat ninja who commanded many Earth ninjas to launch a joint ninjutsu to sink the Sanbai that had just arrived. In the next moment, the Gobi's 5 tails all emitted a different light, and then the Gobi jumped and landed heavily on the ground. A huge vibration comparable to a magnitude 7 earthquake spread quickly with the Gobi as the center. The Iwagakure immediately fell to the ground, and the houses in the village were destroyed and collapsed. Good. Ito nodded with satisfaction. How about it? Anoki, have you thought about it? Ito asked Anoki. Okay, we surrender. Anoki stared at Ito with a fierce gaze and said while gritting his teeth. Then sign this contract. Ito, who finally got a satisfactory answer, threw a contract scroll to Anoki and said, Sign it with your blood. Anoki reached out and took the contract, then looked down at the contents of the contract scroll. The content was basically the same as the contract obtained by Kimogakure's Reikage. It required the surrender of the village, as well as the punishment for violating the contract. Looking at the contents of the contract, Anoki's face quickly changed twice. He didn't want to sign it, but when he looked up and saw a Wagakure suffering heavy losses under the attack of the 6-tailed beasts, Anoki bit his right index finger and signed his name on the contract with his blood. In an instant, a mysterious dark golden light bloomed from the contract scroll, swallowing up Anoki's blood on the surface of the contract, and then a stream of light flew into Anoki's forehead, who had no way to dodge it all. Wise choice. Seeing Anoki sign the contract, Ito stretched out his hand, and the contract scroll flew back to his hand. Ito put it away with a smile. Then he stood up from a scattered stone chair, put away the Rokubi and Nanabai behind him, and instantly disappeared with Anoki and appeared on top of the Gobi King's head. Announce it. Ito glanced at Anoki beside him and said, looking at the 6-tailed beast still maintaining the attacking posture, Anoki knew that it was impossible to stop the attack without officially announcing it to the villagers. He took a deep breath, dragged his seriously injured body, and used Earth Release, super heavy rock jutsu, to fly into the sky and announced, "All ninjas of Awagakure listen to my order, retreat." Chapter 1166. Tsuchikage-sama. Hearing Inoki's words, the rock ninjas who were fighting looked up at the thin figure in the sky in amazement. "Old man, have you gone senile?" Needless to say, only Kuratsuchi, Tsuchikage's granddaughter, dared to call him old man so blatantly. Even his son, Kitsuchi, didn't dare to call him old man. Of course, if the original Tsuchikage's land Deidara was here, then don't talk nonsense. Kitsuchi, who was beside Kuratsuchi, reached out and pressed her head. Inoki, who was already accustomed to his granddaughter's antics, looked at Kuratsuchi awkwardly and then ignored her. He bowed his head and continued to announce, "I, Inoki, as the third Tsuchikage, formally surrender to Seito." All rock ninjas immediately stop attacking and retreat. In response, Ito-sei also used his mind to inform the six-tailed beast to stop attacking and retreat a distance away from the rock ninjas. "Tsuchikage-sama?" Some of the rock ninjas still couldn't believe it. "Old man, you really are senile?" Kuratsuchi said loudly. "Who is Seito?" Kitsuchi turned around and frowned, thinking about who Seito was while searching for Seito's figure. Soon, Huang Tu saw a young man standing on the head of the slowly retreating five-tailed Reverend King with a warm smile on his face. "I remember, it's Konoha Special Ninja." After hearing Kitsuchi's words, a ninja who should be in charge of intelligence said with some hesitation, "What? You don't think I'm at Tsuchikage anymore?" Inoki, who was still hesitating, shouted angrily. Seeing that Inoki was angry, and the Bijou stopped attacking, the rock ninjas looked at each other and retreated. Even Kuratsuchi, who was unhappy, was dragged by Kitsuchi to join the rocks team. At this time, Seito, who knew it was time for him to appear, suddenly appeared beside Inoki and suspended in the sky. Seeing Seito's strange movement, the rock ninja's pupils shrank as they whispered, "It's a space ninjutsu. I am Seito, your new leader." Seito released his momentum, stirring the world's vitality around him to form a substantial pressure on the rock ninjas below. Under Ito-sei's powerful pressure, Iwagakure's ninjas felt like they were in a quagmire with little air. They had difficulty breathing, their faces turned purple, and drops of sweat gradually appeared on their foreheads. They couldn't speak at all. "Damn!" Kuratsuchi, who had a strong personality, cursed in a low voice. She didn't know if she was cursing herself or Seito. "But I don't want to manage the village, so the Kage of the village will still be the Sandame Tsuchikage. I won't intervene in your village's affairs, but as long as I give orders, you must obey and execute them unconditionally. If anyone disobeys, they will be killed." As soon as Seito's voice fell, the pure pressure suddenly changed and became overflowing with killing intent. Many young ninjas couldn't help but tremble and fall to the ground. As a result, Inoki, who was in a good mood when he heard that Seito wouldn't intervene in the village's affairs, stared fiercely at the rock ninjas and was ready to settle accounts with them later. "Okay, you can deal with the rest of the things yourself." Ito-sei slowly withdrew his murderous aura and put away the six-tailed beasts, including Ichibi, Nibi, Sanbai, Yanbi, Gobi, and Hachibi, and turned to look at Inoki with a dark face and said, "You don't need to tell me that." Inoki said stiffly. Seito, who had completed the two tasks of suppressing the rock ninjas and imprinting his image in the hearts of the rock ninjas, was too lazy to care about Inoki. He directly used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared from the eyes of Inoki and the rock ninjas. The next moment, he appeared in a bedroom in the Sand Village. "She's not here." Seito turned his head and looked around the room. He didn't see the owner of the room, Temari, and sighed. He turned his hand and took out a small black ball and sent the message of his arrival to Temari. He then put away the small black ball and walked to the bed and sat down. At the same time, in a building in Sand Village, Temari was wearing a black half-sleeve kimono with a red cloth belt around her waist. She was leisurely looking at the scroll in her hand. She subconsciously reached into the crossed lapels of her kimono and took out the small black ball. She looked down and checked it. In an instant, a paragraph of text composed entirely of fluorescent green numbers was reflected in Temari's eyes. "I'm back. I'm in your house now. Come back quickly." This guy. Seeing the information presented on the small black ball, Temari's face couldn't help but show a happy smile. She pretended to be dissatisfied and muttered. She then put the small black ball back in her arms, rolled up the scroll in her hand, put it back on the scroll rack, turned around, and walked out of the room. "Ida-san, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with. I'll go back first." On the way out of the room, Temari was very polite to a middle-aged ninja who was thin and had a long face, but the combination of facial features gave people a sense of kindness and loyalty. "Oh, it's nothing. Go ahead." Ida-san raised his head and looked at Temari with a smile. Temari bowed to Ida-san again, turned around and walked out of the room and hurried back to her residence. 10 minutes later, with a light G sound, Hanbao opened the door and walked into the room. At this time, Seito, who heard the sound of the door, immediately stood up from the bed and walked toward the entrance. "Why are you back?" Temari, who took off her shoes and walked into the room, looked at Seito, who came to greet her, and asked, "Naturally, I miss you." Seito stretched out his arms and hugged Temari in his arms, smelling the faint fragrance on her body. "If you don't pay attention, you can't smell it all. Come on, do you think I don't know you? If there's nothing, you'll think of coming to me." Temari, who let Seito hug her and put her chin on his shoulder, curled her lips and said, "Oh, you're always so smart. It's not fun for me." Seito moved back slightly and looked at Temari helplessly. "Humph." Temari looked at Seito with disdain. "Call my Gara and Kankuro later. I have something to talk to my Gara." Ito-sei said softly with a slightly serious expression. "Gara, what's the matter?" Temari frowned and asked. "It's about the future of Sand Village." Seito replied ambiguously. "The future of Sand Village?" Temari looked at Seito with a hint of vigilance in her eyes and wondered. "And?" Seito nodded and confirmed. "I see. But now that Gara has become a Kazekage, it's basically impossible to invite him to my place. It will attract the attention of some people in the village. So if you want to see Gara, it's best to go to Gara's place," Temari said without asking anything. "Okay." Seito, who naturally knew that many people in Sand Village didn't have a good impression of Gara, nodded and agreed. "Then I'll use transformation jutsu to become a kunai, and then you'll take me to see Gara." "Okay." Temari nodded and agreed. Then Seito let go of Temari and used transformation jutsu to become a kunai and fell on Temari's outstretched palm. "If possible, hide me in the clothes on your chest." Seito connected with Temari with his spiritual mind and teased. "You wish." Temari rolled her eyes and said angrily. Then she hid him in the place where other weapons were hidden, turned and walked out of the house, and walked towards the Kazekage's office building where Gara was. After a while, Temari came to the Kazekage's office building and saw Gara, who was wearing the same dark red patched clothes with two big dark circles under his eyes, sitting behind the desk and signing documents with the assistance of Joninbaki. "What's the matter?" Gara looked up at Temari, who pushed the door and asked. Temari nodded and looked at Baki and other positions in the room. Gara, who has been a Kage for almost a year, naturally understood the meaning of Temari's behavior and said to Baki, "Baki, you go first, and the rest will be dealt with later." "Yes." Baki agreed, turned, and walked out with the documents that had already been arranged, and looked at Temari with a little doubt when passing by. But he knew that Temari was the one in the village who would not hurt Gara, so he was only puzzled for a moment and didn't care about the matter of Temari looking for Gara. He stepped out of the room. "You guys go too." After Baki left, Gareth said again. After the words fell, accompanied by a slight sound, only Gara, as the Kazekage, and Temari, as Gara's sister, were left in the room. "You can say it now." Gara crossed his fingers, bent his arms, and propped his elbows on the table in front of him, looking at Temari, who stood still and said faintly, "This time it's not that I have something to talk to you about, but that someone else has something to talk to you about." Temari sighed slightly, then turned her hand and took out the kunai, transformed by Seito, and threw it on the ground beside her. Puff! At this time, a light explosion sounded, and then Seito's figure appeared from the rapidly dissipating pale, white energy smoke. "It's you?" Gara, who was expressionless, said with a slightly puzzled voice. "Long time no see, Gara." Seito greeted with a smile. "RS." Chapter 1167. "What are you looking for me for?" Gara, who is not good at pleasantries, asked directly. "I want the power of Sand Ninja," Seito said in a low voice. Hearing Seito's words, Temari beside him immediately frowned slightly and thought of some bad ideas in her mind, especially under the influence of Orochimaru. "You want to start a war?" Gara said with cold eyes. "War is not what I want." Seito shook his head with a smile on his face. "Then what do you want the power of Sand Ninja?" Gara asked with a cold look. "Bring peace to the world, and then get the world," Seito replied in a low voice. This time, Temari's face changed completely. "Do you want to use my hand to provoke the Ninja World War?" Gara asked in a cold tone. "I said, war is not what I want." Seito ignored the sense of oppression in the air and said with a smile on his face. Then he waved in front of him to summon the 9 crystal blue Magatama that sealed the 9-tailed beasts and asked, "Do you know what they are?" Temari and Gara looked at the 9 Magatama floating in front of Seito's chest and did not speak. "Shikaku is sealed here." Seito raised his hand and pointed to the leftmost Magatama. "Shikaku," Temari exclaimed subconsciously. On the side, Gara's pupils shrank sharply. "Yes, it's the tailed beast that was sealed in your body before. I took it from Akatsuki's hands." Seito skillfully threw the blame on the Akatsuki organization that had been scattered. "There are 9 Magatama, you mean? There are 9-tailed beasts sealed here?" At this time, Temari, who recovered from the shock, changed her face. She pointed to the 9 Magatama with a shocked face. "Yes." Seito nodded with a smile on his face and confirmed. "So if I want to start a war, I can do it alone. In that case, what are you doing in my sand village?" Although Gara didn't quite believe Seito's words, he wasn't sure that the 9-tailed beasts weren't in the 9 Tomo. "First, I came to see Temari." Before Temari could react, Seito suddenly reached out and hugged her waist, gently pulling her into his arms. Then, under Templar's red face and embarrassed expression, he continued, "2. For the sake of Temari, I don't want to use violence against Sand Village. I want to make Sand Village my strength in a peaceful way." "That is to say, you have been to other villages before coming to Sand Village?" Gara asked. Although Seito successively subdued Mist Ninja, Cloud Ninja, and Rock Ninja because they were all strong, others couldn't resist the power of force. Therefore, the operation didn't even take half a day. In addition, they were afraid that there were spies from other villages in these 3 villages. Unless they use summoning jutsu, which ignores the distance, to communicate with each other, it will take more than half a day to send a message, so they didn't have enough time to send a message until now. Gara and even Konoha Tsunade didn't receive news that the other 3 villages were attacked. Temari, who also thought of something, raised her head and looked at Seito closely. Seito first bowed his head and smiled at Temari, then looked at Gara again and said, "Yes, before coming to Sand Village to see you, I have been to Mist Ninja, Cloud Ninja, and Rock Ninja." "The result?" I love Gara asked. "It's just like what you're thinking. Mist Ninja, Cloud Ninja, and Rock Ninja were all defeated by me and became my strength." Seito smiled. In an instant, Temari's breath stopped, and her face was full of disbelief. But with her understanding of Seito and her own wisdom analysis, she also understood that what Seito said may be true. "Well, if the 9 bijou are really sealed in those 9 Tomo, show me the bijou in your hand." Gara got up and said, "Yes." Seito nodded and then launched his instant transmission ability. He directly disappeared from the Kazakage office building in Sand Village with Temari and Gara not far away, and appeared in a desert far away from Sand Village. Space ninjutsu. Looking at the strange environment, Gaara said with narrowed eyes. Ito-sei smiled slightly and acquiesced to Gaara's guess. Then, with a thought, shadow clones of Ito-sei appeared beside him in an instant. At the same time, they used instant transmission to disappear in front of Gaara and Temari. Then, a huge enchantment suddenly appeared in mid-air, completely covering this area. Seeing that the barrier that can isolate the aura was ready, Ito waved his right hand lightly, and his fingers gently stroked the surface of the 9 tomo in front of him. A ripple instantly spread from the 9 tomo. Then Ichibi Shikaku, Nibi Matatabi, Sambai Ishii, Yanbi, Gobi, and Biju all appeared in the barrier, forming a circle surrounding Ito, Temari, and Gaara in the center. Feeling the violent aura of the 9 Biju, Temari's face was a little pale as she hugged Ito's waist tightly, seeking a sense of security. "What do you want me to do?" Gaara, who used various methods to determine that he was not in Jinjutsu, looked at Ito and asked, "Gather the villagers and announce in public that I will be the master of Sand Village." Ito, who put away the 9 Biju and removed the shadow clone jutsu and aura shielding barrier, said. Then, when Temari wanted to say something, he continued, "You can rest assured that I will not intervene in your village affairs, and I will not take the position of Kage. You will still be Kazekage." "I don't understand." Gaara, who didn't understand what Ito wanted, shook his head and said, "I said what I want is this world." Ito lowered his head and winked at Temari in his arms. Until then, Temari, who knew that Ito could travel between multiple worlds, completely understood what he meant. She couldn't help but be shocked by Ito's style and ambition. "When I get this world, we can always be together." Ito lowered his head and whispered in Temari's ear. After that, he deliberately opened his mouth and sucked Temari's earlobe. Temari, whose sensitive area was attacked, immediately blushed and lowered her head like an ostrich. Although he felt a little confused about Temari's performance, Gaara nodded and said, "I know. Well, if you announce it directly, it is likely to cause chaos in the village. I think the best way is to use force to settle the elders in the village first, and then announce it in public. Even if some ninjas feel unacceptable, they can minimize the impact of the matter under the comfort of other elders, so that they can smoothly accept the fact that you are the other leader of Sand Village." Just after Gaara's voice fell, Temari quickly suppressed the shyness in her heart and said, "Of course, in the process, it is indispensable to summon those Biju again to deter the villagers." Gaara looked at Ito, obviously letting him make this decision. "Then do as Temari said." After returning to the village, Gaara, you call a meeting of the elders in the village and take them down. Ito decided. Then Ito launched instant transmission again and returned to the Kazekage's office in Sand Village with Temari and Gaara. Then, Ito used transformation jutsu again to transform into Kanai's appearance and was carried by Temari. At the same time, Gaara also found Umbu and issued the decision to convene the elders' meeting, and then stayed in the office with Temari and waited. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he left the office with Temari under the notice of Umbu and walked to another conference room dedicated to the village elders' meeting. "Kazekage-sama, I don't know why you called us here this time." After Gaara walked into the conference room and sat down, an old man who looked to be in his 60s asked, "Puff." As soon as his voice fell, a soft sound rang in the room, and then Ito's figure appeared from the rapidly dissipating pale white smoke. "Let me say this," standing behind Gaara, Ito said with a smile next to Temari. "Who are you? There is no place for you to speak here. You don't know the rules." Before the first old man could speak, the other old man scolded in dissatisfaction. "It's you." At the same time, Baki, who was lucky enough to be seated as the representative of the village's ninja, looked at Ito with a stunned expression. "Baki, who is he?" An elder next to Baki asked. "Konoha's A-class fugitive ninja, Ito," Baki replied. And at the same time, he turned his hand and took out a kunai, stood up, and put on a posture that was ready to attack at any time. "Forget it. let's get you guys under control first. Say Ito, who shook his head slightly and sighed, suddenly turned into a flash of light and disappeared from the place, and then reappeared a second later. With his appearance, except for Gara and Temari, everyone in the conference room, including Baki at the Jonin level, fell to the ground or lay on the table, their limbs swinging uncontrollably. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, scatter body technique. Looking at the situation in the conference room, Temari was shocked, and even the expressionless Gara's pupils shrank sharply. Now you should be able to listen to me. Seito looked at the elders of Sand Village who fell around the huge round table with a warm smile on his face. Then, regardless of what they were thinking, he told the group of elders about his objective and plan. Since you don't speak, I will treat you as Magi. So everyone, sign a contract with me. Chapter 1168. P.S. Thank you to Carlsongs for your precious monthly votes, and thank you to NXCX, Ye's 7 kills, and Nickfany for their rewards. Temari, tell me their names one by one. Say Ito said as he walked towards the soft sand ninja elder with the contract scroll in his hand. Oh, okay. Temari was stunned at first, then nodded, and then looked at the elder that Say Ito walked towards and said, the one next to you is Elder Daigo Nakamoto. Say Ito nodded, shook his hand, opened the contract scroll in his hand, and put it on the table, reached out and grabbed Daigo Nakamoto's arm, pierced the other party's finger with sword energy, and forcibly dragged Daigo Nakamoto's arm to write the name on the contract scroll. In the next second, a mysterious and dark golden light instantly bloomed from the contract scroll, sucking up the blood on the surface of the contract scroll. Daigo Nakamoto's face changed wildly, Gara's pupils shrank, and Temari's face was shocked. A beam of light shot into Daigo Nakamoto's forehead. Continue. Say Ito, who put away Daigo Nakamoto's contract scroll, walked to another elder and said, he is Elder Uchida Takashi, Temari said quickly. Say Ito didn't talk nonsense and forced Uchida Takashi to sign a contract in the same way as he treated Daigo Nakamoto. Elder Mizushima, Damo. Then Say Ito didn't need to say more, and Temari immediately introduced Elder Oda Haruki Hikata. In this way, under the introduction of Temari one by one, Say Ito forced everyone in the room except Gara and Temari to sign the special contract he prepared. Maybe you don't understand the meaning of this contract in my hand, but it doesn't matter. I will tell you its role with the clearest facts. Say Ito, who walked back to Gara, looked at the Sand Ninja elders at the round table and said, just before that, pray silently that you are lucky enough to not be selected by me. After that, Say Ito raised his hand and gently threw the contract scroll, letting it fall freely on the table, then closed his eyes and grabbed a contract scroll from the table. Yamada Daya, it seems that you are very unlucky. Say Ito opened his eyes and looked down at the name recorded on the scroll in his hand and smiled. Then he raised his head and looked again at the elders who desperately looked at him and smiled. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Ha! In an instant, there was a soft sound, and the contract scroll in Ito Sei's hand immediately exploded under the invisible force, turned into a dozen fragments of varying sizes. In the process of falling, it suddenly burst into flames, turning into a pile of ashes that scattered on the table. At the same time, the elder named Yamada Daya let out a shrill scream that lasted for a few seconds. His eyes and his whole body twitched as he lost all signs of life. This is the effect of the contract. As long as the contract is destroyed, the person who signed the contract will suffer the backlash of the contract power. If it's light, they will become an idiot or a vegetable. If it's heavy, their soul will be destroyed, and they will become a pile of rotten meat. With a smile on his face, Ito Mori introduced the power of the contract to the elders whose faces had changed. Of course, the effect of violating the contract is the same, but according to the degree of violation, the strength of the punishment is also different. In addition to the two things I said before, there's also the hope of surviving a little pain, so if the elders are willing, you can try it. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, the surviving elders' faces were as ugly as they could be. Huh. Sei Ito chuckled and waved his hand to put away all the contract scrolls. Then, he stretched his arm forward and released a bolt of lightning at all the elders present. Crackle! Amidst the crisp sound of the lightning, the elders cried out in pain and then stood up from their seats. Evidently, this attack had dispelled the flickering charge technique that they had been afflicted with. The faces of the Sand Ninja elders standing in the same place were full of anger and resentment, but because of the existence of the contract and fear of Ito-Sei's strength, they all did not resist and stood in place without moving. It's very late today. You should go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, we will hold a declaration meeting, Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked at the elders who did not resist. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go back to you first. Then, Sei Ito turned to Gaara and Temari and said. Then, he deliberately greeted Temari and launched the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the conference hall and return to Temari's residence. Temari, you deal with it. After Sei Ito left, Gaara also stood up from his seat and turned to walk out of the conference room. Okay. Temari nodded and agreed. Then, after Gaara left the conference room, she took out the momentum of a strong woman and this group of old guys who used to trouble Gaara's administration to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's villagers' meeting. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that Temari, who had finished talking with the elders, returned to her home and got along with Sei Ito. During this period, naturally there was a lot of kissing and caressing, but even so, the two still didn't do the last step. Well, early the next morning, with the warm breath of the sun shining through the window in the room, Sei Ito and Temari woke up from their sleep one after another. Then Temari, who was naked with blonde hair, looked shocked and woke up completely. She turned over and sat up from the bed. Why are you up so early? Isn't there still some time before the villagers' meeting? Sei Ito turned sideways, supported his head with one arm, and admired Temari's smooth and fit body from the side. I have to get up to cook for you. Temari stood up, walked naked to the small cabinet on the side, leaned over and took out a pair of underwear from the cabinet, and said angrily. Then, while changing his posture, he continued, After that, I have to check the arrangement of the guards. Although you control the lifeline of the elders so that they don't dare to make trouble, how the other ninjas will react is still an uncertain factor. It's better to be more careful. Well, then I'll leave it to you, dear, Sei Ito said with a smile. Temari, who was wearing the special net shirt that could defend against certain attacks, rolled her eyes at Ito-sei. She didn't say anything. Then, she grabbed the black half-sleeve kimono hanging on the wall by the clothes rack and put it on. She tied it with a red cloth belt and turned to walk out of the bedroom. Sei Ito lay on the bed for a while, then got up, took out a set of clean clothes from the Rubik's Cube world, and left the bedroom to wash up in the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Sei Ito and Temari ate the hot breakfast prepared by Temari. After cleaning up the dishes, they walked out of the room and walked towards the Kazakage's office building. Along the way, although many ninjas and villagers were curious about the man who followed Princess Temari, but due to the difference in class, they didn't dare to gossip too much. So after a few glances, they withdrew their gaze and continued to do their own things. It seems that you're very popular in the village. Sei Ito felt the surrounding atmosphere and joked. Humph. Temari raised her chin a little proudly and snorted. Just like that, under the gaze of the people around them from time to time, the two walked into the Kazakage's office building and saw Gaara and Baki, who stood beside him and reported the situation in the village. Seeing Sei Ito and Temari walking into the office, Baki nodded stiffly to the two. Has everything been arranged? Tempura nodded slightly and returned the greeting, then asked, I just checked. The people who need attention are already monitored by the Umbu, and the ninjas responsible for guarding other places are also in place. In addition, a temporary mobile team of about 30 people has been summoned to deal with emergencies. Baki replied, What about the elders? Temari asked again. They've all arrived and are now staying in the lounge next door. Temari nodded and turned to look at the expressionless Gaara. Since there's no problem, issue the summon, Gaara said lightly. Yes. Baki lowered his head and then turned and walked out of the office to inform the people to issue the summon order. Gaara is the kind of silent person who doesn't speak if he can. Although Temari is cheerful and optimistic, she can't say anything to Sei Ito in the presence of Gaara. As for Sei Ito, he has no interest in flirting with someone's sister in front of Gaara. So after Baki left, the office instantly became silent, and only the faint breathing of the three people echoed softly. This situation lasted for 10 minutes before it was broken by Baki, who re-entered the room. Kazakage-sama, the villagers have gathered and can go out. Baki reported. I see, go, and call the elders. Gaara stood up from his seat and ordered. Yes. Baki received the order and then left the room again. Gaara took the lead. Sei Ito and Temari were half a step behind. The three stepped out of the office and walked along the wooden corridor to the large platform at the top of the office building. On the way, the three met the elders who came out of another room and continued to walk to the top of the building. The corridor wasn't long, only about 20 meters long. However, it curved upwards, so it felt like it was longer than 20 meters when he walked along it. Then, the group passed through a door and came to the large platform, welcoming the blue sky and the yellow sand blown by the wind from time to time. As soon as Gaara and the elders appeared in front of the villagers and ninjas of Sand Village, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. They all looked up at the indifferent man standing on the top of the office building overlooking them, their Kazakage Gaara, the elders standing beside Gaara, and Temari, and Sei Ito standing on the other side of Gaara. As for Kankuro, he was not in the village because of the mission, so he did not appear on the scene. I called everyone here today to announce one thing, Gaara said with a blank voice. But in the silent environment, and under the influence of the surrounding environment, his indifferent voice still sounded clearly in the ears of all the villagers. After my discussion with the elders, I officially pledge my loyalty to the one next to me. Gaara pointed to Sei Ito and announced, Sei Ito. Wow. As soon as Gaara's voice fell, the villagers and ninjas who were stimulated by this fierce news couldn't help but make a noise, and a large number of ninjas questioned the elders and Gaara. Why? Why? I'll show you why. Sei Ito, who knew that it was time for him to show his power, snorted coldly. Then, with a flip of his hand, he leaped off the platform and hovered in the air. As if he was stepping on a solid body, he walked step by step to the sky in the center of the villagers. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the 9-tailed beasts sealed in the crystal blue jade and activated them with his thoughts. In an instant, with 9 consecutive huge ripples, the legendary 9-tailed beasts of Naruto's world immediately appeared in the void, supported by Ito Sei's telekinesis, standing in midair with a ferocious look on their faces, releasing their violent chakra without any concealment. As soon as the 9-tailed beasts appeared, whether it was the villagers and ninjas who knew about the tailed beasts, or the elders who stood beside Gaara, who did not resist because of the contract, all of them were stunned on the spot. They looked at the fierce tailed beasts in the sky and couldn't speak. The silence lasted for a few seconds before a woman's high-pitched scream broke the silence. However, this scream seemed to have turned on a panic switch. All the villagers and some of the timid ninjas immediately panicked. They turned around and ran out in a panic. If no one stopped this situation, there would definitely be a trampling accident, and there would be no casualties. Seeing this, Sei Ito's right hand moved slightly, forming a seal, and shouted, Quiet! In an instant, a strange wave spread quickly with Sei Ito as the center, and in a blink of an eye, it enveloped all the people present. Under the influence of this wave, the villagers who originally felt panic in their hearts all calmed down, and their expressions calmed down, and then they involuntarily stopped their panicked footsteps. Seeing this change, Temari immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This is my reason. Who else is against it now? After calming the panic of the people, Sei Ito looked at the people below indifferently and asked, Under the deterrence of the 9-tailed beasts, no one in the entire Sand Village dared to make sound. Very good. Seeing that no one objected, Say Ito nodded slightly and said, "But you can rest assured that Sand Village is still Sand Village, and your Kage is still Gara. I have no interest in intervening in the management of the village, but as long as I have an order, none of you can resist. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." After that, with a wave of his arm, the nine-tailed beasts were taken back into the Magatama. After putting away the Magatama, he turned around and walked back to the platform step by step, standing beside Tamari. Everyone disperse. Gara looked at the frightened villagers and said faintly. After that, he ignored the others and walked into the office building. Chapter 1169. After the Sand Village assembly, Sei Ito stayed with Tamari for a long time. Then he left with a long kiss and used Flying Thunder God Jutsu to appear in Kurenai's house in Konoha. "Oh, she's not at home again." Looking at the empty room, Sei Ito said with some boredom, "Forget it. Let's get down to business first." After that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room in an instant, appearing on the top of the Hokage rock in Konoha, then used transformation jutsu to turn into a black cat, jumped off the Hokage rock, and ran toward the Hokage office building in the center of the village. Under Ito Sei's chakra control, he couldn't sense that the black cat was someone else. Naturally, he wasn't stopped by anyone. He ran smoothly to the outside of the Hokage's office building. He stretched out his paws and climbed up the wooden outer wall until he reached the open window of the Hokage's office. At this time, in the Hokage office, except for Tsunade, who was drinking tea leisurely because of the old guy's restrictions, there was only Shizen, who was wearing a black kimono, holding a dozen documents in her arms, and begging Tsunade to hurry up and deal with it. As for the Umbu, who was assigned to every Hokage to convey orders and take on the duty of protection, probably because she didn't want her behavior to be seen by her subordinates, she was removed by Tsunade. Cat. At this time, Shizen and Tsunade both found the black cat suddenly appeared at the window, and Shizen said with some doubts, "Meow." Sei Ito was very cute and jumped into the Hokage office. Bypassing Tsunade and the desk, he appeared at Shizen's leg, stretched out his head and rubbed Shizen's smooth leg skin. "It seems that this cat likes you very much, Shizen." Tsunade squinted at the cute black cat and said, Shizen looked down at the cat at her leg, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, with a soft sound, a cloud of smoke exploded, and then Sei Ito's figure appeared where the black cat and Shizen were originally standing. As for Shizen, at the moment of the soft sound, she jumped to the side and took out her kunai to guard. "It's really you, Sei Ito." Looking at the figure gradually emerging from the smoke, Tsunade, who was sitting on the chair, said without surprise, "What are you doing back in the village?" Shizen on the side asked loudly. "Of course, I came back to see you too." Sei Ito smiled and turned his head. He looked at Shizen and said, "Shizen, I haven't seen you for a while. Your skin has become a lot smoother." "Bastard." Shizen's face flashed with shame and anger. At the same time, she rushed in front of Ito Sei. He waved his hand and stabbed the kunai out. Shizen's arm. Shizen's body immediately rushed to the side uncontrollably. Shizen, who felt the momentum, twisted her waist fiercely. Her left elbow hit Sei Ito again. Sei Ito's left hand blocked Shizen's elbow, and at the same time, his right hand moved down slightly. His hand fell to Shizen's waist, and he instantly pulled Shizen's body into his arms, bowed his head, and kissed Shizen's neck. Then his figure flashed, and he jumped back, avoiding Shizen's attack again. "Okay, Shizen." Shizen's face was even more angry, and even her cheeks were a little red. When she turned back to face Sei Ito and was ready to attack again, Tsunade, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Shizen glared at Sei Ito bitterly and obediently stepped aside. "Tell me your purpose," Tsunade said in a deep voice. "It's very simple. Under the premise that you are still Hokage, let Konoha officially be under my command," Sei Ito said with a straight face. "What?" Shizen, who didn't expect Sei Ito to make such a request, exclaimed subconsciously. "What if I don't agree?" Tsunade said with a gloomy face. I think with Konoha's intelligence system, you should know what happened in a certain village. I don't want that to happen to Konoha. After all, you, Shizune, and some other people I care about are here. Seito replied with a slight shake of his head. The person mentioned in the intelligence is really you. Tsunade said with a dignified face. Shizune's expression changed when she heard Tsunade's words. She looked at Seito in front of her in disbelief. Obviously, as Tsunade's apprentice, assistant, and most trusted subordinate, she was the first to come into contact with some confidential information in addition to the intelligence department. If I didn't guess wrong, Konoha is the last target, right? Tsunade asked again, ignoring Shizune's change of expression. Yes. Seito nodded and admitted. Then, there was a silence of 10 seconds. Is Kyubi in your hands? Tsunade asked again. Yes, and not only is Kyubi in my hands, the other bijou are also in my hands. Seito nodded and confirmed. What do you want to do? Tsunade's expression changed slightly and asked again. I want this world so that I can see you at any time in the future. Seito said with a deep look at Tsunade. What do you mean? Tsunade, who could understand Seito's words but still didn't understand the deeper meaning, frowned and asked. The literal meaning, I want this world so that you, Konoha, and the ninjas of other villages can help me conquer other worlds when I need it. Seito replied in a low voice. Although his voice was light, the information expressed in his words made Tsunade and Shizune's expression change. Forget it. I'll take you to other worlds. Looking at the look of disbelief on Tsunade and Shizune's faces, Seito chuckled and said, Don't resist, or you'll be strangled by the power of space, or directly thrown into a different space and never come back. After saying that, he opened the Rubik's Cube world and summoned Shizune and Tsunade. Feeling the sudden strange feeling, Tsunade instinctively wanted to summon her chakra to resist, but then she remembered Seito's reminder and rationally suppressed the desire to resist in the bottom of her heart, and kept her guard up and let the power act on her body. The next moment, Tsunade found that the world around her changed, from a shady Konoha village to a strange environment full of strange tall buildings and countless noisy voices. Almost instinctively, Steel Hand, who thought that she was in a strange Jinjutsu, immediately summoned her chakra to break the Jinjutsu on her body. But after a few seconds, Tsunade, who tried the physical damage, chakra frequency conversion, and the strange method to break the Jinjutsu, found that she was still in this strange environment, and nothing changed. Is the test over? At this time, Seito said with a joking voice. This is the other world you mentioned? Tsunade, who still had doubts about everything in front of her, said in a deep voice. Yes. Seito, who walked slowly to Tsunade's side, looked down at the endless flow of the road below and chuckled. Let's go. I'll take you down for a stroll and buy some clothes on the way. After saying that, he mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube world and appeared on the road of the city with Tsunade and Shizune. Ignoring the strange eyes around him, he led the two of them to stroll on the streets. Tsunade and Shizune, who felt strange and suspicious about everything in front of them, didn't speak, and let Seito take them into the beautifully decorated shopping mall to buy exquisite accessories and clothes for them. But for the accessories and clothes, Tsunade didn't show much interest in them. She just chose a small accessory and held it in her hand. Shizune was a little moved by these, but she didn't dare to show too much when Tsunade didn't buy it. Finally, she was forced by Seito to wear a pearl necklace and a short-sleeve top and short skirt in line with the aesthetic concept of urban people. After more than an hour, Seito, who stopped in a park, looked at the two of them and said with a smile, It's almost time to take you back. Otherwise, Konoha's ninjas will go crazy if you disappear too long. Then with a thought, he took the two of them back to the Hokage office building in Konoha Village. Fortunately, the Hokage office is not a place where anyone can get close to, so at this time, the room was still the same as when they left. There was no outsider. Looking at the familiar environment in front of her, except for the time being a little different, Tsunade immediately bowed her head and opened her palm, looking at the small accessory in her palm. After finding that it was still in her hand, she turned her head sharply and looked at Shizun on the side. Shizun, who was still wearing the city beauty costume, was immediately shocked by Tsunade's sharp eyes. "Do you believe me now?" Saito looked at Tsunade and said with a smile. Obviously, from some of Tsunade's movements, Saito guessed Tsunade's mind. She has always suspected that she was in a Jinjutsu before, not the so-called going to another world, including now. "I know you can't accept it for a while, but it doesn't matter. I can give you half a day to adapt. I will come to you tomorrow morning." Saito shook his head and said, then ignored the frowning Tsunade, turned around, and when Shizun's mind was completely focused on Tsunade, he raised his hand and touched her face, laughed, and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to Kurenai's home. "Rogue," Shizun cursed in a low voice with blushing cheeks. At this time, Tsunade, who returned to her senses, didn't say anything, quickly walked past Shizun, opened the door, and left the Hokage office. "Tsunade-sama." Shizun, who was a little stunned, quickly followed and shouted, but Tsunade seemed to have the intention to ignore Shizun and continued to walk out quickly. After a while, she left the Hokage office building and went straight to the medical department. Chapter 1170. Soon, Tsunade walked into Konoha's medical department. She walked into a secret room with a large number of medicinal materials under the greeting of Tsunade-sama, Hokage-sama, from other medical ninjas in the medical department. "Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you?" Standing at the door of the secret room, Shizun asked worriedly as she watched Tsunade picking herbs. "I want to try one last time to see if I'm really in a Jinjutsu," Tsunade said. "Ah," Shizun exclaimed. "Tsunade-sama, are you suspecting that everything we saw before was a Jinjutsu, including now?" "No. To be precise, I don't know if I'm in a Jinjutsu or not. But no matter what, I want to try one last time to find the answer." Tsunade paused and sighed. Then she continued to pick up the herbs on the shelf. "Tsunade-sama, are you going to test it with a potion?" Shizun asked. "Well, I'm going to mix a special potion that can suppress chakra to a certain extent and disrupt the mind. As long as I take this potion, I'll know if I'm in a Jinjutsu or not," Tsunade said in a deep voice. In Naruto's world, the so-called Jinjutsu is a kind of ninjutsu that disturbs the enemy's sense and consciousness through the five senses. The way to break the Jinjutsu is very simple. One is to use self-harm to stimulate the changes in the psychic power through pain to break the Jinjutsu. The second is to break the Jinjutsu by controlling one's chakra to break the Jinjutsu. The third is to use the other party's chakra to break the Jinjutsu. From this, it can be seen that if Tsunade's potion is effective, the Jinjutsu will be broken under the influence of the potion. Even Yakumo's Jinjutsu will be the same. If she's not a Jinjutsu, at most, her strength will be reduced temporarily and her head will hurt for a while. But with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, it won't last long. It won't take more than an hour. As for the potion, it won't work. That was impossible for Tsunade, who was known as the holy hand of medicine. If there was a situation where the potion didn't have any effect, it proved that she was in Jinjutsu at this time. Otherwise, the herbs she took were all in line with the standard. His technique was also well practiced. Then why was the concoction ineffective? It wasn't like this was the first time they had developed this toy. They still needed to be tested. After more than 10 minutes, Tsunade picked out all the required herbs and left the secret room with Shizun. Then he walked towards the medicine dispensing room deep inside the medical department. "Shizun, go outside the door and don't let anyone come in." After a while, Tsunade walked into the pharmacy and ordered with a serious face. "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Silent Sound, who also knew the seriousness of the matter, replied solemnly. She then left the room and stood guard at the door. Seeing Shizun go out, Tsunade didn't hesitate and started concocting a special hallucinogenic potion. Under Tsunade's concentration, a few minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and a bottle of lavender odorless potion finally appeared in her hand. Looking at the prepared potion in her hand, Tsunade raised her head and drank the potion without hesitation. She had to admit that the potion in Naruto's world worked fast. Almost half a minute later, The chakra in Tsunade's body was affected by a strange force, and the circulation speed became slow, difficult, and disorderly. At the same time, a tingling pain followed from Tsunade's mind, which made Tsunade frown involuntarily. Isn't it Jinjutsu? Silent endured for a moment and found that there was no change in the outside world, but the effect of the potion did take place. Tsunade frowned and whispered. Then she simply cleaned up the console, turned around, and walked out of the pharmacy, called Shizune, and walked back to the Hokage office building. Along the way, Tsunade frowned as if she was thinking about something. Creak, accompanied by a soft sound from the door, a strange red long-sleeve top that seemed to be made of long, interlaced bandages. The lower part of the body was also wrapped tightly with bandages that looked like safety shorts. The exposed left arm of the person was carrying several containers full of vegetables. The person opened the door and walked into the room. Hey, Kurenai, long time no see. Looking at Kurenai, who opened the door and walked into the room, Seito, who was sitting on the sofa at this time, raised his hand and greeted her with a smile. Seeing Seito, Kurenai's pupil shrank, quickly turned around and looked outside the room. After finding that no one was nearby, she quickly closed the door and exhaled a long breath. Don't you know that your identity is very sensitive? How dare you swagger out? Aren't you afraid of being seen by the dark group? She put the vegetables aside and squatted down to take off her shoes and said angrily, Of course I know, but I came out to say hello to you after confirming that there was no one around. I don't want to trouble you because of my business. Seito walked to the entrance and leaned over to pick up the vegetables. You came back this time? Kurenai, who followed Seito into the kitchen, asked. Completely solve my identity as a traitor ninja so that I can be with you openly in the future. Seito put the vegetables on the kitchen counter, took out the vegetables inside, and handed them to Kurenai one by one, and let her decide whether to put them in the refrigerator or immediately wash them to make food. Really? Kurenai said with some surprise. Really? Seito nodded affirmatively. Phew, that's great. Kurenai felt that this was the best news she had heard in a while, so she said with a happy smile. By the way, when did you come back? Kurenai asked again. I've been back for a long time. I waited for you at home for a long time, but you didn't come back, so I went to see Tsunade. Seito didn't hide it and replied very simply. You met with Tsunade-sama? Kurenai's hand movement paused, and she was surprised. Seeing Kurenai's surprised look, Seito kissed her and smiled. Of course. Otherwise, how can I solve my identity as a traitor ninja? You two didn't fight? Kurenai, who waved her hand and slapped Seito's arm, asked. If we fought, would the village be so quiet? At least the Hokage building would be destroyed. Seito smiled. That's true. Kurenai thought about it and found that this was indeed the case. Then he put down his thoughts and chatted with Ito-sei about his own affairs and the current affairs in the village. At the same time, he tidied up the vegetables he bought to make dinner. With Seito's company and assistance, Kurenai quickly prepared dinner for 2 people and enjoyed it together with Seito. After dinner, the two who reunited after a long time quickly cleaned up the dishes and went into the bathroom together to take a bath. But after a while, a mellow sound of joy faintly sounded in the room. Obviously, the two of them were like dry firewood and raging fire. Even if there was water, it couldn't completely extinguish the fire in their hearts. In addition to the bathroom, the living room, kitchen, and bedroom also became a place for the two of them to have fun. All kinds of strange movements were also performed by various kinds of furniture in the house, and Seito's ability, adding to the fun. The next morning, Seito, who was full of energy, got out of bed early and took the initiative to make a meal for Kurenai, who was exhausted last night. After enjoying it together with her, Seito once again used his instant transmission ability and appeared in the Hokage office building. Unfortunately, at this time, a ninja was reporting something to Tsunade. Whoosh! Almost at the moment when Seito appeared, the ninja immediately appeared behind him and put his kunai on Seito's neck. As expected of Kakashi, your reaction speed is really sharp. Seito, who didn't care about the kunai on his neck, praised with a smile on his face. After that, Sei Ito's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless lightning and disappeared from Kakashi's arms. Kakashi, who discovered Sei Ito's change, didn't dare to hesitate and immediately became alert, quickly exploring the situation in the office. At this time, the scattered lightning gathered slightly in the position of the door, but it didn't completely transform into a human form and turned into a blue streamer and appeared beside Kakashi, entangling him. Puff! Kakashi, who was entangled by lightning, immediately turned into a wooden stake and disappeared from his place. Kakashi's reaction speed was fast enough, but Sei Ito's speed was faster, and almost instantly he shot toward Kakashi, who appeared in the room again. Raikiri. Knowing that it was impossible to escape by dodging, Kakashi let out a low roar and used his palm covered in lightning to meet the incoming lightning. But at the moment when the two were about to collide, the lightning once again exploded into countless small lightning bolts, and the Raikiri released by Kakashi went behind him, emitting weak lightning tentacles that hit Kakashi's body. Plop! The next moment, Kakashi's body fell heavily to the ground. It was still the same lightning created by the special chakra production method to invade the enemy's body, and the purpose was to destroy the human body's nerve conduction signal. Kakashi, who was hit by the lightning, was like a baby who couldn't control his body, twisting on the ground. So what do you think? Sei Ito, who had just reformed his body, looked at Tsunade and asked, "Do you think it's possible for me to refuse?" Tsunade looked back at Sei Ito and said in a flat tone, "Phew, I knew you would make the right choice." Sei Ito, who got the answer, said happily, "I really don't want to be your enemy." Chapter 1171. For Tsunade, since the village elders were killed, there were almost no restrictions around her. Since she decided to agree to Sei Ito's request, she naturally didn't hesitate. She immediately asked Shizen to go out and find someone to inform the leaders of the large, medium, and small families in the village to come and hold a meeting. Undo the jutsu for Kakashi. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi, who was still lying on the ground. Okay. Sei Ito nodded, and with a wave of his hand, an electric light immediately flew out from his hand and fell on Kakashi, scattering the special electronic signal formed by the flickering body jutsu. Wrapped in electric current, Kakashi's body sank into the wooden floor of the office. Ugh! Kakashi, who groaned slightly in pain, moved his limbs lightly and stood up from the ground. Then he stepped aside, looked at Sei Ito standing in the room, and Tsunade, sitting next to him, took out heaven from his ninja bag, leaned against the wall, and looked down. As for the discussion between Tsunade and Sei Ito, Kakashi was very ninja and didn't ask. Anyway, the elders of the village will be held later. As the current head of the Hitaki clan, he was also one of the members of the meeting. Sooner or later, he would figure it out. In the silence of the three, a few minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Tsunade-sama, the notice has been sent. At this time, with a soft sound, Shizen, who had left the office to convey the order, returned to the room to report. Yes. Tsunade nodded and didn't speak. Then the room was silent again. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the silence was broken by the noise made by Tsunade when she got up. Let's go. Tsunade, who walked around the desk, said in a sonorous tone. Sei Ito, Shizen, and Kakashi didn't speak. They straightened their spirits and walked out of the office behind Tsunade. They walked to another large conference room in the office building dedicated to such meetings. A minute later, the four of them came outside the conference room, pushed the door, and walked in. Hokage-sama. Seeing Tsunade push open the door and enter the conference room, the leaders and elders sitting in the conference room immediately stood up and greeted her. Tsunade nodded to them and took Shizen and Sei Ito to the innermost seat of Hokage and sat down. As for Kakashi, who had also followed along, when he passed by an empty chair, he stopped. He stopped there. Sit down. Tsunade sat down on a chair and said to everyone in the room, Creak. The elders and patriarchs sat back down on their chairs. Hokage-sama, if I remember correctly, The person behind you should be Ito Sei, the traitor of the village. Why is he here? After everyone sat down, Konoha asked. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, who had a conflict with Sei Ito because of the pressure point jutsu, looked at Sei Ito with white eyes without pupils and questioned him. Because the reason why you are gathered here today is related to him. Regarding the arrogance of the biggest family in Konoha. Konoha didn't oppose Tsunade on the surface. But Tsunade didn't like the Hyuga clan, who had a lot of tricks in the dark. She glanced at Hayashi Hyuga. She replied in a low voice. When her words fell, all the patriarchs and elders present were shocked and listened carefully. Shizune, send the information first. Tsunade suddenly ordered Shizune. Yes. Jingyin solemnly agreed and walked to the side of the conference table. She handed out the documents that she had prepared before coming to the family heads and elders present. The patriarchs and elders who received the information bowed their heads and looked at it. Almost instantly, all the patriarchs and elders' faces changed color, and their bodies exuded a burst of oppressive aura. This information recorded the latest information about the mist, cloud, rock, and sand ninja villages. Hokage-sama, is the content of this information true? A patriarch asked with a heavy expression. This information has been confirmed by the intelligence department, and it's true. Tsunade replied with her hands crossed and her elbows on the table in front of her. Wow, as soon as Tsunade's voice fell, the conference room immediately became noisy. I don't know what Hokage-sama means. Another patriarch frowned and said. As soon as this sentence came out, the patriarchs and elders who were still noisy immediately stopped and focused their attention on Tsunade. Do you think we can resist the attack of the nine-tailed beast together? Tsunade asked. Everyone present had experienced or survived the nine-tailed beast attack. Naturally, they had a clear understanding of the power of the nine-tailed beasts, so no one could give a clear answer to this question. It can even be said that this silence was because they didn't think their village could defeat the nine-tailed beast attack. I've already met the owner of the nine-tailed beasts. After a pause, Tsunade spoke again. In an instant, all the patriarchs and elders' eyes fell on Tsunade again. And this is the reason why I've gathered all of you here. Tsunade's gaze swept across the patriarchs and elders present one by one, and slowly said, in order to avoid a large number of casualties, I have decided to surrender the village. After that, there was a long silence, but as observant ninjas, whether it's Tsunade, Shizune, Ito Sei, or the other families sitting there, they can see a trace of relief in each other's eyes. Obviously, they also think that this is the best choice, but this kind of thing can't be said by them. Otherwise, it will leave other people to talk about it. But if it's Tsunade, the Hokage, says it, even if something happens, they can push all the blame to her afterward and increase the family's influence in the village. Then they can learn from other villages and play the role of Hokage or something. Tsunade, who almost instantly understood the thoughts of these old guys, snorted coldly in her heart. Say Ito, you say the rest. Tsunade leaned back on the chair. She said with her hands crossed in front of her chest. Hearing Tsunade's words, some quick-witted people, such as Shikaka Nara of the Nara clan and Kakashi of the Hitaki clan, all narrowed their eyes and understood Ito Sei's identity. He was the master of the nine-tailed beasts, and he was the one who defeated the 4 great ninja villages. I think many people have guessed my identity now. Yes, I'm the person mentioned in the information you have, the dangerous person who has all the nine-tailed beasts in his hands. Sei Ito, who walked to Tsunade's side and stood still, looked at everyone in the room with a smile on his face and said, You are the future master of Konoha. Although with Tsunade's words as a foundation, the people present didn't doubt the authenticity of Sei Ito's words too much, but in order to make them completely believe his words, Sei Ito summoned the nine-tailed beast sealed inside the nine-tailed beasts in front of him. He activated some of its functions and released the chakra belonging to the tailed beasts. Feeling the violent chakra emitted from the nine-tailed beasts, everyone, including Tsunade, narrowed their eyes and stared at the nine-tailed beasts. But you can rest assured, I have no interest in managing the village or anything. The management of the village is still under the responsibility of Tsunade, who is the Hokage. All the procedures and benefits will remain the same. Of course, if any of you want to give away the benefits in your hands, I don't mind. Then, without waiting for others to speak, Seito took the lead to speak to appease them, to say that they're loyal to the village. Most of them are absolutely loyal, but if they can protect their own interests on the basis of this loyalty, of course, it is better. So when Seito's guarantee came out, everyone present was slightly relieved. Isn't there one more person at the top? Anyway, there was someone at the top before. At most, this new guy is an elder with real power. This time, even Hyuga Hayashi, who didn't get along with Seito, didn't say anything and acquiesced. In fact, in Orochimaru's plan of Konoha's collapse, Seito took away almost all the women and children of the Hyuga clan branch family. Although the Hyuga clan still maintained the title of the first Kekkei clan in Konoha, the situation inside was not so good, almost to the extent that it was almost to the point of extinction. Because the Hyuga clan, without the branch family women, except for the few dozen unmarried women, other women were either members of the main family or married women, and it was impossible for them to complete the effective task of carrying on the bloodline. Of course, the elders of the Hyuga clan didn't find a way to solve this problem, but they were afraid of the blood of the Hyuga clan flowing out, so they almost didn't think about it and cut off the most effective solution of intermarriage with other clans. Instead, they found a way to solve the problem based on the existing situation. One is to encourage fertility, let all the female ninjas retire and go home to focus on giving birth to children, and the other is to have more than one woman. However, this plan of having more than one woman is really a bit of a moral, and the elders of the Hyuga clan didn't want to become the biggest joke in Konoha because of this matter, so the second method was also put aside and decided not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. It's just that in this way, the remaining unmarried women in the clan immediately became the target of the whole clan. There was no way. There were too many men, and most of them had never touched a woman, so it was urgent. For this reason, Hyuga Hayashi, who probably still had some fatherly heart in his heart, and wanted to win over Niji, the genius ninja, after thinking for a while, he betrothed Hinata, who was destined to be a daughter of the branch family in the future, to Niji. Well, the topic is a bit off topic, back to the main text, but just in case, let's sign a contract which is good for everyone. Seito turned his hand and took out a dozen contract scrolls with slightly changed contents and sent them to everyone with psychokinesis. After all, as a former ninja of Konoha, I don't want to do anything to hurt Konoha. The elders reached out and took the contract scrolls, opened them, and bowed their heads to read it. The content was not much different from the contract signed by the elders of the other villages. The core of the contract was to be loyal to Seito wholeheartedly, and not to betray him in any form or in any way. The only difference is that Seito didn't directly write the punishment part of the contract on the contract, but set it as a way to appear after the contract takes effect. After all, for the elders of Konoha, it's better to play some tricks. If it's too direct, they might feel that their lives are out of control and do something similar to the will of fire. Everyone, let's sign. After waiting for a few seconds, Seito still didn't see anyone sign and said with narrowed eyes. At the same time, he released his momentum, wrapped in the power of heaven and earth, and suppressed everyone except Tsunade and Shizune. Feeling the majestic momentum and pressure like the pressure of heaven and earth, the faces of the elders present immediately changed, and the faces of the slightly weaker people were pale, and a touch of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Under this pressure, the leaders of two small clans gritted their teeth, opened their mouths, and bit their fingers, and wrote their names on the contract scroll with their own blood as ink according to the requirements of the contract. Almost instantly, several dark golden streamers flew out from the contract signed by the leaders of the two small clans and disappeared into their foreheads. Very good. Seeing this, Seito nodded and smiled slightly, and then with a wave of one hand, the contract scroll signed by the two leaders was taken back, and the pressure on the two leaders was transferred to the others. It's just that this kind of thing is afraid of someone taking the lead. So after the two leaders of the small clan signed the contract and showed a look of lingering fear, several other leaders of the small clans signed the contract with gritted teeth. Then, the leaders of several families at the bottom of the medium-sized clans also signed the contract. Then the medium-sized clans, the big clans. But after signing the contract and seeing the punishment content suddenly appeared on the contract, the faces of the leaders of the clans were very ugly, and they made a cold snort. After a long while, under the pressure of the momentum, all the leaders of the clans signed the contract. "Thank you for your cooperation," Sei Ito, who received the last contract in his hand, said with a smile. "Tsunade, gather the villagers, hold a meeting, and announce the matter." Sei Ito turned to look at Tsunade and said, "Shizen, go and issue the order to gather the villagers." Tsunade directly ordered Shizen. "Yes." Shizen agreed and quickly walked out of the conference room to convey Tsunade's order. It wasn't until half an hour later that they returned to the conference room with a depressing atmosphere to inform Tsunade and the elders of the clans that the villagers had gathered. "Let's go, everyone." Sei Ito looked at everyone with a smile and then walked out of the conference room with Tsunade, who stood up from her seat. Behind the two of them, the elders of the other clans also lined up with their respective identities and followed. Chapter 1172. Under the awe of Tsunade, who has a high reputation, and the elders of the various clans who represent almost half of the elite ninjas, the announcement went very smoothly. Itsunari didn't have to do anything major, and his image was implanted in the hearts of all the villagers and ninjas in Konoha. It was also at this time that Kurenai finally understood what Sei Ito meant by solving the problem of being a rebellious ninja. After that, Sei Ito stayed in Konoha for another day to accompany the shocked Kurenai and Anko Mitarashi. After that, he said goodbye to Shizune and Tsunade and left Konoha to hunt down the rebellious ninjas. After a few days, Sei Ito's figure appeared in a deserted wasteland. Then Sei Ito's mind moved, and more than 30 rebellious ninjas appeared in front of him. The weakest one was a Chunin, and the strongest one was a Jonin. Obviously, these rebellious ninjas were hypnotized and controlled by Sei Ito's powerful psychic ability. "Everyone, face each other," Sei Ito ordered loudly. With that, the 30-plus ninjas immediately turned around and faced the other ninjas. "Hand seals," Sei Ito ordered loudly again. Hearing the order, the rebellious ninjas immediately raised their hands and formed the same hand seals at the same speed. At this time, if Konoha's Sandaime and Yondaime were here, they would discover that the hand seals formed by these rebellious ninjas were the Shiki seal, a forbidden jutsu. About 3 seconds later, all the rebellious ninjas finished forming all the hand seals required for the Shiki seal. In the next second, all the rebellious ninjas finished forming the hand seals. More than 30 ferocious death gods that looked exactly the same as the evil spirits in the Japanese legends of the origin world appeared behind these traitorous ninjas. Seeing this, Ito Sei, who had retreated a lot, raised his arms to the sky and loudly chanted the words of the White Horse, one of the 10 incarnations of Yulislag. "For victory, come to me quickly. Undying Sun, please give me a shining steed. Horses with sufficient intelligence, bring over the light wheel that is like your master's." After that, a huge fireball that looked like a second sun suddenly appeared in the sky, and then with a wave of Sei Ito's hand, it turned into a flame spear and flew down from the sky. It fell down towards the rebellious ninjas who were using the Shiki seal. "Let me see. What the hell is this Shinigami?" Ito Sei stared at the more than 30 Shinigami shadows floating quietly behind the renegade ninja. The Grim Reapers, who had been floating in the air like soulless phantoms, looked up at the sky at the same time as if they had sensed something. There was a look of fear on their faces. But even so, the Shinigami whose body was bound by the rebellious ninjas couldn't dodge at all. They could only watch helplessly as the holy flame with the sun attribute fell to the ground. It turned into a large sea of fire and burned the Shinigami shadow. Roar! Under the burning of the holy flame of the sun, the Shinigami shadow couldn't resist at all and was burned into nothingness, making a sound that ordinary people couldn't hear at all. The sound full of anger and unwillingness echoed between heaven and earth. Sure enough, it's an intelligent Shinigami. Seito narrowed his eyes and thought when he heard the sound of the Shinigami's shadow being burned into nothingness. Since that's the case, I might as well do it again, so that he won't come out and cause trouble for me when I devour the world. Thinking of this, Seito ignored the holy flame of the sun that was still burning fiercely. He turned around and walked to the side, waving his hand to summon the three-tiered octagonal white jade altar that he had created when he was summoning the soul of Alicia's daughter in Naya's world, and placed it on the ground in front of him. Then, Seito spread out his psychic power and began to draw on the ground with the altar as the center. A few minutes later, a huge circular complex formation appeared on the ground. Activate! Itomori made a seal with both hands and let out a low shout. In an instant, the entire formation bloomed with a gentle white light, illuminating the white jade altar in the center of the formation. With a thought, Seito summoned a traitorous ninja that he had deliberately left behind and ordered him to walk into the formation and stand on the altar. Seito then spread out his psychic power, and with the help of the energy in his body, he absorbed the surrounding natural force and formed the image of a 3-meter-tall Shinigami that enveloped Seito. At the same time, he summoned the divine sword in his hand, Celestial Clouds, which had also been enlarged several times. Heaven cluster fate, devour this power, Seito ordered with a thought, activating the authority of lightning that he had obtained from Mercado's divinity. Yes, Celestial Clouds responded telepathically. Make the hand seal, Seito ordered the traitorous ninja standing on the altar. The traitorous ninja, who had been hypnotized and controlled long ago, did not hesitate. He immediately raised his hands and made the hand seal in front of him. In just 2 or 3 seconds, another apparition of the Grim Reaper appeared behind the traitorous ninja. Upon seeing this new apparition of the Grim Reaper, Seito did not hesitate. He swung the Celestial Clouds in his hand, which was covered with the power of lightning, at the apparition of the Grim Reaper. Pooh! Without any resistance, the apparition of the Grim Reaper was instantly cut in half by the divine sword, Celestial Clouds. Under the bombardment of the divine lightning, the apparition of the Grim Reaper shattered into countless fragments and quickly disappeared. At this moment, the array on the ground that was emitting a misty white light suddenly lit up. The white jade altar in the center of the array also blossomed with a magnificent light. It produced a strange force that sucked in the energy of the Grim Reaper's shadow that was quickly disappearing in the array. It quickly gathered and compressed the energy. Phew! Now I can only hope that the new formation will be powerful enough to achieve the effect of the 72 Taoist techniques, ethereal passage. Seito thought to himself as he dispersed his avatar and put away the Celestial Clouds. He looked at the small gray ball that was gradually being compressed to the size of a mothball on the altar. The ethereal passage of the Taoist techniques was to communicate with the netherworld and communicate with the dead. A typical example of this was the legend of witches in the countryside in the 80s and 80s. Of course, there were also instances where one soul left their body and entered the underworld. For example, in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong caused havoc in the underworld and changed the book of life and death. As for the specific effects, it all depended on the caster. After waiting silently for a few more seconds, the altar finally finished gathering all the scattered spirits. Seito walked up to the altar and used the soul absorption technique of the 72 Taoist techniques to collect the spirit ball in his hand. Then he put away the white jade altar under his feet and used the earth release technique of the 5 elements to level the ground. Only then did he re-engrave the formation on the ground. Although Seito wanted to use the ethereal passage technique, he didn't want to play the dangerous method of the soul leaving his body. Seito was prepared to use multiple formations to achieve the goal of ethereal passage. First, he had to set up the 6-ding 6-jia formation to stabilize the left side of the space. Then, he had to set up the 5-element rotation formation inside the 6-ding 6-jia formation to gather energy. Finally, he had to set up the yin-yang spell formation in the center to locate the ghost gate. After all, the world of Naruto is a Japanese world. The culture and the appearance of the Shinigami are also Japanese, so if you want to find the right ghost gate, the Japanese yin-yang technique is the most important. As long as the northeast corner is set, the yin-yang technique that can connect the ghost gate and the 6-ding 6-jia gate formation will be combined, and the purpose of space fusion will be basically achieved. However, it is still very troublesome to set up such a connected array, not to mention that there are only 2 systems of formations that are connected in theory. Therefore, even with Seito's powerful computing power, it took a long time to complete the arrangement of the array. It's finally done. Seito, who finished the arrangement of the stacked array, exhaled a long breath. Then his expression changed, and he stimulated the energy in his body to activate the formation under his feet. In an instant, the outermost 6-ding 6-jia gate formation and the innermost yin-yang technique formation lit up at the same time, respectively blooming with pale golden and silver-white light, and they invaded each other together. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 rays of light converged together, forming a light that is close to platinum. At the same time, the space located in the northeast corner of the array immediately became blurred and distorted under the illumination of this platinum light, exuding a cold chill. As soon as this chill appeared, Seito, who knew that the ghost gate has been connected, quickly changed his hand seal, activating the 5-element rotation formation, extracting the surrounding natural energy, and attacking the ghost gate. In just a few seconds, a black hole exuding a strong cold aura appeared in front of Seito. Seito threw a special kunai with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, activating the sovereign power of Hades in the kunai, and without hesitation, he jumped into the black hole in front of him and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Is this the hell of Naruto's world? It's dark enough. Looking at the endless darkness in front of him, Seito curled his lips and said. Then with a flip of his wrist, he took out the soul ball compressed by the Shinigami shadow in his hand, made a hand seal with one hand, and cast the soul-chasing technique of the 72 Taoist arts. In the next moment, the soul ball immediately flew out of Seito's hand and flew forward. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate and followed closely behind the soul ball, walking forward. In the dark hell, the concept of time is completely blurred, and Seito didn't know how long he walked and how far he walked. Suddenly, a majestic ancient hall appeared not far in front of Seito, and under the dim light of the fire, it reflected in Seito's eyes. Is this the Shinigami's palace? Looking at the building in front of him that was getting closer and closer, Seito secretly thought. Just in case, while Seito maintained the activation of the Lord of Hades, he also divided a part of his spirit to activate Mitra's Sun authority, restoring the White Horse authority that had been used once. Chapter 1173. Fortunately, Seito's body was shrouded in the eerie aura of the sovereign power of the underworld. Otherwise, the moment Mitra activated the power of the sun, the Grim Reaper residing in the palace would have sensed it. In addition, it was also thanks to the concealment of the underworld sovereignty that the aura of a living person on Itosei's body did not attract the attention of the various souls, evil spirits, and the Grim Reaper in the palace that might exist in the darkness, allowing him to come here safely. Just as Seito withstood the pressure of using his authority, he finally entered the palace under the guidance of the soul orb and headed towards the room where the death god was. Let me go. Kill me. As Seito got closer to the final target, he could clearly hear miserable screams and painful pleas for mercy. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. If an ordinary person heard these cries, Even a normal person would be scared to the point of insanity and become mentally ill. They might even be scared to death by this terrifying environment and become a resident here. But then again, if Ito was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to come here. Ito ignored the screams in his ears and continued to follow the spirit's soul ball without stopping. After passing a corner, a huge room instantly came into his sight. At the same time, a picture of hellish ghosts playing appeared in front of Ito's eyes. In the huge room, other than Ito's original target, the Grim Reaper, there were more than 10 red Japanese ghosts. These little ghosts, who were only a head taller than humans, were grabbing them with their hands. They would either use their long forks to throw human souls into the frying pan in front of them, or place them on a barbecue grill to be fried, or send them directly to their mouths to be devoured, causing these human souls to let out miserable screams. And Ito's target, the Grim Reaper, violently grabbed a female human soul and pressed her under its body. Its waist was moving back and forth rapidly, doing the most primitive human entertainment. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ito did not say a word. He directly activated the white horse's authority and devoured the celestial clouds that suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, with a flip of his wrist, he threw out the celestial clouds that was already covered in the holy sun fire like a javelin. Whoosh! In an instant, there was a slight sound of something breaking through the air. The celestial clouds instantly flew through the space between and the Grim Reaper like a bolt of lightning and pierced straight into the body of a human soul that the Grim Reaper casually grabbed as a shield. "Release!" shouted Ito. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy flames on the heavenly cluster cloud blade burst forth. It turned into a flaming meteor and spread in all directions. Bearing the brunt, the Grim Reaper was bombarded by a large amount of holy sun fire, and its body burned violently. However, the Grim Reaper was still the Grim Reaper of Naruto's world. Even if it was naturally restrained by the holy sun fire, it was not immediately burned into nothingness. Instead, it still maintained its vitality and transferred batches of human souls into its mouth, transforming them into its unique dark energy to resist the damage to its body. However, although it survived, the dozen or so little ghosts around it were not so lucky. They were immediately burned into nothingness by the holy sun fire. At this time, Ito's mind moved and silently separated a shadow clone that carried the authority of the Persian sun god Mitra, the sun that rises in the east. Bring light to this world of darkness. The shadow clone opened its mouth and chanted the words to activate the authority. As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling ball of fire instantly appeared in the completely dark hell, emitting an endless amount of light and heat, illuminating the hundreds of miles around the Grim Reaper's palace. Some of the light even penetrated the windows of the Grim Reaper's palace and shone into the palace. Following that, Ito once again created a shadow clone. However, this shadow clone carried the authority of Urislagna that was one with Mitra. For victory, come to me quickly. Undying sun, grant me a shining steed. Steed with intelligence. Bring me the light wheel that is enlisting your lord. Under the illumination of Mitra's authority, the shadow clone that had its limit on the number of times it could use its authority immediately opened its mouth and chanted the white horse authority of the sun. As soon as the words were spoken, a blazing ball of light once again rose up in the sky of hell. A flaming spear then shot out from the ball of light and fell towards the Grim Reaper's palace below. Whoosh! A huge hole was instantly burned through the palace that was completely materialized out of dark energy, while leaving a portion of the flames to continue burning the entire building. The flaming spear quickly fell towards the Grim Reaper's palace. It landed beside the Grim Reaper, who was using human souls to replenish his own energy, and turned into a sea of fire that burned fiercely. As soon as the flames of the sun began to burn, the shadow clone that carried Mitra's authority of the sun immediately activated the authority in its body and formed an energy barrier that could block the flames of the white horse. It enveloped Ito and the other shadow clone, preventing them from being burned by the flames of the white horse. After all, Ito, who instigated the war between multiple worlds and brought suffering to countless people, was also a sinner who deserved to be burned. I can't replenish this guy anymore. Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, in my capacity as the Lord of Hell, I order you to invade. Ito's true body that retained all the authority of Mercado, and Hermes opened its mouth and chanted the words of the Lord of Hell, once again activating the authority of the Lord of Hell. In an instant, with Ito as the center, an indescribable power spread out and corroded the surrounding space of Hell, transforming it into a world of Hell that belonged to Ito. Under the corrosion of this power, a large area of scorched earth began to appear under Ito's feet and quickly spread out. Due to the existence of the flames of the sun and the eastern sun that hung high in the sky, the chaotic power of Hell was quickly invaded and occupied by Ito's authority of the underworld, turning it into a land of Hell that belonged to Ito. In my capacity as the Lord of Hell, I order that those who are not my subjects are not allowed to enter my land. Ito, who felt the connection between himself and the scorched earth under his feet, ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the souls that were summoned by the Grim Reaper but could not enter the circle due to the existence of the flames of the sun and remained on the scorched earth seemed to be transported away by an invisible force, immediately disappearing from Ito's underworld. I am the Lord of Hell, and at the same time, the God of the sky. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts become the punishment weapon in my hands to punish sinners and punish sinners. Then, while Ito maintained the activation of the authority of the Lord of Hell, he also activated Mercado's authority of the sky god. In the next moment, a large number of dark clouds began to appear in the sky that was a mixture of darkness and light. At the same time, dazzling blue thunderbolts leaped about in the dark clouds. Then, there was a rumbling sound. With a loud explosion, a dozen or so blue-white thunderbolts as thick as a child's arm suddenly flew out of the clouds and landed on the wretched Grim Reaper, who was surrounded and burning by the sun's fire, almost at the same time. I'm willing to serve you as my master. Please let me go. The Wraith Grim Reaper, whose body was heavily blurred, tried its best to circulate its energy so that it would not die under the attack while begging Ito. Obviously, the evil spirit Grim Reaper was scared and gave in under this series of intense attacks that didn't give it any time to react. Hand over your soul core, and I'll let you go, Ito said coldly. The so-called soul core was basically the most fundamental substance that made up a soul. As long as the soul core was still there was a chance for it to recover, even if it was severely injured. However, if something happened to the soul core, then there was no hope for this soul. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause the soul to scatter and turn into ashes. Of course, Ito did not mean that the Wraith Grim Reaper would actually hand over his soul core. Instead, he would hand over a part of his soul core, allowing Ito to have the right to kill him, just like Refine, the spirit-branded retainer. Okay, the Wraith Grim Reaper agreed without hesitation when he was at the mercy of Xian. Please remove the surrounding flames first. The Wraith Grim Reaper continued. Ito gave a look to Urislagna's shadow clone. The latter understood and dispersed the power that kept the White Horse incarnation active, allowing the flames on the ground to gradually extinguish. All right, hand over your soul core, Ito reminded. The Wraith Grim Reaper looked up at the clouds in the sky that were still rumbling with lightning, then sensed the underworld's power that was difficult to mobilize around it. It understood that even without the terrifying flames of the sun, it might not be able to escape. The Wraith Grim Reaper obediently split a part of its soul core and was about to deliver it to Ito. Just stand there, Ito suddenly said with narrowed eyes. The Wraith Grim Reaper froze when he heard this, but obediently stayed where he was. Judging from the Wraith Grim Reaper's sudden stiffening movement, it was obvious that the Wraith Grim Reaper was up to no good just now. The most likely action it would take was to suddenly attack Sei-Ito when it approached Sei-Ito. The Shadow Clone understood and slowly walked up to the Wraith Grim Reaper. It took the Wraith Grim Reaper's soul core fragment from its hand, then turned around and returned to Sei-Ito's side, handing the soul core fragment to him. After receiving the soul core fragment, Sei-Ito did not hesitate. He immediately used the Yin-Yang technique to refine spirit-branded retainers in front of the Wraith Grim Reaper to seal the soul core fragment into a medium made of Leah stone and put it away. Chapter 1174. After subduing the Grim Reaper, Sei-Ito didn't want to stay in this dark hell any longer. After glancing at the respectful Grim Reaper not far away, he removed the two shadow clones and launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to leave the hell and return to the Naruto world. Roar! Seeing Sei-Ito leave, the Grim Reaper immediately made a furious roar and waved his hand to grab 4 or 5 human souls and put them into his mouth and chewed to vent the anger in his heart. Ah! Under the influence of the special rules of hell, the human souls that didn't die immediately made a shrill scream, rendering the hell horrifying. Breathing the fresh air of Naruto world, Sei-Ito asked Rubik's Cube with his mind, "Magic Cube, can you devour now? You have reached the standard of devouring. You can now devour the world." Magic Cube's information appeared in Sei-Ito's mind and replied, "That's good." Sei-Ito nodded. Then he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to Konoha village and stayed with Kurenai for 2 days. After teasing Mitarashi Anko and Shizen, he went to Sand Village to say goodbye to Temari and flashed into the Magic Cube world. Speaking of Grim Reaper, maybe I should go to that world to have a look. After all, in terms of soul evolution, that world is unique. But unfortunately, Sister is now in a state of retreat. Otherwise, I can take her see it together. Sei-Ito, who was suspended in the void of the Magic Cube world, thought. Magic Cube, teleport. Then Sei-Ito temporarily put these thoughts aside and looked up and ordered. Teleportation begins. After the words fell, a huge dark vortex hidden in the void immediately emerged. It rotated at a high speed, producing a boundless suction force. It sucked Ito Sei, who was suspended below it, into it, causing him to turn into a streamer and disappear in the center of the vortex. Crackle! With a familiar sound of glass breaking, Sei-Ito's figure appeared in a strange space that seemed to be mixed with countless watercolors. This is the dimensional space in Magical Girl Naruto's world. Fortunately, every time he teleported into a new world through the Magic Cube, there will be a special energy to protect himself for a short time. So Sei-Ito didn't feel anything when he suddenly appeared in the dimensional space. But even so, it's not a pleasant thing to expose the body in the dimensional space for too long. So Sei-Ito didn't hesitate. Immediately, a huge dimensional teleportation magic circle appeared under his feet. Along with the light that soared into the sky from the magic circle, he left the dimensional space and appeared in a new world. According to the coordinate data in his memory, this new world is the 33rd world under the administration. It's an inhabited world, but compared to the world Naruto, Narj to Naruto, Naru's world, to Naruto, Naruto, it's Naruto, Narradit Naruto, Nark. After Naruto, NAR, he, and disappeared, Naru. Earth release. Soon, Sei-Ito's figure appeared more than 30 meters below the ground. Sei-Ito, who had recondensed his figure, didn't talk nonsense. He immediately opened the Magic Cube world to devour the surrounding soil and began to create an underground space. Under the devouring of the Magic Cube world, it didn't take long for a huge space comparable to a modern city to appear in front of Sei-Ito. At this time, Sei-Ito spread out his mental power and divided it into more than 100 slender, tentacle-like mental power threads. He then engraved magic circles on the walls of the entire space to strengthen the walls to prevent the space from collapsing. have a concealment function to prevent detection, and have a powerful defensive function. It wasn't until nearly a day later that Sei Ito finally finished engraving all the magic circles needed on the walls of this huge space. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed and appeared on the ground of the space. He used his mind to take out artificial ecological systems, fighter production lines, new generation nightmare production lines, and all kinds of living facilities from the Magic Cube world and installed them in the space. It looked like he was going to turn this place into a full-scale combat base. This time, because it was all simple installation and construction work, except for the construction of the houses, Sei Ito didn't need to do anything. As long as there were enough construction robots and multifunctional fighters, they could be competent. Therefore, despite the huge amount of work, it still took less than a day to complete the installation with a large number of robots working tirelessly. Sure enough, large-scale construction, especially in the aspect of basic construction, the performance of alchemy is truly heaven-defying. Sei Ito couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the underground city in front of him that was becoming suitable for human habitation under the combined operation of the artificial ecological system and the 3D artificial natural scenery simulation system. He then stayed in the underground city until more than a day later when he felt that the air in the underground city had reached the standard for human habitation. Then he summoned Yagami Hayaf, Sinyo, Vita, Zafira, Shammar, and the Book of the Night Sky, Lynx Fatet, who was becoming more and more homesick, Naya Takamachi, Valletta, Cornelia, Lishinka, the former second round table knight of the Britannia Empire and Lelouch's world, Bertolis Francos, the fourth round table knight, Doretta, the ninth round table knight, Nonnet, and the 12th round table knight, Monica. Only the 6th round table knight, Anya, was not summoned by Sei Ito because Cornelia had arranged for her to stay by Euphemia's side. Yagami Hayaf and Naya Takamachi, who suddenly appeared, looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and subconsciously let out a low gasp of surprise. It was worth mentioning that Yagami Hayaf, Naya Takamachi, and Fatet no longer looked like primary school students. Instead, they looked like beautiful 15-year-old girls. Your Majesty. Lishinka knelt on one knee and bowed. Your Majesty. Bertolis, who had a stiff expression, also knelt down like Valletta. However, Doretta, whose skin was darker than Valletta's, Nonnet, who had a stronger personality, and Monica, who looked like a girl next door, also knelt down on one knee and greeted respectfully. As for the princess consort, Valletta and Cornelia, they stood on the side in their original manner. Oniai-sama. After the people from Lelouch bowed, Yagami Hayaf playfully stuck out his tongue and greeted Sei Ito. Koshi-kun. Naya Takamachi and Fatet also greeted. You may all rise. Sei Ito first greeted Yagami Hayaf, Naya Takamachi, and Fatet with a smile before looking at the people who were still kneeling on one knee. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 5 people who received permission thanked him in unison before standing up together. Everyone, listen up. Sei Ito's expression turned serious as he said loudly, Yes. This time, other than Yagami Hakaz, Takamachi Naya, and Fady, even the 2 princesses, Valletta and Cornelia, also stood up and responded solemnly with the 5 of them. Cornelia, from now on, I appoint you as the Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Force. You will lead the entire army. Sei Ito looked at Cornelia and announced, Yes. Cornelia replied solemnly. Lishinka, I appoint you as the Supreme Commander, Chief of Staff, and Marshal of the Expeditionary Force. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Lishinka, the only male in the group. Yes, Your Majesty. Bertolis, I appoint you as the Chief Intelligence Officer of the Expeditionary Force. Sei Ito looked at the blonde beauty again and announced, Yes. Valletta, Doretta, Nonite, and Monica. The 4 of you will be the generals of the Expeditionary Force. Sei Ito looked at the remaining 4 women from the Lelouxiu world and ordered, Yes, Your Majesty. The 4 of them replied in unison. Yagami Hayaf, Naya Takamachi, and Fatet. At this time, Sei Ito looked at Yagami Hayaf, Naya Takamachi, and Fatet. Yes. Yagami Hayaf and the other two were stunned when they heard this. After they regained their senses, they quickly followed suit and replied solemnly. However, no matter how hard they tried, Sei Ito could see a lot of nervousness and excitement on Yagami Hayaf's face. On the other hand, Naya Takamachi and Fatet were at a loss. The three of you will form a special mobile squad. You will only be responsible to the commander-in-chief and the marshal. Sei Ito said solemnly. Yes. Yagami Hayaf and the other two responded loudly. The conquest mission this time is a little different. This world is not simply a world formed by a single planet. It is a multidimensional world formed by countless worlds. Therefore, the mission is very difficult. You must be careful. After that, Sei Ito turned to Cornelia and Lishinka and said, "You can ask Fatet, Sinyo, and the others for the details." Okay. Cornelia nodded. Fatet and Sinyo, who were frowning, nodded. Sinyo was obviously interested in the expedition that Sei Ito mentioned. Also, be careful of the Sage Monarch Church. They are a giant beast hiding in the dark. Sei Ito reminded them one last time. After that, he ignored them and activated the Rubik's Cube world. He began to summon a large number of soldiers, nightmare, and fighter pilots to form the first team of the expedition. This summoning lasted for a few hours. It only ended when the entire underground city was filled. In just a few hours, more than 1 million active duty soldiers and fighter pilots were summoned. This was something that could only be done in the Rubik's Cube world, which had several worlds as its base. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of time just to create 1 million fighter pilots. These are the first soldiers. You can decide how to allocate them. After the summoning ended, Sei Ito turned to Cornelia and the others and said, "However, it's best that you don't place too much hope on these troops. If possible, it's better to recruit some magisters during the expedition." "I understand," Cornelia said, following which Sei Ito gave Cornelia and the others a brief introduction of the underground city, especially the ammunition warehouses, food warehouses, weapon production lines, and other important locations. He also told them how to enter and leave the underground city. After explaining all of this, Sei Ito activated the dimensional transfer magic array again and left the underground city. He then appeared in the dimensional space that separated the worlds. Sei Ito, who had created a protective barrier around himself using the power of space, summoned a supersized dimensional battleship before Sei Ito and quietly hovered in the dimensional space. Since Sei Ito had summoned a dimensional battleship, it was naturally different from the Space Administration's version. Not only was it twice as large, but it also had a rich array of weapons. Not only did it have an energy cannon system and the rainbow cannon installed on the dimensional battleship, but it also had a pure material weapon system, such as rocket launchers, physical ammunition, and so on. It was basically a war fortress. Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the dimensional space. He then appeared in the dimensional battleship. As soon as Sei Ito appeared in the bridge, several pleasant female voices immediately called out, "Master." Sei Ito looked at the several women in the Gundam World's Earth United Army's white military uniforms and nodded with a smile. These women were the operators of the dimensional battleship named Athena. They were true knights created by Sei Ito using the Guardian Knight system. "Connect me to the underground city." Sei Ito, who was sitting in the captain's seat, ordered. "Yes." A female knight immediately responded and turned her chair. Her hands turned into afterimages as she quickly typed on the keyboard in front of her. In the next moment, the figures of Cornelia and the others who were in the underground city appeared on the huge optical screen in the Athena battleship. "If you don't want it, I'll use the portal to teleport you over," Sei Ito said to the few people on the screen. Without Sei Ito's instructions, the female knight, who was the operator, immediately got to work. After 5 seconds, Cornelia, Valletta, Lishinka, Doretta, Nanette, Monica Bertolis, Yagami Hayaku, Sinyo, Zafira, Shaimar, Vita, Takamachi Naya, and Fetty appeared in a teleportation portal in the battleship. "Welcome to Athena." Sei Ito turned his chair to face the teleportation portal. He stood up and smiled at the people who walked out of the teleportation portal. Is this battleship called Athena? Yagami Hayaku, who had already understood the location from Shimar, asked curiously as he sized up the interior of the battleship. Yes, Athena is the name of this battleship. At the same time, it will be the base and transportation of your special mobile squad. Seito smiled. Chapter 1175. Yagami Jifeng subconsciously exclaimed. Even Takamachi Naya and Fetty were shocked. As a special mobile unit, you will have to support different battlefields in the future. It's too troublesome to use personal teleportation portals, and you might not be able to reach your destination. So, it's necessary to have a dimensional ship as your base, Ito explained with a smile. They are. Sinyo looked at the female knights who were operating the machine and asked thoughtfully, Do you feel it? They're the same as you, Seito said with a smile. Master Sinyo. The female knights who heard Seito and Sinyo's conversation turned their chairs around and greeted Sinyo. Nice to meet you, Sinyo replied with a surprised tone. Sinyo is shy. Yagami Jifeng teased as he felt that Sinyo's expression was very interesting. Of course not. Sinyo blushed and retorted in a low voice. However, her expression made Shammar and the others who were familiar with her feel that it was the truth. Sinyo is so interesting like this, Fetty said with a blushing face. Upon hearing Fetty's words, Sinyo revealed a helpless expression and stopped retorting. Cornelia, after the troops are reorganized, select a group of elites and send them to Athena to be the ship's guards, Seito said to Cornelia after they finished chatting. Got it, Cornelia nodded. Jifeng, I'll leave this ship to you, Seito said to Yagami Jifeng. Okay, big brother. I'll make good use of this ship, Yagami Jifeng said with a fist full of energy. Okay, I believe in you, Seito patted Yagami Jifeng's head and smiled. Big brother, I'm already an adult. I won't grow taller if you rub my head like that, Yagami Jifeng complained as he fixed his hair with both hands. It's okay, I'm here. You won't grow any taller, Seito said casually. Yagami Jifeng turned his head away angrily and pretended to ignore him. Okay, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Lynx. She's also one of the designers of this ship. You can also communicate with them, Seito said with a smile. Okay, Yagami Jifeng didn't really want to ignore Seito and nodded. I'll leave the rest to you. I hope that when I come back, I can hear good news from you. Ito Sei's eyes scattered, taking in everyone's figures into his eyes and smiled. Aren't you going to stay behind? Takamoto Naya asked with some confusion. Not for now. I still have some things to deal with in other worlds. I'll only come back after I'm done with those things. Seito shook his head and replied. Oh, Takamoto Naya replied in a low voice. Okay, I'll leave a shadow clone here, Seito said as he looked at Takamoto Naya's expression. With that, a new Seito appeared beside him. Then, without waiting for the others to react, the new Seito immediately turned into a ferret and climbed up Takamoto Naya's body to her shoulder. He then stuck out his small tongue and licked Takamoto Naya's cheek. Swish, Takamoto Naya's face immediately turned crimson and lowered her head in embarrassment. Big brother dotes on Naya-chan so much, Yagami Jifeng said with a teasing smile. That's not true. The blushing Takamoto Naya carefully looked at Seito, who was looking at her with a smile on his face, and refuted in a flustered and shy tone. Hee, your breasts are wide open. Yagami Jifeng held his chin with one hand and chuckled in a low voice like a detective. Okay, don't bully Naya anymore. I'm leaving. Seito stretched out his hand and touched Yagami Jifeng's forehead with a smile. Then, he looked at the others and activated the dimensional transfer magic circle under his feet. With a flash of light, he left the dimensional ship Athena and returned to the underground city in Dimension 33. Then, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube continued to teleport. Seito ordered in the Rubik's Cube world. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black vortex that was rotating at a high speed immediately emerged from the void, producing a powerful suction force that sucked Sei-Ito into it. Sei-Ito turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the center of the vortex. Crackle. Amidst the familiar sound of glass breaking, Sei-Ito's figure appeared in the sky above the sea. Then, with a thought, Archangel appeared in the sky. Although it looked the same, the materials of the ship's hull, the ship's weapon system, and some other functions had changed drastically. At this time, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and appeared in the bridge of Archangel. Because of the need for Archangel to attack in advance, all the staff members were already on Archangel and were on standby in their respective positions. However, compared to before, not only did the staff on Archangel have changed a lot, but even the number of staff members had decreased. After all, with the existence of various robots and artificial intelligence, some positions, such as the repair team, no longer required a large number of experienced personnel. Instead, a large number of specialized engineers took over. Activate the space camouflage system. Sei-Ito appeared in the bridge and ordered. Yes, the artificial intelligence system of Archangel, the original artificial intelligence, had now become humanized and could gather the active particles in the surrounding air to form a three-dimensional shape. With the change of command, Archangel, which was quietly floating on the sea, immediately became transparent and disappeared completely from the sea. What is the mission this time? Her legs were wrapped in thick black silk stockings, and she was wearing a white tight-fitting skirt with only black embellishments on the collar, shoulders, and cuffs. Other than the fact that there was no military rank, it was basically the uniform of the Earth Alliance Army. She turned her head and asked Ito Seiji, who was walking to her side. Connect the Earth and bring the new humans under our rule. Sei-Ito said calmly. New humans? You mean we are now back in the world where Natale and I were born? Maru was taken aback and asked quickly. But Kilialu, who was also wearing the Earth Alliance Army uniform, heard the words and also looked at Sei-Ito. Yes. Sei-Ito looked at the two and smiled. Since we already have enough power, it's unreasonable to not eat this world. And we can also reunite Natale and his family, so why not? Sei-Ito's eyes fell completely on Bakilialu. Bakilialu's mouth moved, and there was a touch of emotion on her face. But soon, it was suppressed by Bakilialu, who entered the military state, and her expression returned to its original rigid appearance. Can we do it with just us? Maru said hesitantly. Of course not. So we need to use some special means, which is why I summoned Yoshiko this time. Sei-Ito glanced at Uchiha Yoshiko, standing next to Bakilialu, and Karen, and smiled. With the existence of the powerful hypnosis ability of Sharingan, we can completely control a group of high-level members of the Earth Alliance Army and strengthen our military strength through them. As for the rest, with the current performance of Archangel and Karen's piloting ability and airframe performance, except for the Gundam piloted by Kira, we can completely crush the military airframes, including Obu and Plant. Since you have decided, then so be it. Maru nodded and said, I will leave the specific strategic arrangements to you, Xianglin. Sei-Ito turned to look at Zhou Xianglin, standing beside him, and said, Yes. Zhou Xianglin agreed. Sei-Ito absolutely believes that with Zhou Xianglin, the world's top tactician, second only to the protagonist Luxiu, Lishinka, and Skenezel in Luxiu's world, it will be a piece of cake to deal with the Gundam World's Alliance Army, and they will definitely achieve a brilliant victory. Target. New York, let's go. Sei-Ito ordered loudly. In the moment when the Alas family was destroyed by the Cyclops system, and the Batailloma was destroyed by Plant, New York, the original economic center of the United States, once again became the core location of the United Earth Alliance, especially the Atlantic Federation. However, in terms of influence, New York is much weaker than Obu, where the hero of the war, Kajali Ashura, is, but because its foundation is thick enough, it is not much worse. Target. New York near. The helmsman, Arnold Newman, who is also the original helmsman of Archangel from the Gundam world, said loudly. The next moment, under the protection of the space camouflage, the hull of Archangel immediately trembled, and under the propulsion of a special power system, it rushed towards the direction of North America at high speed. CC Take advantage of this period of time. See if you can attract the spiritual bodies of this world and become the Alea of this world. After the archangel set sail, Seito turned his head to look at the bored girl with curly hair, CC, who was still wearing the beige one-piece restraint suit, and said, CC is no longer the same as before. Even if she is very lazy, with Seito's full support of the willpower energy group to advance to the incubation stage and could advance to the awakening stage at any time, CC's status and ability have also increased a lot. Especially under the situation where Seito requires her to cultivate her mental power, CC, who is outside her mental power, can already vaguely feel the spiritual bodies of the Seito floating in the space of various worlds. In other words, as long as the conditions are right, and with a purposeful guidance, CC can completely turn herself into the Alea of a world. RS. Chapter 1176. CC frowned when she heard this, but she still nodded and agreed. High-quality update. The reason why CC frowned after hearing Seito's request was that she was affected by the trouble of absorbing free spiritual bodies for the first time after mastering this ability. Although those are free spiritual bodies, the thoughts and emotions contained in them are completely different. Some are full of positive emotions, such as joy in human emotions, and some are full of negative emotions, such as hatred in human emotions. Without any precautions, CC was immediately affected by the thoughts and emotions contained in the free spiritual bodies for the first time, and she felt very unhappy. Fortunately, CC herself has always been connected to the will energy in a mysterious way. So after being affected, she immediately stimulated Seito's consciousness, which is the core of the will energy, and under his powerful will energy, those influences were expelled and separated from CC. As a result, CC has also officially mastered the means of not being affected by those free spiritual bodies in the state of traction. Otherwise, even if Seito asked her to do so, CC would never agree to his request. After all, the one who will suffer in the end is herself, not Seito. Seeing that CC agreed, Seito flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, and then in the next second, the two Seito reappeared in the bridge of Archangel. I'll leave things here to you. I'm leaving. One of the two, Seito said. After that, Maui, Bakilialu, and others nodded and disappeared from the bridge of Archangel again. Back in the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube. Let's go back to Naruto's world. Seito, standing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, looked up and ordered. Transmission begins. As soon as the words fell, the familiar huge dark vortex emerged from the void again, rotating at high speed and sucking Seito into it, turning him into a streamer and annihilating him from the center of the vortex. Because the Rubik's Cube didn't close the world passage before, Seito, who didn't need to break the world barrier, instantly appeared in Naruto's world. High-quality update. Phew. Looking at the half-familiar blue sky and white clouds, Seito exhaled softly and entered the Rubik's Cube world again. He appeared in the void and summoned Old Man Seito, who was managing the newly established yin-yang puppet on the spirit-eating continent, to his side. Don Ito, who suddenly felt the change in the environment, was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He looked at Seito beside him. Later, I will devour a world. Grandpa, you can experience it from the side, but remember, don't try to break through here, Seito explained and reminded him again. I understand. He had already participated in this experience once. Don Ito, who had more or less heard about the situation from his daughter, Eriko, nodded in understanding. Grandpa, you should start cultivating. I'm going to start, Seito reminded. Okay, Don Ito agreed. He stepped back for a distance, then sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, Seito also issued the command to start devouring the world in his heart. Start sealing the space-time channel. As Seito's command fell, A large amount of cloud-like energy appeared in front of all the space-time channels except for the one leading to Naruto's world. It squirmed into a very complicated pattern. Just looking at it would make people feel dizzy. It wrapped those space-time channels hidden in the void and sealed them. The space-time channel seal is complete, starting the current space-time point transfer. Starting the dimensional distortion. Dimensional distortion is complete, officially entering the relative dimensional void space. Space-time channel mode conversion commencing. At the same time, the internal vortex of the only space-time channel leading to Naruto's world kept rotating and immediately expanded outward. It didn't take long for the space-time channel to become a thick channel with two ends of the same size, and it continued to expand without stopping until it finally formed a huge channel with one end big and the other small. It looked like a loudspeaker. High-quality update. The space-time channel conversion is complete. Devouring begins. What's wrong, say Ito? Almost at the same time, Ito Sei, who had transformed into a ferret on Takamori Nao's shoulder, paused for a moment and attracted the attention of Takamori Nao, who was the closest to her. Hearing Takamori Nao's words, Yagami Jikaze, Fujitsu, and the others who were discussing something stopped and looked at him. I'm fine. Sei Ito shook his head and said, Oh. Seeing that Sei Ito was fine, Takamori Naya nodded and continued to talk with Yagami Jikaze, Fujitsu, and Sinyo. Their discussion was about the team composition of the Special Mobile Forces, as well as the upcoming World War. How is it? In another world, in the lounge of the Archangel, Sei Ito looked at CC, who was sitting cross-legged on an alloy bed, and slowly opened her eyes. I can pull them, CC said expressionlessly. Ow! Looking at CC's expression, Sei Ito knew that she was using her shielding ability and asked again. This world is really messed up. Almost 60% of the free spirits were filled with evil thoughts, CC complained as he slowly deactivated his shielding ability. His expression became gentler. Thank you for your hard work. Sei Ito comforted her. I want to eat pizza, strawberry pizza. CC put down her legs and looked at Sei Ito on the bed. Okay, I'll get it for you. Sei Ito knew that since CC asked, she must want to eat it now. He smiled and walked out of the lounge to the cafeteria of the Archangel. Soon, Sei Ito walked into the cafeteria closest to CC's lounge. He turned and walked into the kitchen, took out the ingredients for making pizza, and started to make the strawberry pizza that CC requested. Speaking of which, the modified Archangel was not only a full-field mech carrier ship with exaggerated performance and combat power, it was also a space colonization ship that was similar to the semi-colonial satellite ship in the Fortress world. With more and more space technology, except for the lack of various material manufacturing factories, the Archangel basically had all kinds of daily necessities. It even had a hot spring room. Under Sei Ito's skillful hands, it only took 20 minutes for several different flavors of pizza to come out of the oven. According to Sei Ito's understanding of CC, if CC didn't have enough pizza, she would definitely not be satisfied with only one flavor of pizza. She would definitely continue to look for pizza when she was bored. Instead of making on the spot, it was better to make it now to avoid trouble. Then, Sei Ito picked up the pizza, left the kitchen, and walked towards CC's lounge. After handing the pizza to CC, Sei Ito turned and left again, walking towards the garage. A few minutes later, Sei Ito came to the garage used to store mechs. In an instant, the Red Lotus Saint Ba G style, Flying Phoenix, Red Heresy Gundam, and Blue Heresy Gundam entered Sei Ito's sight. Among them, the Red Lotus Saint Ba G style and Flying Phoenix belonged to Karen and Zhou Xianlin's exclusive mech. Only the Blue Heresy Gundam was reserved for Sei Ito's use. As for the Red Heresy Gundam, it was similar to Zhou Xianlin's Flying Phoenix. It was considered a backup and would only be activated when needed. Sei Ito greeted the maintenance staff and jumped onto the Blue Heresy Gundam. He flipped into the cockpit and began to adjust the Blue Heresy Gundam's OS system. He changed the data that was originally used to coordinate with Valletta to his own data. Under the operation of the electromagnetic control ability, The Blue Heresy Gundam's OS system was completely changed in a few minutes. It was a new system that ran faster and had more extreme requirements for the pilot's operation. Well, in the absence of Valletta, I can only do it myself, Seito thought as he retracted his ability. As for the other mech operator, Zhou Xianlin, she was born in the Luxiu's science and technology tree. She almost didn't develop any space technology. If she was on the Earth, she could use Flying Phoenix's performance to show off, but if she was in the universe, she would become a target. What's more, this time Zhou Xianlin was called out mainly because of her ability to command a battle. Her piloting ability was not really needed. Seito, who had adjusted the data of the Red Heresy Gundam, got out of the cockpit and landed on the ground. He left the garage and chatted with Karen, Maliu, Baki Lulu, and Uchiha Yoshiko to pass the time. In this way, while Seito and the others were chatting and playing after several days of sailing, the Archangel finally arrived in the United States and appeared near New York, which was also a coastal city. Malu, Natale, Karen, you three take care of the Archangel. Yoshiko and I will deal with this matter. In the bridge, Seito looked at the three and said, "All right." Maliu thought about it and found that this was indeed the best choice, so she nodded and agreed. Seeing that Maliu agreed, Seito left the bridge with Uchiha Yoshiko, who had changed into a black dress and exuded the temperament of an ice beauty, and appeared in the downtown area of New York with instant transmission. Compared to New York in the main world, New York in the Gundam world was not much worse. The streets were full of pedestrians and cars on both sides of the street. Seito, who casually looked at the surrounding environment, grabbed a resident who happened to pass by them, pulled him into a corner, and used hypnosis energy to control him, and asked him about the location of the United Government. Chapter 1177. In the world of Gundam ED, Seito's psychic force and Uchiha Yoshiko's Sharingan are like a BUG. They didn't even need to use much of their power, and the New York citizen that was captured by them spilled everything he knew. If it weren't for the fact that Seito and Uchiha Yoshiko weren't interested in his privacy, they might have even asked him when he peed on the bed, when he lost his semen, where he did it for the first time, and who he did it with for the first time. After learning the location of the office of the Atlantic Confederation, Edo-sei casually erased the man's memory of him and Uchiha Yoshiko, left the corner, and walked towards the office of the Atlantic Confederation while strolling on the street like a stroll. New York is a bustling city. Its area is very large, and the road situation is very complicated. It took Seito and Uchiha Yoshiko more than half an hour to smoothly arrive at the Atlantic Confederation's office. At this time, Uchiha Yoshiko's originally dark pupils changed into a bright red color, and two dark hexagrams slowly rotated in her eyes. Under the influence of Uchiha Yoshiko's Sharingan, the officers of the Atlantic Confederation around them acted as if they didn't see them at all, and let them walk into the station and towards the office building inside. A few minutes later, the two entered the office building and found a middle-aged man with the military rank of Major General in a room without a sign on the door. And then at the moment when the middle-aged man didn't react at all, Seito used hypnosis ability to control the middle-aged man and began to brainwash him. As an ordinary person, the middle-aged Major General was quickly implanted in Edo-sei's deep consciousness and became a puppet under his control. Sama. The Major General's eyelids trembled slightly, and his eyes regained their light, and he respectfully saluted Seito. Do your best to gather all the high-level officers in the station, Seito ordered as he sat down on the chair next to him. Yes, the Major General replied. He then picked up the phone and used the internal communication line to contact all the higher-ups of the station. He either gave orders, tried to build friendships, or used the mouth of a report to invite them to the station to participate in a meeting that did not exist. By the way, what's your name? Seito suddenly asked after the Major General finished contacting everyone. Sir, my name is Richard's son. The Major General, who had just finished contacting the officer, quickly stood at attention and answered seriously. Are you a member of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum? Seito nodded and asked again. No, Richard's son replied. Then do you know who it is? Seito continued to ask. Royman Ross Charles. Richard reported a name almost without thinking. Then, he continued to name a few more names in a hesitant tone. The only one I can be sure of is Royman. Although the others seem to favor the blue Persian chrysanthemum, there is no substantial evidence to prove that they are members of the blue Persian chrysanthemum. Richard's son replied cautiously. It doesn't matter. Write down the names of all the members of the blue Persian chrysanthemum and those who favor the blue Persian chrysanthemum that you know. Not only the high-level officers, but also the middle and low-level officers. Seito nodded and ordered. Yes. Richard's son replied. Then he lowered his body and sat back in a chair. He reached for a ballpoint pen on the desk and wrote on a blank piece of A4 paper. In order to make it easier for Seito to check, he carefully wrote down the person's military position, unit, department, and other relevant information behind each name. In an instant, only the rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the surface of the paper could be heard in the room. It was not until a few minutes later that Richard's son stopped what he was doing. He lowered his head to check the contents of the paper and stood up from his seat with the paper in his hand. Sir, that's all I know. After a while, after confirming that there were no mistakes, Richard's son walked to Seito's side and handed the paper in his hand to him. Seito reached out and took the paper, looked at it casually, and then handed it to Uchiha Yoshiko, who was standing behind him. Uchiha Yoshiko took the paper with one hand, folded it without looking at it, and put on her waist. After that, Seito chatted with Richard's son for a while and asked about the information of Bakaliru's family. When he felt that it was about time, he walked out of the room under Richard's son's guidance and walked to the conference room. Along the way, in order to avoid trouble, Yoshiko opened her Sharingan again and used Genjutsu to make herself and Seito disappear from the sight of others. Soon, the three of them arrived at the door of the conference room. Richard's son reached out and opened the door of the conference room and walked in with Seito and Yoshiko. In an instant, a narrow rectangular room appeared in front of Seito and Yoshiko's eyes. More than a dozen men in white uniforms of the Earth Army, ranging in age from 30 to 50 years old, were sitting on chairs on both sides of an oval table, whispering to each other. Richard's son skillfully greeted the various officers in the conference room and said some unpleasant words to some of his opponents, while walking into the conference room with Seito and Yoshiko, who disappeared from the sight of others under the effect of Genjutsu, and sat down on a chair. Although Richard's son arrived, he wasn't the person with the highest military rank here, so he couldn't immediately announce the start of the meeting and could only wait for the arrival of the last few elders like everyone else. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long, and after another 7 or 8 minutes, the last few elders finally took their seats in the conference room. Cough. Richard's son. What is the matter that requires everyone in the base to be called for a meeting? The old man in his 60s, sitting on the main seat, asked. This. Richard's son was taken aback. He just made up a reason to fool everyone. He didn't know what to do, so he tried to keep a calm face and looked at Seito and Yoshiko from the corner of his eyes. Seito didn't let Richard's son make a fool of himself and immediately spread out his psychic force, bringing everyone in the conference room into the Genjutsu he created and began to carefully hypnotize and brainwash them. In less than 10 minutes, all the officers present were implanted by Seito, and they became his puppets under his control. Although the number of these people was small, only about 20 people, they basically included all the top officers of the Atlantic Federation on Earth, except for the generals and commanders of the garrisons and other high-level officers. That is, Seito, who controlled them, basically controlled the entire Atlantic Federation. Write down everything you know about the members of Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, Seito ordered as he retracted his psychic force. A female officer on the side, who acted as a recorder, immediately stood up and distributed the white paper in her hand to all the officers, one by one, for them to write down the names of the members of Blue Persian Chrysanthemum. Although Seito had the Archangel, Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, and blue Heresy Gundam in his hands. Even if a war really broke out, he would still be very happy if he could smoothly take over the Gundam ED world without a war. Therefore, as the fuse of war in the Gundam ED world, extremist organizations like Blue Persian Chrysanthemum became his first target. Of course, in order to avoid the possibility of fish escaping the net as much as possible, Saito would not blindly attack now, but wait until he had control of the European Union before carrying out a unified attack. Speaking of which, although Blue Persian Chrysanthemum was a worldwide extremist organization composed of merchants, arms dealers, and aristocrats from many countries, its members and scope of activities were mainly within the Atlantic Federation and the European Union. Although members of Blue Persian Chrysanthemum had infiltrated the East Asian Union, which was also one of the three major political groups in the world, as well as small countries such as the Equator Alliance. Although there were members of Blue Persian Chrysanthemum who had infiltrated the East Asian Union, which was also one of the three major political groups in the world, as well as small countries such as the Equator Alliance. However, under the joint suppression of the Atlantic Federation and the European Union, the East Asian Union, which was often used as a cannon fodder group, suffered the least losses, but its vitality was also greatly damaged. Yoshiko, you stay here and continue to hypnotize the officers who have come back, while secretly investigating the members of Blue Persian Chrysanthemum. Saito reached out and took the paper handed over by the female officer with a lot of names written on it, then handed it over to Uchiha Yoshiko beside him. Okay. Uchiha Yoshiko nodded and said, Okay, be careful, Saito said softly as he reached out and flicked the dark hair on Yoshiko's shoulder. Yes, Uchiha Yoshiko whispered with a soft expression. From now on, you will fully assist her. Saito turned his head and ordered all the officers in the conference room, as well as the secretaries and elite guards who were also hypnotized by him. Yes, everyone answered in unison. This is the contact information of the Archangel. I'm leaving. Looking at Uchiha Yoshiko beside him, Idose said as he left the method of communication with the Archangel. After saying that, he kissed Yoshiko's forehead, then used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to the bridge of the Archangel. Turn to Europe. Saito suddenly appeared next to Captain Baki Lulu and ordered, Turn to Europe. The helmsman, Arnold, responded and immediately steered the Archangel to turn around and head towards Europe. What about her? Baki Lulu, who didn't see Yoshiko, asked with some doubts. I left her in the Atlantic Federation Army and asked her to continue hypnotizing other high-ranking officers of the Atlantic Federation and secretly investigate the situation of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, especially the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum in the Army, Saito explained. Blue Persian Chrysanthemum. Hearing the name of the organization, Baki Lulu couldn't help but think of the angel and the sick man named Azrael on the angel. She frowned slightly and repeated in a low voice, Don't think so much. Since I've taken a fancy to this world, how can I allow them to be alive and kicking under my nose? Saito sneered with disdain. I remember that the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum is very powerful, covering almost all the civilian and military industries. If we carry out a purge, it is likely to cause a huge impact on the world's economy, and the people will fall into panic. Baki Lulu, who had some understanding of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, reminded, It doesn't matter, just take that opportunity to transform the whole world. Besides, we can also use hypnosis to control the people in charge of those important industries first, and then use other means to take them away afterward. Saito smiled with a relaxed face. Then Saito chatted with Baki Lulu for a while, then turned and left the bridge. He returned to Margaret's Captain Lounge and laid on Margaret's smooth thigh and closed his eyes to rest. Because it was directly across the American continent and across the Atlantic Ocean, the speed was very fast. It took less than 5 days for the Archangel to arrive at the political center of the European Union, the United Kingdom. It had to be said that although it was a different high-tech dimensional world from the main world, whether it was the Atlantic Federation or the European Union, the political center had not changed. It was still the economic and technological powerhouses of the main world, the United States and the United Kingdom. I remember in Gundam EDD, the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum gathered in a castle in Scotland Yard, and each of them was dressed as a British noble gentleman. It seems that one of the main bases of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum is established in the United Kingdom. Seito looked at the scenery of the United Kingdom displayed on the huge optical screen in the bridge of the Archangel. Stargazer, invade the Earth's network. I want to create a European joint military base. Ito Sei, who was not thinking, ordered loudly. Understood. A pleasant female voice sounded in the bridge. Needless to say, the artificial intelligence Stargazer was also designed by Sei Ito into a female image. But then again, it was more comfortable to work with a beautiful woman than to work with a man. Of course, the premise was that the person was a man, and his sexual orientation was also normal. After the order, the image on the slightly smaller optical screen next to the huge optical screen in the center of the bridge immediately changed. A large number of digital symbols flowed from bottom to top like a reverse waterfall. In the end, it was an artificial intelligence program with technology that was decades ahead of the entire Gundam world. After only a few minutes, the crisp voice of the Stargazer sounded again. Locked. At the same time, the optical screen, which was originally filled with a large number of digital symbols, showed a new image. A group of buildings that covered a large area appeared on the screen and caught Ito Sei's eyes. It's here. The Stargazer shrank the screen to the lower right corner and expanded the map of the United Kingdom with a flashing red dot on it. RS. Chapter 1178. After I leave, you can go directly to Sei Ito, who recorded the location on the screen, turned to look at Margot, and said, Okay. Knowing Sei Ito's strength, Margot, who was not worried about what a small European army would do to him, simply nodded and agreed. It's a pity that I forgot to call Erica out at the time. Otherwise, it would be best if she, the former leader of Dawn Society, could contact them. Seito shook his head with some regret. But it's the same with you and Natale. Just go through Kira's relationship. Seito smiled again. How do I contact you then? Margot looked at Seito and asked. Make a call. After I control the European army, I'll contact you immediately. Then, when you see Kira and Kaka, contact me. Seito thought for a while and said, This was the inconvenience of using a shadow clone. If his real body was here, Ito Sei could take out other communication tools to connect or send a hypnotic superpower to take over his job, and he would go to Aub with the Archangel. That's the only way. Margot nodded. Then I'm leaving. Ito Sei looked at Marlene and smiled. Then he leaned over and kissed Marlene's lips. After that, he activated instant transmission and left the bridge of the Archangel, moving towards the European Joint Military Headquarters. Target Aub Fajin, Margot ordered loudly with the authority of a captain. Target Aubrey Fajin, Arnold, the helmsman, repeated. Then he skillfully activated the thrusters and operated Archangel, which had been an optical camouflage since coming to this world, to fly in the direction of the Mediterranean Sea. He was ready to go straight through the Strait of Burrow and go to the United Arab Emirates in the southern part of the Pacific Ocean. On the other side, Sei Ito, who used instant transmission to leave Archangel and used instant transmission several times in a row, finally arrived at the European army. Then, Sei Ito used the same method to invade the Atlantic Federation army, to use illusion to infiltrate the European army. He found a senior officer on duty, controlled him, and then contacted him through him. He hypnotized the remaining senior officers into loyal puppets one by one. Tell me what you know about Blue Persian Chrysanthemum and the list of members, especially the list of members in the army. Write it down and give it to me. More than an hour later, Ito Sei, who had taken control of all the senior officials in the Ministry of Military Affairs, ordered. Now East Asia is the Union. Earth, the Gundam world's Earth, is basically taken. Itosi, who was sitting in a chair and waiting for the officers to write the list, was holding a beautiful female officer in his arms. While he was caressing hers as he was caress her, it caused her to gasp for breath and pondered in his mind. As for small alliance groups, such as the Equator Alliance, as long as I can reach an agreement with Carrie and the others, I can use the influence of Aubrey, the leader of a small country, to pull them into my camp. After that, it's the group of people from the moon base and the guys from Plant. Sir, it's done. At this time, an older Caucasian man with the military rank of general said, "Go collect the list." Saito, who came back to his senses, patted the female officer's butt and ordered, "Yes." The female officer, whose face was flushed, her eyes were full of lust, and her clothes were a little messy, responded and quickly stood up from Saito's arms. After simply tidying up her clothes, she quickly walked to the senior officers of the army and collected the list they had written one by one. Later, you will go and issue an order for all the foreign officers to come back and report. As for the reason, you can make it up yourself. Saito, who took the list from the female officer, ordered, "Yes." The officers responded in unison. "You can go now." Saito waved his hand. The officers also understood and quickly left the room, leaving Saito alone with the female officer he played with before. "You will be my secretary for the time being." In the idea of killing time, Ito-sei glanced at the female officer whose name he didn't even know and said quietly. Then, ignoring the somewhat excited female officer, he directly picked up the phone on the desk in front of him, used electromagnetic control to change the frequency of the radio waves, contacted the Archangel through a secret channel, and told Marlu his contact information. Then, Saito, who ended the communication with the Archangel, stood up. Accompanied by the female officer who temporarily became his secretary, he visited the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum in the army one by one according to the information on the list. He controlled them with powerful hypnotism and asked them to write down the information they were familiar with about the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum. Under this kind of tracing, more and more names of the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum appeared in front of Saito's eyes. TSK, TSK. The infiltration is quite good. Almost half of the senior officials in the army are members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum. No wonder those businessmen can instigate the army to start a war at will. Saito, who was being massaged by the female officer, looked at the thick list in his hand and sighed. Ding-ling-ling-ling. At this moment, a crisp, ringing sound came from the phone. Saito didn't need to move. The female officer immediately walked to the desk, grabbed the phone, and handed it to Saito. "Hello." Saito pretended to be dignified and said, "Okay, this is Marlu. We have arrived in Albu." Marlu's voice came out of the phone. "Oh, you have already contacted Carrie." Saito was shocked when he heard the news and asked, "Well, I have contacted them and made an appointment to meet tomorrow morning." Marlu replied, "With who? Carrie or Kira and the others?" Saito asked, "Including Carrie and Aslan, Kira and Lakis, and Butterfield." Marlu said, "Tell Carrie to contact Lakis and Kira and ask them to bring Teacher Malchier." Saito hurriedly said, "Teacher Malchier? I understand." Marlu's tone was full of surprise when she heard Malchier's name, but she immediately agreed. "Go and contact them. Call me when you want to meet." Saito smiled. "Okay." Marlu agreed and then hung up. On the other side, after hanging up, Marlu repeated Malchier's name twice, then reconnected the phone and dialed Carrie's number. "Hello, this is Carrie." Carrie's voice quickly came out of the phone. "Carrie, it's me, Marlu." Marlu's tone was a little embarrassed to disturb her for the second time in such a short time. "Captain Marlu, what's the matter?" Carrie, who was also puzzled by Marlu's 2 consecutive calls in such a short time, asked, "It's like this. Can you call Teacher Malchier for tomorrow's meeting?" Marlu said, "Teacher Malchier?" Carrie said, somewhat puzzled. Although she knew who this name represented and what kind of power and prestige he had, she didn't seem to have any interactions with him at all. She really didn't understand why Marlu would mention this person. "Yes, just pass the message to Lakis and Kira." Marlu, who also didn't quite understand why Saito wanted to meet Malchier, smiled bitterly on the other end of the phone. Okay, Carrie agreed, then asked with some confusion. But isn't it just a simple meeting? Why is Captain Marlou's request so strange? This is Cheng's request. Marlou replied with a sigh. Seito. Thinking back to the people she knew who had the character Cheng in their names, Carrie exclaimed in surprise. Uh-huh. Marlou nodded. Troublesome guy. Carrie complained. Marlou smiled and didn't answer. Then, Marlou and Carrie exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. At around 9:30 the next morning, Marlou picked up the phone again and dialed Seito's number. Hello. Seito's deliberately dignified voice sounded. It's me, Marlou. I'm leaving. Marlou said. Wait for me. Seito's voice came from the phone. Then, there was a soft click and a long, busy tone came from the phone. Then, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Ah, you scared me. Marlou, who turned her head and looked over, breathed a sigh of relief. This is Archangel, not outside. Is it that exaggerated? Seito, who retracted his hand, said awkwardly. Since you're back, let's go. Marlou rolled her eyes at Seito and said, it was worth mentioning that because she was meeting a friend in a private capacity, Marlou didn't wear her white Earth military uniform at this time. Instead, she changed into home clothes of a skirt and shirt. Coupled with her young, womanly face, she looked very gentle and beautiful. You're so beautiful today. Seito, who raised his arm and motioned for Marlou to hold it, praised. As long as she was a woman, she liked to be praised by others, especially by the man she loved. Therefore, when he said this, although Marlou didn't show it on her face, Seito still saw a slight smile in her eyes. Then Marlou reached out and held Seito's arm. Under his teleportation, they left Archangel and appeared in Obi City. They stopped a taxi and drove to the agreed meeting place. The meeting place was in a seaside villa at the southern end of Obu Island. It was a bit far from the city, so it took more than 20 minutes for the taxi to finally arrive at the meeting place. It was a boxy duplex villa. Seito paid the taxi fare and walked to the villa with Marlou. Chapter 1179. Ding Dong. Seito, who had arrived at the villa's door, reached out and knocked on the door. The high-quality update is here. Soon, a woman with long dark blue hair appeared from behind the door. She was wearing a dark blue short-sleeve top and a light green skirt. She had a head of long dark blue hair, and she was wearing a dark blue short-sleeve top and a light green skirt. She had a head of long dark blue hair that reached her back. You are? The woman asked with a puzzled expression. I'm Ito Sei, and she's Marlou. We've arranged to meet here. We've met a friend. Seito explained with a gentle smile. Excuse me, are Kira, Lux, and Cuckley here? Yes, please come in. With a look of realization on her face, the woman pulled the door open and moved to the side, making way for the two of them. Thank you. Seito and Margaret thanked her and walked into the room hand in hand. Captain Mary, Kira immediately stood up and greeted Mariu as soon as the two entered the room. What a rare guest. The brown-haired man, Butterfield, was sitting on the sofa and drinking coffee. He was wearing a pair of green trousers and a yellow and red short-sleeve shirt. He had a large scar on his left eye and was holding a crutch in his right hand. He was sitting on the sofa and drinking coffee. Long time no see, Kira, Lux, Aslan, Carly, and Mr. Butterfield. Margaret greeted them one by one with a smile. On the side, Ito Sei also nodded at them with a smile on his face. Long time no see, Miss Margaret, Lux said politely. Long time no see, Captain Margaret, Cuckley and Aslan greeted back. Kira, long time no see. You become more mature. What's wrong? Too much pressure? Seito turned to look at Kira, winked, and teased with an inexplicable meaning. Well, this is an inevitable growth for a boy to transform into a man. Butterfield, who completely understood the meaning behind Seito's words, also teased meaningfully. Under the joint teasing of Ito Sei and Butterfield, Kira, who was already very thin-skinned, immediately blushed and stammered, unable to say anything. Lux, who was beside Kira, also blushed, revealing an embarrassed expression. "What are you talking about?" Cuckley looked at Sei Ito and Butterfield in confusion and asked. "Ignore them." Margaret, who was a married woman, glared at the two and said, "Oh." Cuckley nodded, not quite understanding. "May I know the reason, Sei Ito? Sen wants to see us." Lux quickly recovered from her shyness and looked at Sei Ito and asked, "Naturally, there are some important matters that I wish to discuss with you." Sei Ito pulled Margaret's hand and walked to the sofa to sit down. He looked at Kira, Lux, Aslan, Cuckley, and Butterfield, who were also sitting down. "Where's Teacher Malchier?" Just as they were about to seriously listen to Sei Ito's words, Sei Ito, who didn't see Malchier in the room, suddenly asked. "He's resting inside," Lux replied. She then stood up. She turned and walked toward the stairs not far away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Knowing that Sei Ito wanted to wait for Malchier to arrive before speaking, they didn't pursue the matter. They quietly drank the black tea prepared by the woman who opened the door earlier and waited for Lux and Malchier to appear. A minute later, Lux and Malchier reappeared in the living room. "Long time no see, Teacher Malchier." "Teacher Malchier." Sei Ito stood up and greeted. "Long time no see," the blind Malchier said with his unique magnetic voice. Lux led Malchier to the side. She let him sit on a chair. "I heard that you wanted to see me." Malchier, who was sitting on the chair, looked at Sei Ito and asked. "Yes." Sei Ito, who had returned to the sofa with Margaret, nodded and said, "Because there are some things that I might need to trouble you with. High-quality updates." Malchier didn't say anything. However, everyone present could clearly feel that Malchier was waiting for Sei Ito to continue. It had to be said that Malchier was a rather peculiar existence. "I want you to use your influence to make all the organizations that you've sponsored support me." Sei Ito looked at Malchier and said in a deep voice. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Lakis, Butterfield, Azra, Kaka, and Kira immediately raised their heads. They looked at Ito Sei with confusion, scrutiny, interest, and inexplicable eyes. After all, a word of support could represent too many meanings, especially when it came to Sei Ito, who had the help of Marmite and the Archangel. The effect of this so-called support could be even more astonishing. "What do you want to do?" Malchier asked calmly. "To become the master of this world," Sei Ito said with a strong charisma. "What are you trying to do?" Carrie stood up from the sofa agitatedly and questioned Sei Ito loudly. Clearly, her understanding of the title Master of the World was very different from Sei Ito. However, it was also inevitable that her understanding would be different without knowing Sei Ito's goal. "Didn't I say that I want to become the master of this world?" Sei Ito said softly with a smile. "What do you plan to do?" Azra asked in a deep voice. "Through your help, I will achieve my goal peacefully." Sei Ito looked at Kira, Lakis, Carly, Azra, Butterfield, and Malchier. "I don't think you can succeed with our help." Kira, who had long passed the stage of being hot-blooded, shook his head and said, "Kira, you're underestimating your reputation." Sei Ito smiled and said, "The hero who saved the world, Kira Yamato, plant singer, princess, messenger of peace, and idol of the people, Lakis, the representative of freedom and unyielding will, the spiritual and physical leader of all small countries and island countries, the representative of this incarnation, the hero Carly, the son of the former plant chairman, Azra, who is also a hero who saved the world, and the one who has a high reputation in the plant army, Mr. Butterfield, the desert tiger, who has a high reputation in the plant army. As long as you publicly declare your support for me, at least 80% of the soldiers and civilians in plant will accept me, let alone on Earth." "You even included plant?" Azra said with an unfriendly expression. "Since I want to become the master of this world, how can I forget about the existence of plant?" Sei Ito said with a smile. "Then what happens after that?" Without waiting for Azra to speak, Lakis asked with a serious expression. "At that time, we'll need Teacher Malchier to deal with it. And only you, Teacher Malchier, who has a huge reputation in plant, earth, and other aspects, is the most suitable person to balance things out, say Ito said as he turned to look at Malchir. You seem to be looking at the Earth Union, or rather, the shit-stirring stick of the Earth Union, the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum Organization, Butterfield reminded. You don't have to worry about that. I'm currently working on the cleansing of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, and I've already seen some results. I believe that it won't be long before we can completely wipe out the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum Organization. Saito said calmly. Are you serious? Butterfield said with some disbelief. As someone who had fought with the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum several times, he knew very well how big the organization was. Moreover, a large number of members were military generals. How could it be possible to wipe them out? Well, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Atlantic Federation and the European Union are now under my control. Saito looked at everyone and chuckled. What? Before Saito could finish speaking, Cuckley and Aslan's exclamation interrupted his words. At the same time, Kira, Lakis, and Butterfield also looked at Saito in shock. Then, Kira and the others looked at Saito, who was sitting beside Saito, in disbelief. They wanted to get a definite answer from Marjorie, Saito's wife. Since you said so, then it's basically the case, Marjorie said softly. It's incredible, isn't it? If I can't even do something like this, how could I say something as whimsical as wanting to become the world lord? Saito said softly. After calming down a little, Cuckley looked at Saito with a complicated expression and asked, for example, if we don't agree to help you, what will you do? After I take control of the East Asian Union, I will use the general trend to oppress and isolate Aubrey. Then, I will infiltrate Plan at the same time until you have no choice but to walk with me. Saito looked at Cuckley and replied indifferently. And with my methods, I believe that day will definitely not be far away. Because of Saito's words, the room fell into silence. You don't want to see war anymore, right? You also want to live in peace, don't you? In that case, instead of letting the two organizations continue to misunderstand each other, it's better to let them maintain basic peace under my control. What do you say? Saito spoke again after a moment. How can you guarantee that? Lakis asked. Similarly, Kira, Aslan, Cuckley, and Butterfield also looked at Saito, wanting to hear what he had to say. Just based on this, Saito chuckled and activated psychokinesis to envelop everyone in the room, making them float in the air as if they were in a gravity-free environment. What is this? Cuckley, who instinctively wanted to find something to support herself, said loudly with a panicked expression. On the other hand, Kira, Aslan, Lakis, Butterfield, and the others were either interested or frowning as they experienced this novel feeling. Chapter 1180. P.S. Thanks to Cute Girl Ignorant, 5 Poisons, and Nickfany for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Nickfany and NXCX for their tips. This ability is called psychokinesis. It's a kind of power developed from the mental plane. Saito, who is also floating in the air, calmly explained to Cuckley, Lakis, Kira, Aslan, and Baltfield. Psychokinesis? Lakis asked curiously. Do you remember when I drew your blood after my wedding with Margot? A mysterious smile appeared on Ito Sei's face as he said, You're saying? Aslan's expression changed slightly as if he had thought of something. You, Kira, and Lakis were in a special situation at that time, but it still wasn't the foundation for psychokinesis. It's just that the mental state of the three of you at that time made it possible for you to develop abilities similar to psychokinesis, Saito said with a smile. Oh, Lakis replied softly with a thoughtful expression. Although this ability is miraculous, what does it have to do with your promise? Cuckley questioned loudly. It doesn't have much to do with it, but it allows me to easily control the upper echelons of the organization. As long as the upper echelons can maintain the same pace, then the lower echelons can be guided appropriately to shift the conflict, weaken it, and finally achieve true peace, Saito explained softly. Are you saying that you want to use force to suppress them? Baltfield asked. Of course not, if that's the case. Although I can suppress them for a while, they will still do unpleasant things in secret. That's why the power I display is only to intimidate them, while the other method is to control them, Ito said with a smile as he shook his head slightly. However, he didn't answer what method he would use to control them. Aren't you afraid that they will act against you in desperation? Baldfield looked at Ito meaningfully and asked again. Since I dare to do it, I naturally thought of all kinds of possibilities. Of course, I also have the corresponding means. Ito laughed. He then glanced at Zwayu of Butterfield and said, As for the specifics, I've already thought of all kinds of possibilities. Use the weapon hidden in your left hand to test it. Hearing this, Butterfield raised his eyebrows. Using his right hand to grab his left wrist, he forcefully pulled it out. A large metal gun barrel appeared on Butterfield's left arm. Obviously, Butterfield's left arm was an artificial arm. Come! Ito used telekinesis to move Kaka, Lakis, Kira, Aslan, and Margot to the side. Only Baltafit was left with a smile on his face. Are you sure? Valdersfield raised his eyebrows and asked. Bring it on. Ito chuckled. Seeing this, Butterfield didn't talk nonsense either. He fired a shot at Ito's left calf. Even though Ito spoke very confidently and the power he displayed was very strange, just in case, Butterfield still didn't aim at his vitals. Instead, he chose to shoot at the leg, which was the least fatal and easiest to heal. Bang! Amidst a crisp, muffled sound, a cluster of sparks spurted out from the front of the gun barrel on Butterfield's left arm. It seems that Mr. Butterfield doesn't have enough confidence in me. Ito chuckled as he lightly glanced at the brass bullet that had just flown out of the gun barrel and was confined to the front of the gun barrel by telekinesis. Lakis, Kaka, Kira, and Aslan also looked at the bullet floating in the air with shocked expressions. They were speechless. So that's how it is. With this kind of power, you really don't need to worry about ordinary assassinations. Butterfield said as he looked at the deformed brass bullet in front of him. How about it? Are you willing to accept my proposal now? Ito, who had used telekinesis to put everyone back on the sofa, asked everyone with a smile on his face. If we agree to cooperate with you, how do you plan to treat the adjusters? Kira, Aslan, Kaka, and Lakis looked at each other before asking Lakis. Treat them as equals and then guide them through large-scale public opinion. Try to get the adjusters to integrate into ordinary society, just like Aubrey. Hearing Lakis' question, Ito knew that Kira and the others had basically agreed with his proposal and answered with a smile on his face. Then how do you plan to deal with the extremists among the ordinary people? Aslan asked. First, guide them with public opinion. If the guidance fails, force them to move. If the time comes, I will also establish a quarantine area and move all the extremists there. Then, I will carry out a comprehensive brainwashing. Ito narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Moreover, his words were incomparably straightforward. He even used the word brainwashing without hesitation. Lakis, Kaka, Aslan, and Kira looked at each other and fell silent. It seems that there are no problems. Ito looked at them and said, Then what about you, Teacher Malchier? Ito then looked at Malchier, who hadn't said a word since the beginning. Since this is fate's arrangement, I agree. Malchier replied softly with a magnetic voice. Thank you very much for your help. Ito bowed slightly. After that, Ito and the others, who had reached an agreement, began to discuss the details. For example, the time when they would publicly express their support for Ito's rule, the persuasion work for other organizations, some other related issues, and so on. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that they finished discussing all the issues. After relaxing, Ito, Margaret, Kaka, Lakis, Kira, Aslan, Malchier, and Baltfield ate the lunch prepared by the woman who had opened the door earlier, Kira's mother. After chatting for a while, they got up and left. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, they disappeared from the sight of Kaka, Lakis, Aslan, Kira, and Baltfield with Margaret. What a mysterious man. Baldfield sighed as he watched Sei Ito and Margaret disappear in a strange way. Indeed, Lakis nodded in agreement. I only hope that he can really do as he says. Bring long-term peace to this world. Aslan said softly. According to his performance, he might really succeed. Baldfield continued. Believe in him, Malchir said softly. On the other side, Sei Ito, who sent Margaret back to the Archangel, didn't stay on the Archangel for long. Once again, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the European Alliance's military headquarters. He continued to hypnotize officers and investigate and eliminate members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum. This process took nearly a month. Finally, all the high-ranking officials of the European Union, including the garrison generals, the space fleet commanders, and the officials of the European Union, were hypnotized and controlled. They also obtained a detailed list of the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum organization, which had a large number of people from low to high official positions, merchants and nobles, and so on. At the same time, Uchiha Miko, who was far away in the Atlantic Federation, used the same method to complete the control of the Atlantic Federation. After that, Sei Ito and Uchiha Miko continued to split up. They went to the East Asian Union to hypnotize and control the high-level military and political officials of the East Asian Union. Along the way, he went to Abu and hypnotized the leaders of the small countries like the Equatorial Palace Alliance in the name of discussing the alliance. Among them, Uchiha Miko went to the East Asian Union, and Sei Ito went to Abu, where the situation was slightly more complicated. More than a month passed in this manner. The leaders of all countries and organizations on Earth were hypnotized. They all became puppets that obeyed Sei Ito's orders. Follow the plan. Start the purge. On this day, Sei Ito, who had completed the control of the leaders of all countries on Earth, took Uchiha Miko back to live on the Archangel with him and ordered. Yes, on the big screen on the bridge of the Archangel, more than a dozen men in military uniforms responded in unison. Then the picture flashed. The picture of the sea outside the ship was restored. With Sei Ito's order, the three major military organizations of the Atlantic Federation, the European Union, and the East Asian Union launched the purge of the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum organization in the army by means of post-adjustment, arrest, and other methods to kick out or kill the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum organization. Of course, just eliminating the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum in the military was only destroying half of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum's arm. It didn't mean that the organization was completely destroyed. So, at the same time that the military was doing the same, the government departments of various countries were doing the same. They were secretly erasing the members of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum by assigning positions and arresting them. At the same time, the army and the government cooperated to arrest some big businessmen, rich people, and old nobles. The purge work lasted for 3 full days before it was over. The Blue Persian Chrysanthemum organization, including the leaders, members of the parliament, upper, middle, and lower-level participants, were completely wiped out. However, in contrast, the number of deaths in these 3 days was also extremely high, reaching an astonishing number of more than 20,000 people. It could be seen how huge the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum organization was. On this day, in the captain's lounge of the Archangel, Sei Ito straightened his Tang suit and said, "It's time for us to appear." After saying that, he left the Archangel with Baki Lulu and Maud in military uniforms, Uchiha Yoshiko in a black evening dress, Karen in a red off-the-shoulder evening dress, and Zhou Xianlin in a capable woman's dress, and appeared in the original United Nations office building in New York. At this time, in a large banquet hall on a certain floor of the original United Nations office building, including Aubrey's representative, Carrie, and her bodyguard, Aslan, the military and political high-level officials of the Atlantic Federation, the military and political high-level officials of the European Union, the military and political high-level officials of the East Asian Union community, as well as the high-level leaders of other countries, the top businessmen, rich people, nobles, and even teacher Malchir gathered together and whispered while surrounded by reporters from various countries. At this moment, accompanied by a soft sound that was drowned out by the crowd, Seito, Maud, Baki Lulu, Karen, Zhou Xianlin, and Uchiha Yoshiko walked into the venue under the guidance of a female officer. Soon, someone discovered the figures of Ito and the others, and then the expressions of the top people on Earth in the room all changed, and they bowed their heads to Ito to show their respect for him. This situation immediately shocked the reporters of various countries in the venue who didn't know what was going on. They couldn't understand who Ito was and why he was treated like this by these people in the venue. Then, they suddenly recovered and raised the cameras in their hands and frantically took pictures of Ito and the others. Kacha, 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 kacha. A series of shudder sounds sounded in the venue one after another. "Sir, do you think we can start?" Several men wearing military uniforms of the Earth Alliance Army in solemn suits walked up to Ito and asked respectfully. These people are the most distinguished people in the entire venue. The top military and political leaders of the Atlantic Federation, the European Union, and the East Asian Union community. "Start." Ito nodded and said with a flat face, "Yes." Several people responded softly, then turned around and walked to the rostrum in the center of the venue where a microphone was placed. Then, the most powerful military representative of the Atlantic Federation picked up the microphone in front of him and spoke under the gaze of everyone in the venue. "Today, I have gathered everyone here because I have a very important announcement to make. Represent the Atlantic Federation, the European Union, and the East Asian Union community officially accept the request of Mr. Ito and elect him as the new president of the Earth Alliance. He will be in charge of all military and political affairs under the Earth Alliance." Wow! As soon as the old man named of the three major alliances finished speaking, the whole venue immediately became noisy. However, most of this noise was made by the reporters who didn't know the truth and the low-level personnel brought by the high-level officials of various countries. On the other hand, the leaders of the other countries present all had a clear look on their faces and didn't show any surprise. Just as everyone was whispering anxiously, Carrie, accompanied by Aslan, suddenly walked to the front of the stage and took the microphone from Ta's hand. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I, the representative of the United Arab Emirates, Kurira Ashar, officially represent the United Arab Emirates to join the newly established Earth Alliance and accept the leadership of Mr. Ito." The venue, which had quieted down a little because of Carrie's appearance, became noisy once again. Then, another stout-looking old man walked to the center of the venue and took the microphone from Carrie's hand. In the same way, he represented his organization to join the Earth Alliance and announced his acceptance of Mr. Ito's leadership. Then the next one. In this way, one after another, in less than 3 minutes, the representatives of all the countries and large political groups on Earth all spoke and expressed their willingness to join the newly established Earth Alliance and accept the leadership of Mr. Ito. Chapter 1181. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Is this a war? A reporter who was a little crazy by the announcement of the representatives of various countries muttered to himself, "Earth United? Earth United." The other reporters said crazily, "Who is Ito?" A reporter asked his peers crazily, but not to mention that they were not in the mood to answer at this time. Even if they were in the mood, they didn't know which corner Ito came from. Next, let's invite the new president of the Earth United, Ito-san, to come up and speak. A country representative said after the announcement. Ito, who was already prepared, smiled slightly, and under the gaze of everyone in the venue, he walked to the center of the venue with Maui, Bakililu, Karen, Zhou Xianlin, and Uchiha Yoshiko, and took the microphone from the country representative, who respectfully handed over the microphone and held it in front of him with a smile. "I'm very grateful for the trust of the representatives, who are willing to elect me as the new president of the Earth United Group. At the same time, I am very happy to be able to take this position. I believe that under my leadership, the Earth will definitely welcome a new future. The next day, the entire Gundam ED world, whether it was on the Earth or on a planet far away in the universe, was all reporting the establishment of the Earth United Group and the news of Sei Ito becoming the president of the Earth United Group. The influence and information about Sei Ito were presented in front of all humans. However, it has to be said that no matter which world the reporters are from, their ability to dig up information is very exaggerated. Information about Sei Ito was displayed in front of everyone. He joined the army at the age of 19, received less than half a year of MA training, and was sent to the universe to become a pilot. He participated in the attack and defense of the World Tree and the Battle of the Lunar Crater. Due to his outstanding battle record, he received the Union Medal and was promoted to the rank of lieutenant. After that, he boarded the unsinkable ship Archangel in the year CE 71 and escorted the Archangel to land on Earth with Captain Maureen, Battle Commander Bakilialu, and others at the same time. The identities of Mariu and Baki Lulu, who accompanied Sei Ito to the meeting, were also dug out. Even Uchiha Yoshiko, who had only appeared a few times in the Atlantic Federation Military Department and the East Asian Union Community, was also investigated. However, because she didn't have any achievements, she was jokingly called a mysterious woman like Karen and Zhou Xianglin, whose origins couldn't be found at all. Sei Ito, who was the president of the United Earth Federation, was not idle either. In order to increase his exposure rate, Sei Ito spent the next month or so revising the political system of the Earth United to include all countries. At the same time, he frequently visited other countries and appeared in the slums of various places to show his closeness to the people. Xianglin, I will leave the rest to you. More than a month later, Sei Ito, who learned from the magic cube that the data was good, stood up and said to Zhou Xianglin, who had become his secretary, "Okay." Zhou Xianglin nodded and agreed. "Yoshiko, you are responsible for assisting." Then, Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yoshiko, who was standing on the side with a guard posture, and said with a smile, "Okay." Uchiha Yoshiko responded in a low voice, "It's time to deal with the plant. Such a good scientific research base can't be wasted like this." Sei Ito, who was stretching his body, whispered to himself. Then he stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Zhou Xianglin's waist, and in her subconscious exclamation, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. After a while, he let go of Zhou Xianglin, whose face was flushed, and used instant transmission to transfer Uchiha Yoshiko into his arms, hugged her, and lowered his head to kiss her again. "Okay, I'm leaving." After a while, Seito let go of Uchiha Yoshiko, who was gasping for breath, and said with a smile. Then, with a turn of his mind, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and appeared on the Archangel, which had been parked in a secret dock in Abu. After returning to the Archangel, Sei Ito first went to CCC, who was trying to absorb the free spiritual body. After making a dozen more pizzas for her and chatting for a while, he turned around and left, going to the other lounges to see Karen and Maui. As for Baki Lulu, after the Atlantic Federation merged into the Earth Federation, because of the restoration of her identity and because of her relationship with Sei Ito, she became more special. After not worrying about bringing trouble to old Baki Lulu, she said goodbye to Sei Ito and went back to visit her family. Sei Ito stayed with Karen and Maui for a while, then left the Archangel and went to the center of Abu Baikar to see Kukli and her bodyguard, Aslan. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Aslan, who learned that Sei Ito was going to the plant, hesitated, but after all, he was experienced and quickly made up his mind. He said goodbye to Kukli with a firm expression and left the Kaifeng government with Sei Ito. They went to the villa in the south of Abu Island that was used for the meeting last time to pick up another emissary, Lux. More than 20 minutes later, the car stopped in the open space in front of the villa. Sei Ito and Aslan pushed the door open and got out of the car, walked to the door of the villa, and reached out to press the door. Soon, Kira's mother, a woman with long, wavy, dark blue hair, and wearing a long dress, walked out from the door. When Kira's mother saw that it was Aslan and Sei Ito, the president of the United Earth Federation, whom she had met once before and who was reported on TV every day, her relaxed expression immediately became cautious. She opened the door sideways and made way for them to enter the room. "Auntie, you don't have to be so cautious. Just treat me as an ordinary person who came to Kira to play," Sei Ito said softly when he noticed Kira's mother's expression. Kira's mother laughed dryly and didn't reply. Sei Ito didn't say anything else and walked into the villa with Aslan. They came to the living room and saw Lux, who was playing with her child, and Butterfield, who was studying how to make coffee. "Oh, His Excellency the President is here," Butterfield teased with a smile. "Long time no see, Mr. Sei Ito." Lux, who coaxed the child in her arms to one side and let Kira's mother take care of him, looked at Sei Ito and greeted him. "Long time no see, Lux." Sei Ito smiled and returned the greeting. "Where's Kira?" Sei turned his head and looked around, then asked. "Probably taking a stroll by the beach," Lux replied. "Oh." Sei Ito nodded and didn't say anything else. Then he changed the topic to the purpose of his visit. "I'm going to plant immediately and take control of the current plant parliament to complete the second step of the plan. Do you want me to go with you?" Lux tilted her head and asked. "Yes, and Aslan will be coming too. Of course, if possible, it's best if Mr. Butterfield can come along as well." Sei Ito looked at Lux and said. However, at the end of his sentence, his gaze fell on Butterfield. "If there are too many people, it's easy to be exposed." Butterfield poured his newly brewed coffee into a metal cup and raised it to his mouth. After that, he took a sip of the coffee in the cup. "Don't worry, I have a solution." Sei Ito smiled. "Oh." Butterfield looked at Sei Ito with interest. He wanted to see what miraculous ability Sei Ito was going to use to achieve his goal. "Pardon my rudeness, Lux." Sei Ito walked in front of Lux and said softly. Then, under Lux's confused gaze, he stretched out his hands and caressed her cheeks. During the process of caressing, traces of energy flowed out from Sei Ito's fingertips and entered Lux's facial skin. "Done." After caressing for a minute, Sei Ito stepped back and said. However, at this time, Lux, whose face was a little red, no longer looked the same as before. She had completely changed into a different face. Whoosh! Butterfield looked at Lux, who had changed greatly under his gaze, and whistled frivolously. "What's wrong?" Lux looked at Aslan, who was a little stunned, and asked. "Your Highness, it's best if you look in the mirror." Butterfield teased. Lux nodded when she heard this. She walked to the side with a heart full of curiosity and looked in the mirror. Ah! Looking at the unfamiliar woman's face that suddenly appeared in the mirror, Lux instinctively let out a low cry. Lux immediately understood that the unfamiliar face in the mirror was her current appearance. She exclaimed in admiration, "Sei Ito-san, you are really too miraculous." With Lux's transformation, Butterfield didn't say anything else and agreed to go to the plant with Sei Ito. Afterward, Lux and Butterfield returned to the room and changed their clothes. A few minutes later, Lux, who was wearing a fashionable pink outfit that suited her current face shape, and Butterfield, who was disguised as a bearded businessman, returned to the living room and met up with Sei Ito and Aslan. Next, Lux and Kira's mother whispered a few words of farewell and apologies for leaving without saying goodbye to Kira. Then, they followed Sei Ito, Aslan, and Butterfield out of the villa. They boarded the helicopter that Lux had called while waiting for her to change her clothes and went to the airport in front of them. They boarded the shuttle and flew to Copernicus City on the moon's surface. From Copernicus City, they boarded the interstellar shuttle and went to the satellite cluster of the plant. A few hours later, the interstellar shuttle, which had been flying for half a day in the pitch-black and boundless universe, successfully arrived at the administrative satellite of the plant and stopped at the port. Sei Ito raised his hand and wiped his face. An illusion immediately covered his face, causing anyone who saw him to think that he was another person. After parting ways, they wouldn't be able to remember seeing this person. Afterward, Lux, Aslan, and Butterfield got off the shuttle and went through the necessary inspection and certification. They then walked into the administrative satellite of the plant through the passage. Chapter 1182. What's the matter? Do you arrange a place for us to stay? Or do we have to stay in a hotel like the other workers who come a plant? Seito walked out of the port and asked Lakis, Aslan, and Butterfield. Let's stay in a hotel, Aslan said after looking at Lakis' unfamiliar face. Lakis and Butterfield also nodded and agreed to Aslan's proposal. Okay then. Seeing this, Seito naturally had nothing to object to and nodded in agreement. Then, he reached out and stopped an unmanned hover car. Although Aslan had not lived in Plant for a long time, he was still a native and knew a lot about the famous hotels on Plant's administrative satellite. He entered the name of the hotel he wanted to stay in and let the unmanned hover car drive them to the hotel at high speed. Mr. Butterfield, I'll have to trouble you to give me a list of the high-ranking military and political officials in Plant. On the way to the wine hall, Seito looked at Butterfield sitting in the back through the rearview mirror of the car. Got it, Butterfield replied with one hand resting on the edge of the car and enjoying the feeling of the cool breeze blowing on his cheeks. Even now, Mr. Ito is not willing to tell us how to control the high-ranking military and political officials to not rebel. Lakis, who was at the right end of the front row of the car, turned her head and looked at Seito beside her. It's better if you don't know about this method. Otherwise, I will definitely be labeled as untouchable in your hearts. Seito smiled bitterly and shook his head. Is it that serious? Lakis said, somewhat baffled. Yes, it's that serious. Seito nodded and confirmed, pretending to be serious. Is that so? Lakis nodded. Then, she stopped asking about how Seito controlled people. It's a bit boring sitting like this. Lakis, sing a song for everyone. After a few seconds of silence, Seito said, Okay. Lux replied, then opened her mouth and used her clear voice to sing Akatsuki Chariot. Just like that, the driverless car finally arrived at the hotel chosen by Aslan amidst Lux's beautiful singing. Seito, Lakis, Aslan, and Butterfield got off the car and walked into the hotel lobby. They booked 4 rooms at the front desk and checked in. Compared to the others, Seito, who had a ridiculous amount of stamina, did not rest. He walked directly to the quantum computer in the hotel room and turned it on to log into the plant's network. He checked the situation of the plant from the network. Dang, dang, dang. While browsing, Seito didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, attracting Seito's attention. Seito turned off his computer and stood up from his seat. He turned around and walked to the door. Then, he turned the doorknob and opened the door. Immediately, Seito saw the figure of Butterfield, who maintained his disguise when he came. Seito turned sideways and made way for Butterfield to enter the room. After Butterfield entered the room, he closed the door again. This is what you wanted. Butterfield took out a USB from his pocket and threw it to Seito. Thanks. Seito thanked him as he connected the USB to the device in his hand. When are you going to make your move? Butterfield asked. It depends on the situation. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Seito shrugged. You really don't need our help? Butterfield asked again. No need. Seito shook his head. All right then. I wish you good luck, Butterfield said with an indifferent expression. Then, under Seito's gaze, he turned around and walked to the door. He opened the door and quickly disappeared behind the closed door. Seito retracted his gaze and walked back to the quantum computer. He turned on the computer and connected the USB to the computer. He pulled out the data inside. In an instant, a large number of names with individual profiles appeared in front of Seito, like defense identification cards. Obviously, this list was not as simple as a list of the top executives of each department. It also contained their resumes and information. Should I say that they're indeed the Pink Princess and the Tiger? Seito sighed softly as he looked at the list of information on the screen that was so detailed that it made people speechless. Then, he put away those useless thoughts and focused on browsing the information on the computer. With Sei Ito's photographic memory, it only took him about an hour to memorize all the information stored in the USB. The best method is still the same as when I control the Atlantic Federation and the European Union. Use the fastest speed to control the Zodiac Alliance's parliament, and then use them to gather the top executives scattered in various satellite clusters and the universe's fortresses to perform a batch of unified hypnosis. Sei Ito thought as he turned off the computer and threw the USB into the trash can. Thinking of this, Sei Ito immediately stood up, turned around, and walked out of the room. He didn't say goodbye to Lakis, Aslan, or Butterfield. He left the hotel and took a car to the plant's conference center. After more than 40 minutes, Sei Ito arrived at the conference center. After paying the Sei Ito in front of the car, Sei Ito jumped out of the car and spread out his mental power. While it formed a large-scale visual illusion, just like when he invaded the Atlantic Federation's military headquarters, he swaggered into the conference center while the ZAF soldiers looked at him as if he was heir and searched for the parliament member on duty. Soon, Sei Ito saw a blonde female parliament member in a dark green coat in a room that functioned as both a lounge and an office. Wah! The blonde female parliament member had just spoken when her consciousness barrier was violently penetrated by Sei Ito's mental power, causing her to fall into a sluggish state. However, this state lasted less than a minute. As the blonde female parliament member's eyelids trembled slightly, her eyes regained their luster. "Sir," the blonde female parliament member who came back to her senses called out respectfully, "In your name, gather all the parliament members and military leaders for a meeting." Sei Ito ordered as he walked straight to the chair behind the desk and sat down. "Yes." The blonde female parliament member responded respectfully. She immediately picked up the phone on the desk and ordered someone to inform all the parliament members and military leaders to come to the conference center. As for the reason, it was that they received secret information that the Earth Alliance was going to wage war against Plant. It had to be said that people who could hold high positions were dedicated enough. Although they didn't know why the meeting was held, all 12 members of the Zodiac Alliance, including the new Speaker Dylandal, and more than a dozen senior military officials of the ZAFT, rushed to the conference center as soon as possible. At this time, Sei Ito no longer pretended. He immediately spread out his mental power and shrouded all the members in the dim conference room. He began to hypnotize the high-level officials of Plant. Under Sei Ito's powerful mental power hypnosis, it didn't take long for all the members in the conference center to be implanted by him and become central puppets under his control. After that, Sei Ito gave them the order to gather officers and return to the province for debriefing as usual. Then, he moved into the conference center to make it easier for him to meet the high-level officials and hypnotize them. Of course, when Sei Ito moved into the conference center, he didn't forget to inform Lakis, Aslan, and Butterfield afterward so that they wouldn't be anxious. It still took about a month for Sei Ito to completely take control of Plant. Dang, dang, dang. After completing his control of the high-level officials of Plant, Sei Ito returned to the hotel he stayed at. He came to Lakis' room and knocked on the door. Creak. After about 10 seconds, with a soft sound, Lakis, who still had an unfamiliar face, appeared from behind the open door. "Mr. Ito." Lakis was stunned when she saw Sei Ito appear at the door. "It's me." Sei Ito smiled, then stretched out his hands and placed them on Lakis' cheeks. As her cheeks blushed, he removed the disguise on her, allowing her to return to her original appearance. "Plant is under control. It's time for us to appear openly." Sei Ito smiled as he retracted his hands. "Huh." Lakis, who was still a little shy, was immediately shocked by Sei Ito's words. "You should change your clothes first. I'll call Aslan and Butterfield." Sei Ito smiled, then turned around and walked to the two's room. He knocked on the door and asked the two to change their clothes. Although they were extremely shocked that Sei Ito had silently taken control of Plant, They quickly accepted this fact with the history of the Earth Alliance. They changed into more formal clothes and left the hotel with Sei Ito with their original appearances. They sat in the luxury car parked outside the hotel. "Let's go," Sei Ito said calmly. Following his words, the Earth Alliance and Plant broadcasted a piece of news almost at the same time. The new president of the Earth Alliance, His Excellency Sei Ito, will officially visit Plant today to discuss matters related to Plant joining the Earth Alliance. During this period, Plant's famous singer and peace ambassador, Miss Lakis, will accompany him. The president of the Earth Alliance? Miss Lakis? Is it really Miss Lakis? Join the Earth Alliance? Is this for real? After the news was broadcasted, similar discussions of shock, disbelief, and anger immediately rang out in Plant's various colonial satellites. However, this was not the time of war between Gundam and EDD. Although there was a lot of noise, it had not reached the level of conflict. In addition, with Lakis accompanying them on this mission, the people of Plant maintained their rationality and waited for the outcome with complicated feelings. Chapter 1183. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. After 3 days of intense negotiations, under the mediation of Miss Lakis Klein, the president of the Plant Supreme Council, President Gilbert Dylandel, has officially reached an agreement with the president of the United Earth Group, Sei Ito. He has agreed to join the United Earth Group and accept the leadership of President Sei Ito. On the huge advertising screens that could be seen everywhere on Plant and in all the countries on Earth, the flashing spotlights illuminated the screen. Surrounded by many Plant Supreme Council officials and Lakis, the image of Ito Sei and Gilbert Dylandel, who were holding hands, appeared in the eyes of the people of the entire Gundam ED world, announcing this historic moment. "How's the investigation going?" In a hotel room prepared by Plant, Sei Ito, who was listening to the news broadcast on the phone, asked Butterfield, who was leisurely drinking his odd-flavored coffee. "It's already started," Butterfield replied. "Hurry up. I don't want the situation that I worked so hard to create to be destroyed by those extremists," Sei Ito said calmly. The extremists that Sei Ito mentioned this time were not the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum organization that had been uprooted, but the extremists lurking in the Zaft army in Plant who believed that the former President Patriot, Zara's words of eliminating Earth talents was the most important thing for the adjusters to do. He didn't want these guys to play the fall of Unit 7 plan like in the original Gundam ED. They wanted to destroy the situation of unification that he worked so hard to create. "What are you talking about?" Lakis, who was holding a pink harrow in her hands, looked at the two and asked with a puzzled expression. "Nothing." Sei Ito and Butterfield looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled. This kind of thing, Sei Ito only found Butterfield to deal with it and did not inform Lakis and Aslan of the matter. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, he did not want to add to their worries. After all, this was a dark matter, and it involved Aslan's father. Of course, it was also to prevent the two from causing trouble. Oh, seeing that Sei Ito and Butterfield did not say anything, Lakis did not pursue the matter. She looked down at the harrow in her hands and hummed a song in a low voice. Hearing Lakis humming, Sei Ito and Butterfield did not speak. They stood quietly and listened to Lakis singing. As extremists, they had more or less expressed their support for Patriot, Zara in public and in private. Therefore, it only took a few days under the secret investigation by Butterfield's men and the investigators secretly sent by the Supreme Council. This group of extremists who were still loyal to Patriot, Zara until now was roughly figured out. Then, they were transferred to a military base by the military headquarters and were hypnotized and managed by Sei Ito, who had been waiting in the base for a long time. Although this group of people's mental resistance has unexpectedly become very strong because of their extreme thinking, in the end, they still belong to the category of ordinary human beings. Therefore, under the exaggerated mental attack of Ito Sei, their consciousness barrier was quickly broken. They were passively hypnotized by Seito. It was just that to deal with the problem of their extreme thinking, it took a little bit of time for subtle correction. Therefore, it took more than 2 hours to completely brainwash this group of extremists who were gathered together. Then, with the intention of finding out the truth, Seito ordered this group of ZAF soldiers, who had become his subordinates, to report other extremists. Soon, another group of extremists who were hidden deep enough and had not been investigated appeared in Seito's hands. Seito didn't waste any time talking nonsense. He directly handed the list in his hand to the ZAF officer next to him and asked him to continue to summon this group of people in the form of a summons. In this way, in the process of hypnosis, investigation, it took more than a week to finally clean up the extremists in the Zaft army and eliminate the last dangerous elements that could destroy the unified peace he had established. After that, Seito, who basically had nothing to worry about, mobilized the resources of plant and earth to begin a comprehensive plan to improve the people's livelihood. While he was bored, he waited for the return of Seito's real body. At the same time, in a world under the jurisdiction of the space management system in Magical Girl Nai's world, a fierce battle was unfolding here. Boom, 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 boom. Intense explosions sounded one after another. A large amount of black smoke rose into the sky from the huge fireball, forming a dark cloud that hindered the vision of the two parties involved in the exchange of fire. First Brigade, follow me. Valletta, who was piloting Genevieve, ordered in the communication channel. Roger. As soon as the order was given, dozens of Nightmare that were at least upgraded to the 7th or even the 8th generation, which was only one generation lower than Valletta, rushed into the buildings covered by artillery fire along with Genevieve and launched a general attack on the buildings in front of them. At the same time, the ground troops of the Space Administration who were using the buildings as cover picked up the magic devices in their hands and launched a counterattack against the Nightmare's troops. However, compared to the powerful ground defense magic cannons and other powerful weapons, the normal cannons were not as powerful. In addition, these Nightmares were equipped with the AMF anti-magic field that was specially designed to deal with Magisters. No matter how strange the cannons were, the Nightmare's troops couldn't do any damage to them. They could only watch as the Nightmare's troops rushed into the buildings and launched long ropes wrapped in high-frequency electrical energy that swept over them, making them completely lose their ability to resist. This obviously wasn't the style of the Britannia's military. However, under the joint request of now Takamachi and Fetty, who couldn't bear to see too many casualties, Seito's shadow clone who had turned into a ferret and stayed by their side in the form of a snow leopard agreed to their request. He ordered them to try their best to keep the Nightmare's troops alive, if necessary, and ordered them to modify some of the Nightmare's items. That was why the current situation happened. There's no longer any resistance here. Let's go back. Sinyo, who was looking at the battlefield not far away, said to Fetty, "All right." Feiting nodded in agreement. Arva, with Fetty's permission, Sinyo contacted the troop carrier Athena that was docked in the dimensional space. Wait a moment, the teleportation circle will be activated immediately. A pleasant female voice sounded in Sinyo's and Fetty's minds. In the next moment, a slowly rotating blue middle-style teleportation circle appeared under Sinyo and Fetty's feet. It then turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky and brought the two of them away from the battlefield and appeared on the bridge of the Athena. "Thank you for your hard work, Sinyo," Fetty-chan. Yagami Gale, who was wearing white knee-length stockings, a brown professional skirt, and a suit of the same color, turned his chair around. He looked at Sinyo and Fetty, who walked out of the teleportation circle, and said, "Where's Now and the others?" Sinyo asked. They're fighting with the agency's Magisters." On the optical screen of the Athena's bridge, Now, who was wearing a white protective suit and holding the heart of the rising sun, Vita, who was wearing a red combat suit and holding the Count of Steel, and two agency's aerial Magisters were shown in front of Sinyo and Fetty. In addition, on the lower screen, another Nightmare unit that was attacking a building appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Isn't that the army's camp? Why would there be aerial magisters there? Senyo frowned and asked. Maybe it's a coincidence. There's no sign of the Space Administration's dimensional ships around here. Yagami Gale replied. Gale, here's your tea. At this time, Shammer's figure appeared in the bridge and walked to Yagami Gale with a tray with a teapot and a teacup on it. Thank you, Chamar. Yagami Gale turned to look at Chamar and thanked him with a smile. Whoa, whoa. At this moment, a loud alarm suddenly sounded in the bridge. A dimensional ship from the Space Administration has been discovered 1,000 miles away from the ship. The operator in charge of controlling the Athena reported the reason for the alarm. Immediately activate the space camouflage system. Everyone enter combat mode. All shipboard weapons are unlocked. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squadrons to prepare for the attack. Also, send a warning to the 1st Army on the ground. Yagami Gale ordered loudly. Obviously, since the start of the war with the Authority, she had encountered many situations like this. It was already possible to make the most appropriate response. Yes, the operators responded in unison and began to execute Yagami Gale's orders. I'll have to trouble you again. Yagami Gale turned to Senyo and Fett and smiled bitterly. It's okay, Fett said softly. Riddles was the unit of distance measurement used in the magical girl Naya's dimensional space. 1,000 riddles was equivalent to more than 3,000 kilometers on Earth. With the speed of the dimensional ship, it would take about half an hour to reach the destination. Therefore, it didn't take long for the dimensional ship of the Space Administration to appear clearly on Athena's optical screen. What's the situation with the ground troops? Yagami Gale asked solemnly. It's already in the final stage. It will take about 10 minutes to teleport. The operator replied without turning his head. 10 minutes, Yagami Gale murmured. Then, he ordered loudly, start charging the main cannon. At the same time, order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squadrons to enter the teleportation room and wait for the boarding order. Yes, what a waste. If only Oniai-sama was here. After taking down the enemy, we could take away the dimensional ship, modify it, and send it back to the battlefield. Yagami Gale said gloomily. Even if we really have to leave the dimensional ship behind, we don't have that many people to operate it. Shamar reminded with a smile. Sigh. I wonder how Oniai-sama dealt with the captives. Yagami Gale muttered to himself. The enemy ship is entering the range. 75, 70, 65, 60, 5. Entering the range. The operator reported loudly. Fire the main cannon. Yagami Gale ordered loudly. Fire the main cannon. The operator replied and pressed a button to fire the main cannon. In an instant, under the camouflage of the space camouflage, Athena, who had merged with the dimensional space, was exposed from the broken space camouflage barrier. At the same time, she fired a thick energy beam at the dimensional ship of the Space Administration that had entered her shooting range. Boom! The energy beam flew at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, it landed heavily on the energy barrier outside the dimensional ship of the Space Administration and was in a deadlock with the energy barrier. However, the dimensional ship's defensive barrier was limited since it was a transport and transit station and not a battleship. It only lasted for less than 5 seconds before it shattered with a crack. The energy beam, which had become much smaller, bombarded the dimensional ship's hull. Boom! An explosion immediately sounded from the dimensional ship, and a cloud of smoke and dust rose from the dimensional ship's body and drifted away in a burst of flames. Begin teleportation. Yagami Gale saw the opportunity and ordered again. Target coordinates locked. There are no obstacles. Begin teleportation. The operator's hands quickly typed on the keyboard in front of him as he replied loudly. Under the operator's control, 3 squadrons of nightmare troops were teleported out of Athena and into the dimensional ship of the Space Administration. It was unknown how many times they had taken over the ship. Let's go. Senyo, who had already changed into protective clothing, said to Fetty, who had also changed into protective clothing. Okay. Fetty replied in a low voice. Then, the two of them walked into the teleportation circle at the end of the bridge. They left Athena in a flash of light and appeared in the dimensional ship of the Space Administration. However, their target was different from the three nightmare troops that were responsible for suppressing the ship. They did not participate in the low-level battle. They were only responsible for the high-level combat power of each dimensional ship, the executive officer and the captain. Only these two people could cause damage to the nightmare troops that had the AMF anti-magic field. Sinyo and Fetty did not hesitate when they arrived on the dimensional ship. They followed closely behind the nightmare troops and flew towards the dimensional ship's bridge. However, before the two of them could fly halfway, a male executive officer and a large number of magisters appeared in front of the two of them. They blocked their way and the nightmare troops. "Stop! I am the executive officer of the Space Administration's dimensional ship, Matas. My name is Eno Mandel. Your actions have seriously violated the safety regulations of the Space Administration. I am now officially arresting you as the executive officer of Matas." The young executive officer, who looked to be in his 20s, said sternly. Chapter 1184. Sinyo and Felt looked at each other and didn't reply. They immediately launched an attack on Enor Mandel and the magisters behind him. Felt was one step ahead of Sinyo and faced Enor Mandel head-on. He used his photon scythe to force Enor back, creating a path for Sinyo to continue forward. Sinyo, on the other hand, didn't hesitate either. He flew past Fit and unleashed a bolt of purple lightning to force the magisters away. Then, he flew straight to the bridge. Damn it! Enor, who had blocked Felt's attack, looked at Sinyo's disappearing figure angrily. At this moment, with a strange humming sound, the nightmare troops appeared in front of Mata's executive officer, Enor, and the other magisters, and quickly rushed towards them. "Attack!" a magister shouted. In the next moment, the magisters, who came back to their senses, hurriedly raised the magisters in their hands and fired at the nightmare army that was rushing towards them. However, a scene that greatly affected their morale was reflected in the eyes of the magisters. The attacks that flew towards the nightmare army all seemed to have met an invisible barrier. When they were 5 or 6 centimeters away from the nightmare's body, they immediately exploded like starlight and disappeared in an orderly manner. They didn't cause any damage to the nightmare at all. The nightmare that ignored the magisters' attacks rushed into the group of magisters like a vicious wolf. It used the high-voltage electric weapons installed in the tubes to attack the magisters around it. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Under the strong electric shocks, even with the protection of their protective suits, the magisters still felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies emitted green smoke as they fell to the ground and struggled helplessly. "It's you." Seeing this, the executive officer, named Enor, finally understood who the opponent he was about to face was. His expression suddenly changed as he shouted loudly, "If you don't want to get hurt, then surrender." Felt, who had been attacking Enor with his lightning scythe, said softly, "In your dreams." Enor replied with gritted teeth. He exerted strength in his arms and fiercely waved the magisters in his hands to push Felt back. He then reached out with one hand, and several energy balls that looked like meteors shot out from the mid-style magic circle that suddenly appeared in front of his palm. They shot towards Felt's body. Felt's figure trembled and disappeared from a spot. He appeared behind Enor and swung his photon scythe downwards. Enor turned around and raised his staff to block the photon scythe that was close to his face. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked towards Felt's abdomen. If it was Felt before he received, say, Ito's close combat training, he might have been kicked. However, after receiving training with, say, Ito's close combat training, Enor's attack, he then used his right leg and kicked. He then used the momentums to S body and turned his body with his right legs. SSS atsis. He says S hats S fells who had his on S thenoris hits as clearly. Even with the protection of the protective suit, Felt's did not make Enor feel better. However, Felt's attack was not over yet. He retracted his lightning axe. He raised it with both hands and smashed it towards Enor's back. Seeing this, Enor did not dare to hesitate and immediately put his left hand behind his back. A circular barrier was formed. Bang! The lightning axe and the circular barrier collided heavily. Enor, who had been in a hurry and was not in a proper posture, was once again sent flying forward by Felt's powerful smash. Felt used the momentum to flip over and landed on the ground again. With a tap of his foot, the Mead-Styles teleport spell immediately exploded and pushed Felt to Enor's side. He then continued to attack Enor. Felt was an elite magus with excellent qualifications. Before he received, say, Ito's training, he already had the standard of an executive officer of the administration's dimensional ship. Moreover, after receiving, say, Ito's guidance and training with Sinyo for many years, his strength had completely reached the standard of an executive officer. Even among the executive officers, he was one of the stronger ones. Therefore, in a situation where their strength was equal or higher, Enor, who was also an executive officer and had lost the initiative, quickly lost his ability to resist under Felt's continuous attacks and was restrained by Felt's restraining ring. Gale, teleport this person back, Felt said to Yagami Gale on the Athena through his lightning axe. Okay. Yagami Gale smiled. Well done. You're too kind, Felt said modestly. While the two were talking, a Mead-style magic circle appeared under Enor, who was restrained. It turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky and brought Enor to the Athena. Shammar and Zephyra, who were logistics personnel, put on the anti-magic ring and threw Enor into the prison cell on the ship. After sending away Enor, an executive officer who could break free at any time and cause chaos if he was not careful, Felt did not stay in the same place. He quickly flew toward the direction of the bridge to support Sinyo. At the same time, in another location, Sinyo was engaged in a fierce battle with a middle-aged man who used mead magic. Dozens of mana-light bullets floated around the two like stars in the night sky. They moved quickly and cooperated with the middle-aged man's attacks from time to launch sneak attacks. Sword of Fire. Sinyo, who was focused on dodging the sneak attacks around him while looking for an opportunity to attack the middle-aged man, shouted in a low voice. Yes, Private, yes, Master. The raging flame magic sword responded with a shout, and then 2 consecutive bursts of air were heard. 2 compressed mana bullets were loaded into the raging flame magic sword. Sturmwellen, with the magic bullets, Sinyo quickly flew away and deliberately guided the surrounding missiles to gather together. Then, he suddenly turned around and slashed out a fierce wind of fire with his sword. Whoosh! Boom! 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 The fierce wind of flames intercepted all the missiles and exploded them into clouds of energy smoke. After that, Sinyo, who had cleared the missiles that were bothering him, quickly rushed in front of the middle-aged man who was holding a magic device and engaged in close combat with him. The other party was indeed the Admiral of the Space Administration who could control a spaceship. His strength was not weak. Even under the attack of Sinyo, who was considered a veteran of hundreds of battles and was famous for his close combat skills, he did not show any signs of being defeated. He was still trying his best to defend and look for an opportunity to counterattack. However, at this moment, accompanied by the appearance of a pale yellow light, Felt, who had taken care of the executive officer, appeared at the scene of the battle. Stop her! In the bridge, among the staff who were gathered at the side, a female staff member shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, these staff members who could only be regarded as civilian staff and had no combat power at all picked up the weapons in their hands and attacked Felt, who had just arrived. Felt did not hesitate. She rushed in front of the civilian staff members and punched them in the chest and abdomen one by one, knocking them to the ground one by one. Sinyo, Felt, who had taken care of the civilian staff, turned to look at the 2 people who were fighting and called out softly. Then, she spread the thunder battle axe in her hand and turned it back into a scythe form. She then used teleportation to join the battle and attack the middle-aged man together with Sinyo. The middle-aged man, who was originally undefeated under Sinyo's attacks, immediately felt the pressure. Soon, in a moment of carelessness, Sinyo's purple lightning flashed and cut his magic device in half. Then, Felt's attack shattered his protective suit. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he flew out and slammed heavily into the wall of the bridge. Swoosh! Sinyo and Felt instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man who was bounced off the wall and fell to the ground. The two of them held the flaming sword and scythe in their hands against the middle-aged man's neck. "You do it," Felt said to Sinyo, who was beside her. Sinyo did not waste any time and used the magic of ancient Baruka to bind the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground. "The bridge is suppressed. We can teleport now," Sinyo said as he connected to the Athena after binding the middle-aged man. "Okay," a female voice said. Then, a slowly rotating middle-style magic circle suddenly appeared under the middle-aged man. After Felt threw the civilian staff members into the magic circle, the magic circle suddenly emitted a blue and white light and disappeared from the bridge. "Let's go," Sinyo said to Felt after seeing that only the two of them were left. Felt nodded and left the bridge with Sinyo to assist Nightmare's troops in the final suppression of the dimensional ship Maddas. Without the high-end combat power, the low-end combat power was no match for Nightmare's troops. It did not take long for the entire ship to be completely suppressed. Then, it was the 10-minute-long teleportation. Main, secondary cannons, fire. Yagami Gale ordered after all the personnel were teleported back. As soon as he finished speaking, several thick energy beams of varying colors of red and blue shot out from the gigantic Athena. They landed on the Space Administration's dimensional ship, Maddas, which was anchored not far away. There was no one there, and there was no defense system at all. Boom! The defenseless Maddas was immediately shot through by the Athena's beam weapon. The power furnace in the hull was destroyed, and the ship exploded under the powerful impact from both sides. It turned into a pile of broken pieces that flew out of the dimensional space and fell into an unknown world. "The purpose of this battle is over. Return," Yagami Gale ordered loudly. Chapter 1185. Now, there are only 2 army camps and the Space Administration's headquarters left. On this day, in World Number 33 under the jurisdiction of the administration, in the underground city base built by Ito Sei, in a conference room in a huge room that looked like a command center, Cornelia, who was wearing a dark red military uniform, listened to the report of Bertolli's, the chief intelligence officer, and said softly, "But having a clear target also means that the enemy can use these 3 locations to set up traps and set up heavy defenses to ambush us." Cornelia then changed the topic and said in a deep voice, "Other than those guys who can fly, the soldiers on the ground are not a problem at all. We can just mobilize multiple divisions to attack." The 9th Knight, Nonnet, who had a strong personality and even suppressed Cornelia during their time in the academy, said indifferently, "In addition, we can also let the Athena participate in the attack. I believe that with the support of the Athena's artillery, it won't matter how many traps there are." The 4th Knight, Doretta, added, "That's not a good idea," Takamachi Naya said with some hesitation. After all, if the Athena really joined the attack on the ground, there would be a lot of casualties. Even if Naya was used to losing people, she still didn't want to increase the number of casualties, even if the number of casualties represented the enemy. "Nakachan, this is war, not a game for children. It's better for you to put away your useless sympathy." The 12th Paladin, Monica, smiled as she looked at Natsuya Takamachi, who was sitting with Buffett, Yagami Gale, and the others. "That's right, under these circumstances. It's better to put away your useless sympathy and try to achieve victory. This is also the most effective way to reduce the number of casualties." Doretta looked at Takamachi Naya and said, I understand." Takamachi Naya lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Naya." Seeing Naya's depressed look, Fetty, who was sitting next to Naya, held her hand and said in a low voice with concern. Cornelia turned her gaze to Yagami Stormwind and asked, "Then, is there a problem?" let the Athena join the attack on the ground as well? All right. Yagami Jifeng nodded his head in agreement. Gale-chan, Naya turned to look at Gale and whispered, "Don't worry. I know what to do." Gale comforted Naya with a smile. Trusting Gale, Vita, who was sitting on the other side of Naya, said, "All right, we'll launch an attack on the Ninth World's army base under the Space Administration in 3 days." Cornelia stood up and announced in a sonorous tone. Obviously, with only 3 targets left, Cornelia had chosen to concentrate all her forces on the strategy of destroying them one by one. Dismissed. As soon as Cornelia finished speaking, everyone didn't stay any longer. They stood up and left the conference room alone, in pairs or in groups. They walked towards their respective resting rooms in the dungeon. "All right, where's Big Brother?" Yagami Jifeng, who was walking out of the meeting room with Feet, Naya, Sinyo, and Vita, suddenly thought of something and asked Valletta. "They're still dealing with the captives at the captive camp," Valletta replied. "Oh, thank you." Yagami Jifeng nodded and thanked her with a smile. Valletta nodded slightly and walked away from Gale and the others. "I haven't seen Big Brother in a long time. Let's go see him," Gale said to Feet and Naya. "All right." Feet and Naya looked at each other and nodded. Then Gale, Naya, Feet, Sinyo, and Vita turned around. They walked towards the captive camp that was used to detain the land battle magician soldiers and the executive officers, captains, and magicians of the dimensional ships that had been captured since the beginning of the war. After all, the underground base was a huge city that could accommodate more than 1 million people and various facilities. It would take a long time to walk to the end of it. Therefore, it was not until more than 20 minutes later that the 5 of them finally arrived at the captive camp, which occupied a very large area and was guarded by multifunctional guard robots and 2 teams of 8 people. They found Ito Sei, who was in the middle of hypnotizing and brainwashing the captives in his exclusive room. "Why are you guys here?" Seeing Gale and the others enter the room, Ito Sei turned off the special wave frequency that was released under the effect of a special instrument in the room, which had a hypnotic effect. He looked at them and asked with some surprise, "Hee, we missed you, Big Brother." Yagami Jifeng looked at Sei Ito with a chuckle. When Feet and Naya heard Yagami Jifeng's words, they couldn't help but blush slightly. At the same time, they revealed an embarrassed expression. "Is that so? Then I'm really honored to be missed by 3 little beauties." Ito Sei stretched out his finger and flicked the forehead of Yagami Jifeng, who was walking in front of him, and teased. "Ouch!" Yagami Jifeng raised his hand and covered his forehead with his hand and groaned exaggeratedly. "How have you been? Have you gotten used to life on the Athena?" Ito Sei asked with a smile as he looked at Natsuya, Fujitsu, and Yagami Gale. "Yeah, I've gotten used to it. Other than not being able to see any good anime, there's nothing I'm not used to," Yagami Jifeng replied. "Okay," Feet replied softly. Chun-kun," Naya said hesitantly. Seeing Naya's expression, the smart Yagami Jifeng immediately guessed what Naya wanted to say. However, he didn't stop her and stood quietly by the side. "What's wrong?" Seito looked at Naya with a puzzled expression. Because there are only 3 ground forces left in the Space Administration, Cornelia, who is worried about an ambush, wants the Athena to participate in the attack as well. So, Naya carefully observed Sei Ito's expression and said. However, in the end, she couldn't say what she wanted to say. After all, Naya knew in her heart that this was the best choice, even if the possible changes were not what she wanted to see. "So you want me to persuade Cornelia to change her mind?" Seito looked at Naya and asked softly. "Yeah." Naya lowered her head and replied softly. "Naya, do you know what's the situation now?" Seito walked up to Naya and stretched out his hands to hold her arms. He squatted down and looked up at Naya's lowered head. "I know. They're at war with the Space Administration," Naya replied softly. "Since you know it's a state of war, you should also understand that it's impossible for there to be no casualties in this situation, right?" Seito continued. "Yeah," Naya replied softly. "Then, in this situation, Do you think it's better to defeat the enemy in one go and cause more casualties? Or do you think it's better to fight the enemy for some reason? Saito asked back. Naya went silent. Do you understand now? Sometimes excessive kindness can bring about more serious consequences. Saito moved his hand up and placed it on Naya's cheek. I'm sorry, Naya apologized softly. Naya, you're not wrong. You just haven't adapted to the current situation yet. This is the Naya I'm familiar with, the Naya I like, Saito said softly with a smile. When she heard Saito say he liked her, Naya's face turned red, and she shrunk her head even lower in embarrassment. She wanted to bury her head in her arms so that no one could see. Oni-san just confessed to Naya. I'm so jealous, Gale teased. Similarly, Feet also had an embarrassed and envious look on her face. Saito rolled his eyes at Gale, got up, kissed Naya's forehead, and comforted her. But don't worry, Naya, I'll talk to Cornelia later. If the situation permits, she'll try not to send Athena into the battlefield. Thank you, Seikun. Naya ignored her embarrassment and looked at Saito gratefully. Saito rubbed Naya's head, and a doting smile appeared on his face. Gale. Then Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Gale with a faint smile and said in a low voice, Oni-sama. Gale replied with a dry smile. Hee, watch how I punish you. Saito suddenly grabbed Gale's arm and pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Gale, who was kissed on the lips, let out a soft moan and blushed. She closed her eyes and cooperated with Saito's kiss. Feet and Naya's faces turned red, and they turned their heads away shyly. However, their eyes couldn't help but look at Saito and Gale, who were kissing. They wanted to look, but were too embarrassed to do so. As for Sinyo and Vita, one blushed and turned her head away, while the other pouted unhappily. All right, you guys go back and rest. I'll continue to deal with the captives. After a while, Ito-sei let go of Yagami Gale, who was gasping for breath, and rubbed Fett's soft golden hair as he looked at the others. Okay. Several people responded, then waved goodbye to Ito-sei one after another, and left the special room used to hypnotize and brainwash the captives. Seeing them leave, Ito-sei chuckled and restarted the special radio wave transmitter in the room to help his mental power to hypnotize and brainwash the captives held on one side. Chapter 1186. P.S. Thank you to Doom ***** for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfinney for their tips. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye amidst the tense state of preparation for war. On this night, around 10 o'clock at night in the 9th Management World, where the army was located, the Athena, a dimensional warship that had temporarily transformed into a troop carrier, appeared in the interlayer of the dimensional space outside the 9th Management World and quietly floated down. Begin teleportation. As the commander-in-chief of the army, Cornelia, who had landed on the Athena with the army, ordered. Coordinates locked. Begin teleportation, the operator replied loudly. As soon as her voice trailed off, the 2,000-strong multi-purpose fighter troop immediately disappeared from the warship's teleportation room in the Athena and appeared outside the 9th World Space Administration's army. Begin the attack, Cornelia continued to order. Almost instantaneously, after receiving Cornelia's order, the 3 spherical blue crystals on the front of the fighter suddenly lit up. It immediately propelled its somewhat adult, toy-like, cylindrical body towards the army barracks. In the next moment, an urgent report resounded in the dark night sky. Continue to teleport the 1st and 2nd Legions. Surround and attack the target, Cornelia ordered as if it was not enough. Immediately, the 1st Legion led by Valletta and the 2nd Legion led by Duretta disappeared from the Athena's teleportation room amidst the blue and white light that rose from the ship's teleportation room and appeared on the left and right sides of the army's barracks. From the other 2 directions, they launched an attack on the army's barracks of the Space Administration. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of thick magic light beams shot out from the army's barracks and bombarded the ground in front of the fighter troops' advance path. The bombardment created irregular depressions in the ground and used the sputtering gravel from the explosions to launch a counterattack on the fighter troop. Obviously, after knowing the existence of the AMF's position, the Space Administration's Army generals who had not opened up the construction of mass weapons for the time being had thought of other ways to circumvent the AMF's position. Other than bombarding the ground and relying on the sputtering of gravel from the explosions, there were also other ways to attack. The Army soldiers also got high-temperature flamethrowers, freezing fire extinguishers, high-pressure water cannons, and missile launchers from the mass weapons. However, the basic principle was still the propulsion provided by magic power. The projectiles did not have the effect of magic explosion. They were purely physical long-range weapons and other special weapons that could achieve the effect of physical attacks to make up for the disadvantage of being unable to break the AMF's position. Under these ingenious weapon attacks, a large number of the multi-purpose fighter troops immediately appeared, under the axis of the eye, or be a piece of garbage on the ground. The same situation was also happening to the nightmare troops that were attacking the army barracks from the east and west. Compared to the fighter troops, the Athenas of the same, this of the AMF's position, success. It didn't even reach 3 digits. At this moment, 6 men and women wearing the Space Administration's uniform suddenly flew out of the Army's camp. In groups of 2, they rushed toward the multi-purpose fighter troop and the Athenas. They used magic devices that were obviously different from the magic devices in the hands of other magisters to attack the multi-purpose fighter troop and the Athenas. These people are probably the members of the Space Administration's armed training team. Looking at the 6 figures reflected on the optical screen, Yagami Gale, who had occasionally heard from Sei Ito that there was a department within the Space Administration that specialized in the development of new magic devices or targeted weapons, spoke. Yes. Sinyo, who had fought with the training team on the way to replenish the Book of Night with Sei Ito, nodded with a slightly serious expression. While the two were talking, the special aircraft Ginevra and the special aircraft Knight of the Round Table 4 flew out of the Athenas. They took the initiative to meet the 4 training team members who launched an attack on the Athenas. They erupted with the highest performance of the body and fought with the training team members who were as agile as monkeys. Although the training team members had the advantage of being small and agile, the special aircraft also had a variety of weapons, strong defensive capabilities, and many other advantages. Therefore, in just a few exchanges, the training team members facing Ginevra and the Knights of the Round Table had their weapons shattered by Ginevra's beam sword. They were also hit by the Knights of the Round Table's live bullets and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the defensive power of the magical girl Naya's protective suit was very strong. Even if she couldn't dodge in time and was hit by several large-caliber bullets, she only spat out a mouthful of blood, and that was it. Unlike other worlds where her body was directly blown apart and dismembered, she didn't end up like a dismembered corpse. Looks like they don't need the support of our special operations team to eliminate those aerial mages. Yagami Gale smiled as he watched the battle on the screen. But as soon as her voice trailed off, the voice of an operator immediately sounded. Magic energy detected. Type. Teleportation sorcerer. The image is out, the operator hurriedly reported. As soon as her voice trailed off, the figures of 5 mages in black executive uniforms emerged from a mid-dimensional magic array and reflected in the eyes of everyone on the Athena's bridge. What's going on? Cornelia asked with a frown. Checking. The operator hurriedly replied. That's... Feet looked at one of the 5 executive officers in shock. Chronogen. Naya was also a little surprised. You two know each other? Cornelia looked at Feet and Naya and asked. Yes, we fought before. He's a very powerful magus. Naya nodded and replied. Cornelia retracted her gaze and looked at the 5 executive officers flying toward Ginevra and Knights of the Round Table. She frowned and quickly ordered, immediately teleport Lishinka, Nonit, and Monica over. Yes. The operator agreed and sent Lishinka, who had been in standby mode, along with Nanette, Monica, and their personal mecha, Knights of the Round Table, 9, 12, to the battlefield. Lishinka and the other two who appeared on the battlefield did not hesitate and immediately piloted their own airframes to meet the 5 executive officers. Found them. They used a dimensional teleportation magic array to teleport over from the neighboring world. At this time, the operator who found out why the enemy was only detected when they appeared reported. It seems that the Space Administration has become more cautious because of the disappearance of the dimensional ships, Yagami Gale said. Teleport another 2,000 multi-purpose combat airframes to the battlefield in a scattered manner. Cornelia coldly snorted and ordered again. As soon as she finished speaking, up to 2,000 multi-purpose combat airframes immediately appeared around the battlefield in a few rays of light that soared into the sky. They rushed towards the army's barracks in a seemingly chaotic manner. Obviously, in a situation where the high-end combat forces were stalled, Cornelia intended to use the majority of her forces to break through the enemy's formation. In the sky above the battlefield, 5 specially made airframes of different shapes were in a stalemate with 9 masters, including 5 executive officers and 4 Magus instructors. Activate administrator privileges. Order 100 multi-purpose combat airframes to switch to support mode. Lishinka, who was piloting God Tiger and fighting with 2 executive officers, suddenly ordered. As soon as the order was given, on the battlefield below, 100 multi-purpose combat airframes immediately lit up with 3 blue crystals in front of them. They formed a small square formation and flew into the air, hovering in the middle of the battlefield and the sky. Then, the 100 multi-purpose combat airframes seemed to have received some kind of order. They were divided into 5 groups of 20 and faced Shunhu, Ginevra, and Knights of the Round Table No. 4, number 9, and number 12 respectively. Then, they opened up the smooth steel plates on all sides of their bodies, revealing round holes that looked like cannon muzzles. The next moment, a large number of lightning bolts, fireballs, and thorny iron bullets flew out of the holes on the multi-purpose combat airframes and headed toward the Magus instructors who were fighting God Tiger, Ginevra, and Knights of the Round Table number 4, 9, and 12. They assisted Lishinka, Valletta, Doretta, Nonit, and Monica in capturing or killing the Magus instructors. Originally, the Magus instructors were already in a passive position against the 5 Magus instructors. They were not inferior to the Magus instructors in terms of agility, speed, and various detection radars, weapons, and AMF anti-magic fields. Very soon, the SAO's interruption of the multi-purpose combat airframes under the control of mid-level artificial intelligence forced the Magus instructors into a passive position. They were either hit by the airframes in various ways, or they were caught in the midst of the fighter airframes and restrained by the fighter airframes with ropes that could emit AMF. Of course, not all Magus instructors were so lucky to be captured. There were also cases of them dying in battle. For example, one of the executive officers who was fighting against Monica was cut in half by the Sword of Knights of the Round Table number 12 that Monica was piloting. He could not be more dead. In addition, there were also powerful fellows like Chrono Halewin, who had the luck of being a supporting character in Magical Girl Nai's world, who managed to escape the fate of being captured. Together with 2 other Magus instructors who also managed to escape the fate of being captured, they quickly escaped the battlefield after rescuing another Magus. They were experienced in escaping the pursuit of the Athena and disappeared. At this point, all the high-end combat forces were wiped out. In a situation where they did not have the advantage in terms of numbers and technology, it did not take long for the 9th World Space Administration Army Barracks to be completely breached. Half an hour later, the Athena picked up the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps, as well as the intact multi-purpose combat airframes and the captured Space Administration Army Barracks. It started the engine and left the 9th world of the Administration Army Barracks, returning to the underground city of World Number 33 to rest. Then, a day later, it picked up the energetic 3rd and 4th Corps and headed to another world with a large number of Space Administration Army barracks. The attack process was the same as the attack on the 9th world. It was a crushing attack on the ground troops of the Space Administration Army barracks with large forces. The only thing that was different from the attack on the 9th world was that when attacking this world, the number of elite magicians ambushed by the time and Space Administration had reached 20. As a result, the Special Operations Team formed by Yagami Hayaf, Chamar, Zafura, Sinyo, Vita, Fett, and Naya Takamachi had rushed to the battlefield to finally control the situation. Then, with the help of a large number of multi-purpose fighter jets, they had achieved the final victory. In this battle, Yagami Jifeng and the others captured more than 8 elite Magus instructors. The rest, like Chrono Halewin, escaped the battlefield. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Athena returned to world number 33 to rest and reorganize. Until half a month later, the target is Midchild. Let's go. Sei Ito, who was sitting in the captain's seat, ordered in a deep voice. Yes. The operator acknowledged the order loudly and then operated the Athena to move rapidly toward the world where the Space Administration Army Barracks was located, Midchild. During this half a month of rest and reorganization, Sei Ito, who almost did not sleep or rest, finally finished hypnotizing and brainwashing all the captives and made them all his subordinates. In this way, not to mention the number of magic shooters on the ground, just the number of elite magic tutors that could fight in the air had increased to 23. With the addition of Yagami Gale and the others, at least they wouldn't have to be afraid of an ambush like the previous time. After this half a month of rest and reorganization, the defense of the Space Administration Army Barracks had also relaxed a lot. It was the best time to launch a surprise attack. After all, they had been nervous for more than half a month without even seeing a shadow of the enemy. Anyone would become relaxed and would not be as nervous and cautious as they were at the beginning. After flying slowly for nearly a day, the Athena arrived near Midchild. Report: a large number of dimensional ships have been found in the periphery of Midchild. There are 13 of them. 2 of them are of the same model as the specially marked ships. At this moment, the operator of the Athena reported in a loud voice and at the same time displayed the detected information on the optical screen. On the screen, 13 dimensional ships appeared before everyone's eyes. Specially marked ships. The management has made a good decision to send ships with rainbow cannons here. Sei Ito looked at the words on the screen and chuckled. But it's a pity. No matter what, it's still a dimensional ship and not a warship. Let's teach them a lesson. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.